Podium Audio presents The Last Piece of His Heart, Book 3 of the Lost Boys series. Written by Emma Scott. Performed by Teddy Hamilton and Murray Brehan.
Part 1. Prologue. Ronin. State your full name for the record. Ronan August Wentz. Age? 19. Do you know why you're here tonight, Ronan? Because it's the end of the road. Two detectives waited for an answer. One was round and short. His badge said Kowalski. Harris was taller, had a mustache. I folded my arms and stared back hard, pretending the white-walled holding room wasn't fucking suffocating me. On the table, styrofoam cups of black coffee flanked a thick file with my name on it. A camera perched in a corner trained its black eye on us, recording everything. The detectives exchanged glances at my stony silence. And then Harris got up and paced behind the short guy, Kowalski. Where were you on the night of July 30th, around 11 p.m.? My apartment. What were you doing? Watching TV. Anyone with you? No. He nods at my bruised knuckles. How'd that happen? Don't remember. It was a shit answer, but the truth wasn't much better. Kowalski smirked. You don't remember? Are you supposed to be asking me this shit without a lawyer? Do you think you need a lawyer, Ronan? We're just talking, Harris cut in. Your hands are pretty banged up. He picked up my file off the table. Lots of people find themselves banged up around you, don't they, Mr. Wentz? Starting with your mother. I stiffened, bracing myself. You grew up in a violent household, is my point. The detective continued casually, flipping through my life story, behavioral write-ups, police reports from a stint in juvie, and 10 years' worth of social workers' notes from my time in the foster care system. Says here your dad beat your mother to death with a baseball bat when you were 8 years old. Inwardly, it felt as if he kicked me in the gut. Outwardly, I only nodded. He died in prison after a knife fight with another inmate. I crossed my arms. He got what he deserved. Wrong answer. The cops raised their brows. Another knowing look passed between them. Now we're getting somewhere. You witnessed it, didn't you? Your dad murdering your mom? I winced as blood-stained memories instantly tried to claw their way up out of the grave. They wouldn't stay dead no matter how deep I buried them. Seeing something like that's gotta mess a kid up, Harris stated grimly. Did it make you angry, Ronan? Angry enough to lash out. They say that kind of violence runs in the family, in the DNA. Like father, like son. The last words hung between us, sucking the oxygen out of the air. My worst fears spoken out loud. I shifted my chair and said nothing. Back to the issue at hand, Kowalski said finally and took a turn with the file. Says here on your first day at Central High you broke Frankie Dowd's nose. He was harassing my friend. So you clocked him in the face without so much as an introduction? Miller was fucking dying. Miller Stratton? The cop read from the file. He wasn't your friend at the time of incident. You didn't know him from Adam, isn't that right? He's my friend now, asshole. I'd die for Miller Stratton, for Holden Parrish, for Shiloh. Pain gripped my chest. Kowalski rapped on the table to jar me out of my thoughts. It's looking like you got a reputation for unprovoked violence. That true? I stiffened, said nothing. I tried to do better, be better. Let's take a walk down memory lane, shall we? Harris consulted the file again. In 1 year, you were suspended from Santa Cruz Central High no less than 6 times. Vandalism, assault. 2 months ago, you had a physical altercation with Miller Stratton's stepfather. Dangled him over a 2-story balcony. I gritted my teeth. I didn't dangle anyone. I'd bent that fucker, Chet Highland, over a railing to scare him away from Miller's mother, and it worked. But so what? These assholes weren't interested in the truth. It didn't match the story about me that was already written. Written in my mother's blood, and my father's. His blood flowed in my veins. Like father, like son. Well? Chet wasn't his stepdad, I muttered. He was a deadbeat who hit Miller's mom. Not that you give a shit. The cops exchanged glances. You got a problem with police? An old memory broke free. My mother, broken and bleeding, dragging herself into a corner, and my dad standing over her with the bat in his hand. You failed Mom, and now she's dead, I thought. But was I aiming that at myself or the cops? They failed her, but so did I. I couldn't protect her. Couldn't protect Shiloh either. Guilt, rage, and grief, the three monkeys on my back, squawked and howled. Kowalski gave me a hard look. Answer the question, son. People need me, I said. If they don't get it from you, I give it to them. Well, ain't that some vigilante shit? Kowalski rolled his eyes. Threatening to toss a man over a balcony is helping? I sneered. He left her alone after that, didn't he? How about Frankie, 2 nights ago? Were you helping then, too? I didn't touch him. You didn't see Franklin Dowd on the night of July 30th. I shifted in my seat. A bead of sweat crawled between my shoulder blades like an insect. I'm not telling you shit. Come on, Wentz, Harris said. Let's make this easy on everyone. We all know what happened. Kowalski ticked off his fingers. You got a well-documented beef with Frankie Dowd. You broke his nose within seconds of meeting him. 50 witnesses can say they saw you tackle him to the floor at a house party on September 9th of last year, and a few months ago you were heard telling him that if he hurt anyone you cared about, you would, quote, fuck his shit up. Harris crossed his arms. Shiloh Barrera is someone you care about, isn't she? Yes, I said, and that was the truest thing I said that night. And Frankie hurt her, Harris continued. So you did what you promised and fucked his shit up. Hard, didn't you? I told you He's in the hospital, Ronan, Kowalski said, fighting for his life. Harris nodded. That's called motive. And here you sit, your fists swollen and bruised all to hell, but this time it wasn't you. Is that what you're saying? I tilted my chin. That's what I'm fucking saying. Harris heaved a sigh. You're just making this harder on yourself, Wentz. This case is cut and dry. Confess and maybe they'll cut you a deal. If your victim survives, that is. My aching hands made fists under the table. I was allowed a lawyer, a phone call, but what good would it do? I was guilty before they sat my ass in the chair. Harris cocked his head. You want to know what I think, Ronan? I already knew what he thought. End of the road, like father, like son. Shiloh, I'm sorry. I tried. The detective leaned over me, his tone cold and final, like a door slamming shut. I think you're going to prison for a very long time.
Chapter 1. Shiloh. 1 year ago. Time to head out, I said, dragging my rolling suitcase into the lush family room of my aunt and uncle's house. Got a plane to catch. I hated stating the obvious, but if I didn't announce my departure, my mother, sitting in the kitchen, might ignore it altogether. Maybe reminding her that it'd be a full year before she saw her only daughter again might break down her cold walls, and she'd show me some warmth. No dice. New Orleans bustled on the other side of the glass under a thick summer morning while Mama sat bent over the card table near the window, smoking her cigarette and doing the Sunday crossword. Aloof and distant. No different than how she'd been at the start of this visit 6 weeks ago, and every summer visit I could remember since I was 4 years old, when she gave me up to live with my great-grandmother Bibi in California. Aunt Bertie, round and colorful in her purple blouse and matching slacks, made a pitying sound from her spot on the couch where she sat wedged between my Uncle Rudy and their 25-year-old daughter, Letitia. A Saints pre-season game blared on the flat screen. "Already?" Aunt Bertie said and clucked her tongue. "Seems like you just got here." For my summer visits, I always stayed at my aunt and uncle's Victorian in the Garden District. It was historically old and beautiful, and richly decorated with Aunt Bertie's taste for jewel tones and velvet-tasseled pillows. The front door's stained glass cast rainbows over the carpet. I loved the house and the people in it, but I'd have traded it all to be with Mama at her little shotgun on Old Prior Street in the 7th Ward. She said it was too small, but I didn't care. I'd have taken the couch, the floor. "The summer flew by, sugar pie," Aunt Bertie said. "The next time we see you, you'll be a high school graduate." She regarded me in my loose flowing pants and tight white t-shirt that showed my midriff. "So beautiful, Shiloh, and growing up so fast, isn't she, Marie?" Mama made a non-committal sound and didn't look up from her crossword. "Stay tough," I told myself, burying the pang of pain that tried to find its way to my heart. You know better than to expect more. And yet my stupid heart never stopped trying to reach Mama, no matter how badly it hurt. "Before I go, I have something for all of you." I set my bag on the coffee table and pulled out 4 smaller gift bags stuffed with tissue paper. "You sweet thing, you didn't have to." A grin grew over Bertie's lips as she poked a finger inside one bag. "Are these, by any chance, Shiloh Barrera originals?" I smiled. "Maybe." "Hot dang," Uncle Rudy said, peeling his gaze from the football game. "Christmas come early." I handed out the bags, one to my aunt, uncle, and cousin, and one left over for Mama. Cousin Letitia took hers eagerly in her lap. Even on a Sunday, she was pure style in designer jeans, yellow heels, and a cropped top that showed off her toned abs. She'd expertly piled her braids on her head, a few trailing down around gold drop earrings. "I already love it," she said. I laughed. "You don't know what it is. You made it, so it's going to be beautiful." I swallowed hard and risked another glance at Mama, unmoved from her spot in the kitchen. Aunt Bertie pulled a turquoise brooch from her gift bag. I'd oxidized the silver filigree to make it look antique. She rested a hand on the shelf of her bosom. "Oh, my stars, baby. This is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. But why wait until the last minute to give us these treasures?" I grinned. "So you only have to pretend to like it until I'm out the door." "Pfft, it's gorgeous." Aunt Bertie pinned the brooch to her blouse and held her arms out for me to hug her. I bent over the table and was enveloped in her soft, perfumed embrace. "Such a talented girl. You're going to have that shop you keep dreaming about. I can feel it in my bones." "Thanks, Auntie," I said, basking in her faith in me. Her love that she gave so easily. "Ain't this something?" Uncle Rudy turned over the pewter keychain pendant of the Saints Fleur-de-Lis logo. "You made this? Wait till the fellas see. Thank you, baby girl." His pride made the back of my throat tighten. I nodded with a faint smile and looked away. It was so much easier selling my jewelry online to strangers who didn't bring soft, uncomfortable emotions to the surface. "Girl, no way," Letitia said, pulling from her bag a set of earrings, intricate silver twined around lapis stones in bright blue. She immediately took out the earrings she'd been wearing and exchanged them for mine. "Are you kidding? You got mad skills, Shy. My mama's right. You're going to take this all the way." "Thanks, Tish," I said, my fingers trailing over the handles of the last gift bag. While Letitia and Rudy compared and crowded over their gifts, Aunt Bertie smiled gently at me. Pityingly. "Marie," she called to the kitchen, "Shiloh has something for you." Mama couldn't ignore that. She got up from her seat at the kitchen window and slowly made her way to me. My heart ached at the reluctance inhabiting her every movement. Marie Barrera was young, only 19 years older than me, and beautiful but heavy with sadness. Everyone said I was her spitting image, but my unknown father's DNA lightened my skin and muted our resemblance. At least that's no mystery. Jalen Jackson, my Louisiana friend with benefits, had bluntly stated in his bed the night before. Someone put cream in your mama's coffee. But the obvious fact that my father was white didn't fill the huge hole in my life where he belonged. He was a ghost, haunting the family through me. No one would speak of him, least of all Mama. From what little I'd gleaned in 17 years, I was the product of a one-night stand. Unexpected and unwanted. Marie had been on full scholarship to LSU with a bright future stretching in front of her until the pregnancy. Now, she worked part-time in a bank, her dreams of a job in marketing sidelined forever. Whoever my father was, she'd cut him out of her life and refused to speak of him ever again. It made no sense. With a big family willing to help, why did Mama drop out of college? Why not put me up for adoption? Why have me at all? No one would tell me. But for all the mystery surrounding my father, one thing was crystal clear. Mama saw him when she looked at me, and she didn't like what she saw. Her smile flickered like a dying bulb as I held out her gift bag. She took it slowly and hesitantly put her hand inside. What have we here? It's nothing. Just something. Mama pulled out the hammered copper cuff bracelet with a turquoise patina and held it up to the light. I wanted it to resemble something pulled from a sunken ship, I said, my normally strong voice wavering. I know those have always fascinated you. I watched her, breath held, as she turned it over and over. Tears filled her brown eyes like mine, and she really looked at me for the first time since the start of my visit. Then she dropped the cuff back in the bag, as if it had burned her. It's very lovely. Thank you. Blinking her eyes dry, she gave me a brief, stiff hug. I wanted to sink into her arms, into her scents of cigarettes and jasmine perfume. But no sooner than I felt her arms around me, they were slipping away. Be good. Work hard. Give Bibi our love. What about me? I inhaled sharply, as if I could suck the thought back. Being weak and asking for what I wasn't given would never get me anywhere. I knew better than to even think it. I was stronger than that. Goodbye, Mama, I said. But she had already retreated to the table, into her crossword puzzle, and the haze of cigarette smoke. She set the gift bag on the floor at her feet, where it looked small and already forgotten. Let me drive you, sweetheart, Uncle Rudy said gently into the stony quiet Mama left behind. Thanks, Uncle Rudy, I said, mustering a sarcastic grin. But I can't possibly pull you away from this very important yet meaningless preseason Saints game. I'll take an Uber. Uncle Rudy grinned back. Smart Alec, ain't you? Aunt Bertie snorted. An Uber? You're going to get in a stranger's car? Pretty girl like you? In the kitchen, my mother flinched. Or maybe it was just a shiver from the air conditioning. Thanks, Aunt Bee, but I'll be fine. Nonsense. Rudy will drive you, and that's the end of that. My uncle shot me a wink, beaming perfect white teeth against rich dark skin. You heard the boss. What would anyone want with her skinny ass anyway? Letitia laughed and helped pull my luggage to the door. She arched her eyebrows and leaned in close with a knowing grin. You say goodbye to Jalen already? I shot her a keep your voice down glare. Last night, she smirked. I'll bet. You're going to break that boy's heart. Not possible. He and I have an agreement, I said, my voice low and my cheeks heating. I hated anything resembling gossip while my cousin lived on it. No strings, No attachments. Your motto. I glanced at Mama. I learned it from the best. Going to miss you. Letitia ran her fingers over a handful of the hundreds of micro braids that fell softly down my shoulders. You got someone in California who can duplicate my artistry? Letitia, not even 30 years old, was owner of her own beauty salon, the Studio on Canal Street. She was my idol and an inspiration for my own ambitions. No chance. Great. Then you'll have to come back and see me. And Jalen. Oh, hush up. Letitia laughed and gave me a final hug. Uncle Rudy joined me at the door and took hold of my rolling suitcase. Let's hit the road, sweetheart. Bertie and Letitia waved and offered safe travels and love. They wrapped me in it. And then there was Mama, like a cold patch of air in the humid, cloying heat of New Orleans in August. I shivered and went out. My plane landed in California at 1 in the afternoon. An Uber ride later, I was hauling my rolling suitcase up the front walk of the cozy one-story house. The air in Santa Cruz was cooler and tinged with salt, and the trees spilled down from the mountainside to line our quiet street. A huge cypress shaded our front yard on one side, and on the other, BB's flower garden was a riot of color. Home, I murmured. I climbed the 3 steps to our tiny front porch and unlocked the front door. "Baby, it's me!" "There she is," my 80-year-old great-grandmother said from our lumpy, pillow-strewn couch. Her dark brown skin was creased with wrinkles, mostly laugh lines, and her close-cropped hair was entirely silver now. Despite the summer warmth, she sat wrapped in a green and white shawl she had made herself. A pile of yellow yarn lay at her slippered feet, and needles clacked as she crafted another. Our lazy gray cats, Lucy and Ethel, were both stretched out on the back of the couch. I left my rolling suitcase by the door and crossed our living room with its antique furniture that was too big for our little house. Every available surface housing knickknacks or stacked with old books, BB was now too blind to read. Family photos covered nearly every inch of the flowered wallpaper, and Nina Simone crooned on the ancient stereo. "How did it go?" BB asked. "Better than last year, I hope." I flopped down beside her and rested my head on her shoulder. "Don't know about better. Bertie and Rudy are great as usual. Letitia's like the sister I never had." "But?" BB's needles clacked. "But Mama is still Mama." My grandmother patted my cheek with her warm, dry hand and sighed. "Oh, my darling girl. I wish it were better between you." I don't know why I keep going. Sudden tears stung my eyes, but I blinked them away quickly. Ethel jumped in my lap and I focused on scratching her ears. "She doesn't want me around. That's not self-pity. Straight facts." "She does want you there, honey," BB said. "She's showing you the only way she knows how. By ignoring me? By asking you to come, spending time. Not what I'd call quality time. It's like it's physically painful for her to look at me. I mean, I get it. I ruined her future. But why does she bother? Why do I? Because there is love there, even if it's hard to see. She didn't have to keep me." The thought left me with a cold shiver in my heart, because no doubt my mother must have had the same idea. Looking at her sometimes, I'd feel a strange, remembered vertigo, as if I'd once teetered on a razor edge between her and oblivion. "Don't go there, Shiloh." BB might have been legally blind, but she saw everything. "Can't help it," I said softly. Why did she have me if it was going to be so hard for her? BB thought for a moment. A woman's heart is not a single room with her feelings and choices stark on white walls like an exhibit. It's a deep catacomb we spend our entire life mapping. Your mama is navigating her way, but it's slow and hard because she's lost. I turned to face my grandmother, the woman who raised me, whom I trusted and loved more than anyone else. What happened, Pee-Pee? She heaved a sigh, her shelf of a bosom rising under her house dress. I wish I knew, honey, but Marie is closed off to protect herself. She gave me an arch look, just like you. After 17 years, I was used to Bibi's gentle lectures on how I needed to open my heart to other experiences. But as wise as she was, she didn't understand. I had to work hard to make something of myself and prove that I was worth the choice Mama made to keep me. Opening my heart is how the pain gets in. Did you see your boyfriend again this visit? Bibi asked after a minute. Jalen is not my boyfriend. We have an understanding. An understanding? How romantic. She frowned over her knitting. I'd feel better if you came home crying over how you were going to miss that boy and wondering how you'd survive until the next time you saw him. Ugh, no thanks. I don't get mushy over boys. My mother's rejection was enough to contend with. Thanks very much. Bibi said a woman's heart was like a catacomb. Mine was more like a trashed hotel room I was trying to keep locked. No way was I going to let some guy move in and wreak his havoc, too. Bibi humphed. You two were careful, I presume. Of course. Careful to use protection, and careful not to let Jalen think I was about to get serious. But I didn't need to worry. He and I had known each other for years, our friendship growing into experimental messing around since we were 14. He was the quintessential friends with benefits, hot, smart, not interested in catching feelings, just the way I needed him to be. Always careful, my Shiloh, Bibi said to her knitting. Careful, driven, ambitious. You say that like it's a bad thing. And on that note, unless you need anything, I'm going to hit the garage. Already? You just got home. I have online orders waiting to fill. She heaved a sigh. Working day and night. My very own Tiana. I grinned. The Princess and the Frog was another of Bibi's favorite themes. The cute Disney movie had somehow become a metaphor for my life. She got her restaurant, didn't she? I said. She also learned to make room for love along the way. Might I remind you that Tiana was also, briefly, a frog? It's a fairy tale. This is the real world. Bibi sniffed, needles hooking and poking. Be that as it may, I don't like the idea of you in that garage all day, every day. It's not healthy. It has to stop. Stop? My heart dropped. Ethel felt the tension coursing through me and jumped off my lap. But I need the garage. It's where I work. It's not good enough for you, Bibi said, smiling to herself. Which is why I put an ad in the paper for a handyman. I'm going to hire someone to build you a workshop. A workshop? Where? In our backyard. I blinked. Aside from the vegetable garden and small patio, our yard looked like Northern California's version of a tropical jungle. Bibi read my thoughts as she so often did. This man can clear the overgrowth and build you a little place to work with your soldering tools and chemical polishes and what have you. I won't have you breathing in all those fumes another minute. I sat back against the couch, envisioning it already. My own little space with a proper table that could handle a bench pin instead of the teetering old card table I had in the garage. I could get caught up on my Etsy orders while making the pieces that would eventually fill a brick-and-mortar shop in downtown Santa Cruz. That had always been my dream. Someday. Now, thanks to this amazing woman, someday just got a little bit closer. Then the vision vanished like a mirage. "Bibi, we can't afford it." "Don't you worry about the money. I took an account of my savings and there's plenty. And what am I going to do with it? Travel the world? I'm happy as a clam right here." She smiled. "It won't be a chateau, so don't get your hopes up. But you need it, Shiloh. You have incredible talent. That was obvious a long time ago. And while I tease you about making room for more in your life, I know how important your work is to you. This isn't some hobby." "No," I said softly. "It is my life." Her hand came up and found my cheek. "I want to do whatever I can, no matter how small, to bring you closer to your dreams, even if it means I'll see you less than I do now." I threw my arms around Bibi's shoulders. "I can't thank you enough, but I can help pay. The handyman or the materials, I forbid it. You need every dollar for your shop. This is my gift to you, and I don't want to hear another word about it." I hugged her tighter. "Thank you, Bibi." "You're welcome, child. Now go. I know you're itching to get back to work. I can feel it running through your bones." I laughed and kissed her cheek. "I love you." "Love you, baby girl." She blew me a kiss and went back to her knitting, humming along to Nina Simone's Young, Gifted in Black, a knowing, satisfied smile on her weathered face. I hurried to the garage where my materials were crammed into bins that lined one wall. A tiny work table butted against Bibi's ancient Buick that was mine now. The single bulb wasn't enough light, but I hated working with the garage door open. I felt exposed, my business visible to anyone walking their dog or taking out the trash. Working in the privacy of my backyard would be a dream, a level up. And the next level is my own shop. I put in my headphones. Rihanna sang in my ear as I sat down at the table in front of my latest project. Before I'd left for Louisiana, I'd braided lengths of brass and copper for an eventual bracelet. Feeling at home on my stool, I slid the rough bracelet down a mandrel, then took up a rubber mallet. Hammering lightly, I shaped the coils of metal on the cylindrical rod until it was perfectly round in the size I wanted. In minutes, I had another finished piece for a woman named Christine in Texas who'd ordered off my Etsy page. That website had been exactly what I needed to get my work out there and build some revenue for my eventual shop. By next summer, even. Thanks to Bibi. Love for that woman filled me up, making me warm and erasing the vestiges of Mama's cold shoulder. Bibi was the only person I loved without reservation. I turned over her words as I turned the new bracelet around and around in the light. Her warning that I'd become closed off like my mother, stuck behind a wall of our own making and lost at the same time. But what else could I do? Every brick in Mama's wall was one I added to mine. It was the only way I knew how to survive that my own mother hated me.
Chapter 2. Ronin. Ronin? I turned toward the sound of my name, scanning the baggage claim crowd, and there he was, Nelson Wentz, my only living relative. My heart slammed in my chest at the resemblance. Uncle Nelson was a preview of how my dad might have looked had he made it to middle age. Mid-50s, wearing old jeans, and with a gut pushing out of his windbreaker. Nelson's dark hair was mostly gone, and his eyes were gray, flat, and empty, like a shark's when they roll back for the kill. Same as Dad's, same as mine. "Hey, Uncle Nelson." "Just Nelson," he said. "So you're him, eh? He scanned me up and down, taking in my torn jeans, black t-shirt, and the tattoos inking my skin as if I were cattle at auction. Looks like they've been working you hard on that farm. Good. My back's not what it used to be. I'm gonna need you to do most of the heavy lifting. I hefted my ratty backpack higher on my shoulder. What for? We'll get into that on the ride down. He jerked his flabby chin at the luggage carousel. You got a bag? I nodded, trying to ignore the disappointment that bit at me. So he's not throwing you a welcome parade. Get over it. We waited in tense silence for a scuffed, oversized duffel to come around. I hauled it off the carousel, and we headed out the sliding doors toward the San Jose airport parking. When I turned 18 in March, I aged out of foster care and was on my own. I did odd jobs to survive. The last at a dairy farm in Manitowoc. The gig ended with the summer, and I would have been homeless, except my social worker called me with the news that after 10 years, an uncle had finally made contact. My dad's brother was willing to take me in. I'd move to Santa Cruz, live with blood instead of with strangers, maybe finish school. I'd have a family again. I glanced at Nelson. I have family again. My instincts, honed from years of being on my own and trusting exactly no one, warned me to slow the fuck down. I had to be ready to let go at any time. Survival depended on it, but while waiting for a light to change, I took a second to breathe. Different air, different sun somehow. It was only my fucked up childhood talking, but Wisconsin's heat had been stifling, the winters heartless. Now I was in California. I could start over, maybe leave the bloody ghosts of my past behind. Nelson coughed and hawked a wad of phlegm onto the sidewalk. Beneath his bulk, Nelson had Dad's build, tall with muscles lurking beneath the flab, large hands with calloused knuckles that could ball into huge fists. So much for leaving the ghosts behind. I am about to get into a car with one. He led us out of the gold California sun and into the cold of the parking garage to an old Dodge pickup in faded red. I tossed my duffel in the flatbed filled with junk, stacks of musty coats, folding chairs, and a cardboard box that held a tennis racket, coffee maker, and chipped mugs. Eviction, Nelson said with a nod at the box. You won't believe the crap they leave behind. You'll see. I brushed balled-up tissues and fast food wrappers off the seat and sat down with my backpack in my lap. More wrappers littered the dash, and plastic bottles of Mountain Dew rolled around my feet. Nelson squeezed himself behind the wheel, and soon San Jose Airport grew small in the rear view. The winding road, a sign said it was the 17, took us deeper through green forest, southward to Santa Cruz. Mountains rose up on all sides, looking like a miracle after the flatness of Manitowoc. You don't say much, do you? Nelson asked after a few minutes. Not much. Fine by me. I don't need anyone jabbering my damn ear off. His shark-eyed gaze slid to me and back to the road. You look like him. Russell. Not your mom so much. I know, I said through a tight jaw. Shameful what happened, Nelson continued. A waste. Russ had so much going for him, until he met her. A red gaze dropped over my vision, and I gripped the coarse material of my bag, making fists. Damn shame. Nelson shook his head, eyes on the road. Women'll do that to a good man. Fuck with his head, make him crazy, and then he gets the short stick when it all finally blows up. He beat her to death with a baseball bat. I gritted out, my voice made of stone. Russ was no angel, but what did Nora say to piss him off? Wore him down is what she did. He didn't start out wanting to hurt nobody. That's what no one talks about these days. Takes two to tango, doesn't it? An image rose up like a flare, my fist flying, punching my mother's name out of Nelson's stupid mouth. I fought the rage, my dad's rage, that boiled up in me, and turned away. The California scenery flashing outside the window was a blur, but in the window's reflection I saw her, crying and huddled in a corner of our shitty kitchen with its cracked tile and the dinner he didn't like splattered all over. Not one particular night. Could have been any night. "You're not like him, Ronan," Mom whispered, her tears mingling with the blood on her cheek. "You're better than him. Remember that." I sucked in a breath, forced my hands to uncurl from tight fists, and tried to believe her. "We gotta talk about the terms of our arrangement," Nelson said. "Okay." I hadn't known there was an arrangement. I thought I had an uncle who wanted me, a chance at a family, a normal life. I should have known better. "I own 2 buildings, 10 units each," Nelson said. "I live in the Bluffs Avenue complex. You'll be in the one on Cliffside." I glanced over. "I'm not living with you?" He frowned. "You're 18, aren't you? I was on my own and had a job at 14. But nothing. You've been in California for a hot minute and already dreaming about lazing around on the beach all day? Typical." I gritted my teeth. I'd been working since I was 8, either on juvie work programs or doing chores for whatever foster family would take me in for a few months. The gig at the farm in Manitowoc was 13 hours a day under a boiling sun and shit pay. Don't talk to me about lazy asshole. "What's the job?" I asked. "Apartment management, maintenance, handyman type stuff. You ever do any carpentry?" When I was 16, I was placed with a family who owned a construction company. I learned a few things. "Good. What about plumbing? HVACs?" "Not much." "Not much to know," he said. "I'll teach you. I like to do repairs myself, keep costs down. Keeps me from being ripped off by overpriced so-called professionals who don't know a 1/4-inch pipe from a hole in the ground." I shifted in my seat. My uncle wasn't interested in a family reunion. There weren't going to be any meals at the same table, no watching the game together. I was manual labor, nothing more. My stomach felt hollow, as if I hadn't eaten in years and wasn't about to anytime soon. "What about school?" Nelson frowned. "What school?" "I got 1 more year." He snorted. "Really?" "I missed a grade when all that shit went down. I want to graduate, get a diploma." "Take the test if it means so much to you. You're not going to have time for school. It's a lot of work. When someone moves out, or gets kicked out, then we gotta clean up their mess and get it ready for a new tenant. We have to advertise a vacancy, vet the applicants, then there's rent to collect, and that's a whole other ordeal. You'd think I was running a charity, the excuses I hear." My uncle droned on while a memory surfaced. The last time I really talked to my mom, only 3 days before she died. "Finish school, Ronan," she said, handing me a freshly washed dish to dry. "No matter what happens, don't be like me. I dropped out and it's been nothing but doors slamming shut in my face ever since. The end of the road." Her clear blue eyes turned shadowed, then she beamed at me. "You're smart. Don't let anyone tell you different, and don't let anyone take it away from you." "Take what?" I asked, stacking the dish on the counter. "Your future." I turned to Nelson. "I want to finish school." "That's not the deal." "What is the deal? You want to put me to work?" "In exchange for a roof over your dumb head." He raised his brows at my stony silence. "You got other options? How about that farm, mucking cow shit and sleeping in a barn? If you want to go back, by all means, tell me to stop the car and I'll let you out right now." Like leaving a dog on the side of the road, I thought, as every hope I'd had burned up, one after another. I was on my own again. So fucking be it. "Pull over." Nelson frowned. "Huh?" "You heard me, I said pull over." "Now, hold on, stop the fucking car." Nelson flinched, his hands twisting on the wheel. He slowed and pulled over, trees rising on both sides of the winding road. "This is the middle of nowhere. Look, Ronan..." Maybe I spoke too soon. "Thanks for the ride." I climbed out and slammed the door behind me. Nelson rolled down the passenger window and drove the car at a crawl to keep up with me, desperation in his voice. I guessed he needed me more than he let on. "You gonna leave all your shit in my trunk?" "Yep." "Be smart, Ronan. You got nothing here." I've always had nothing. I kept walking. He leaned across the passenger seat, his tone softening slightly. "Look, I wouldn't have been no kind of parent to a little kid, but I'm here now, and we're family. This situation works for both of us, right? Family. Damn that word again. I stopped walking. There you go, Nelson said. Now get in and... She was going to leave him. He blinked stupidly. Huh? You asked what Mom did to set Dad off? I said, turning my stare flat and hard on Nelson. He came home after a night in jail for roughing her up because they never kept him long enough, never protected her. I didn't protect her. I cleared the thickness from my throat. She told him she was taking me and leaving, so he fucking killed her. Nelson hunched his shoulders, his eyes anywhere but me. Yeah, okay. Don't talk about her ever again. Not her name, nothing. Whatever you say. And I'm going to finish school. Nelson's eyes widened. Full of demands, aren't we? Watch yourself, boy. I didn't move. He spat another curse. It won't work. You'll see. Hard for you and harder for me with the tenants. I started walking. Okay. If you insist, Einstein. Now will you get in the damn car? I climbed back in, my bag on my lap, and slammed the door. Christ, Nelson muttered under his breath as he pulled the car back onto the road. When has anything been easy? Never, that's when. At least we agreed on something. My social worker, Alicia, had told me Santa Cruz was a smallish town, but it seemed huge compared to Manitowok. Street after street of houses, shops, a huge university and a boardwalk with games, rides, and a Ferris wheel that slowly turned in front of the Pacific. Lake Michigan was nothing to the endless blue-green of the ocean that stretched along the coast. Turn around, and there were mountains covered in forests of green, like a mirage after staring at the same hopeless landscape for 18 years. I glanced at Nelson, wondering how the hell he ended up here. Your grandma left me and Russell everything, he said, answering my unspoken question. I got the properties she and Papa invested in 1,000,000 years ago, and your dad got the cash. He snorted. Lucky me. I nodded grimly, thinking of how Mom struggled to pay bills and keep food on the table with money she earned from 2 jobs, while Russ drank and gambled the inheritance away on fantasy sports leagues and local poker games. This is you. Nelson pulled the car into a cracked parking lot. It fronted a cement block of an apartment complex in a neighborhood filled with them. Wrought iron bars covered the bottom windows. Peeling paint and exterior cement steps led to the second level. He pointed at the top corner unit. That one's yours for now. Grab your stuff, I'll show you the place. I followed him up the stairs to the corner unit. A gold and black sticker that said office stuck to the door. Typically managers live on the ground floor, Nelson said. But I got a lady in there with her 2 kids begging me not to move her upstairs. He rolled his eyes as he unlocked the door from a ring of keys. Why doesn't she want to move? The ground unit is bigger, of course. I told her it was up to you. If you want to kick the mouthy bitch out, be my guest. My shoulders tensed. I won't. Take the grand tour and say that again. He shoved the door open and I stepped inside a dark, shabby shoebox. A ratty couch, table, and a single chair were the only furniture in the living room kitchen area. The bedroom was tiny with a futon and a small window with a view of the street. The bathroom was a shower, toilet, and sink. A few dead bugs in the scratched, yellowing porcelain. I tried to picture a mom with 2 kids in here, and my stomach churned. Told ya, Nelson said, misreading my disgusted look. The bottom unit's better. I'm fine here. Don't be stupid. If I were you, I said it's fine. He sighed. Suit yourself. Now let's get to work. Over the next 2 weeks, Nelson had me meet the tenants of the Cliffside Apartments. The mouthy bitch on the ground unit below mine was Marianne Greer, a tired-looking woman in her mid-30s. She had dark circles under her eyes, but there was a fire in them that hadn't gone out. She reminded me of Mom. Her twin girls, Camille and Lillian, looked to be around 6 years old. When Nelson introduced me as their new manager, they'd all stared at me with the same suspicion. I told Marianne I wasn't going to make her move upstairs. Even so, they shut the door on us quick. "You were too nice to her," Nelson had said as we moved to the next shabby door in the shabby complex. "Don't make a habit of it. You gotta watch it with these tenants. Give 'em an inch, they'll take a mile." As far as I could see, the tenants weren't getting much of anything. Nearly all of them had plumbing and heating issues, and their apartments were just as shitty as mine. Or worse, the whole building needed new paint, new pipes, new pavement in the cracked parking lot. During those weeks, I did my best to fix what was broken. Clogged drains, leaky pipes. On my iPhone, a gift from my social worker before leaving Wisconsin, I Googled how to replace heating filaments. I paid for any repair materials out of my own savings because Nelson was too slow, and he was even slower paying me back. The work kept me busy. The first few days of school at Santa Cruz Central High came and went, but on Thursday, I was caught up enough to go. The school was in walking distance, thankfully, since I had no transportation or a paycheck. "You'll live rent-free," Nelson had told me. "I'm supposed to pay you on top of that? How am I—" "You gotta get a job," he said, as if I were stupid. "Between work and keeping the units going, there's no time for school, I told you." "I'm going." He heaved a sigh. "For now. But if things start to fall apart at the complex, I'm yanking you out." Try it. Central High was like a movie. An open outdoor campus with trees and classrooms that were cleaner and better lit than my apartment. I felt like an imposter. I was too old. I'd seen too much. I didn't belong with these students and their smiling faces and their fucking pep rallies. I felt the stares on my tattoos and heard the whispers that I was an escaped convict, a criminal. Nelson was right. But I thought of my mom and kept going. In math class, Ms. Sutter, a sour-looking woman with dark hair and a pinched face, told us to get out our notebooks and pencils while she wrote out equations on an ancient overhead projector. I tapped a pencil on the bare desk. I'd forgotten to buy supplies. "Mr. Wentz, is it?" Sutter asked. "Where's your notebook?" "Forgot," I muttered. She pursed her wrinkly lips. "There is scratch paper by the window. You can use that for today." All eyes were on me as I got up and grabbed a few sheets of paper from an uneven stack on the shelf. I didn't give a shit what anyone thought about me, but the math equations on the projector didn't make any sense. Me being there didn't make any sense. I'd missed too much normal life and would never catch up. "Sorry, Mom. It's too late for me. Too late." I grabbed my backpack and left the class, Ms. Sutter calling after me. I ignored her and headed down one of the cement paths toward the front walk. But the school was huge. When the football field came into view, I knew I'd gone the wrong way. Fuck. I started to turn around when I heard voices and some kind of alarm clock going off. "You don't look so good, Stratton. Gonna piss yourself again?" I peered around the corner. 3 guys were ganging up on a fourth in torn jeans, a jacket, and beanie on his head. His watch was beeping, and he swayed on his feet as if he were drunk. "Get the fuck out of my way," he said weakly to a scrawny red-haired guy wearing board shorts and a sick grin on his face. "I'm good right here," the red-haired guy said, crossing his arms and barring the way. "Kinda curious about what's going to happen next." His 2 friends shifted nervously. "Hey, Frankie, he really doesn't look so good," one said to the red-haired guy. "Yeah, he's got that alarm." "Nah, he's all right, aren't you, Stratton?" The guy, Stratton, looked like shit. Pale, sweaty, hardly able to stand. Frankie gripped him by the back of the neck. "You still wearing that little machine stuck in your guts? What would happen if someone took it out? Just to get a better look?" The fuck? I strode into the small crowd just as Stratton threw a weak upward punch that caught Frankie under the chin. His jaw snapped shut with a clack and a spurt of blood. "You father!" he howled. "I fucking bit my tongue!" Frankie charged, fist cocked. Stratton was in my way. I shoved him aside and slammed my fist into Frankie's oncoming face. Bone and cartilage gave under my knuckles, and he staggered back, crying and cursing. I could feel the others staring, but kept my focus on Frankie, every muscle in my body itching to go if he wanted more. I hoped he wanted more. The vice principal, an oily fucker named Chowder, appeared behind us. "What's all this?" "Father broke my nose," Frankie whined from behind his hand. "Go see the nurse, Dowd," Chowder said, and turned his hard stare on me. "Mr. Wentz, my office. The rest of you get back to class." Stratton's beeping watch drew his attention and cooled the blood in my veins. He looked like hell. Maybe needed an ambulance. "Are you all right?" Chowder asked, annoyed. "Oh, sure," Stratton said, lip curling. "Never better." He staggered away toward a bank of lockers with a kind of tired stoicism. He didn't rat on Frankie or his friends, didn't complain. "He going to be okay?" I asked Chowder as we headed for the admin building. "You broke his nose. A little late for concern, isn't it?" "Not that asshole, the other guy." "Miller will be fine," Chowder said, leading me through the offices of the administration building where counselors and staff talked or worked at their desks. "Why are they fucking with him?" "Watch your language, Mr. Wentz." Chowder indicated I should sit at the chair in front of his desk. "I suspect they were teasing Miller over the fact he was briefly homeless and lived in a car with his mother several years ago." He bent to pull a file from a drawer and slapped it down, then frowned at my dark look. "I'm not telling you something you won't hear by lunch tomorrow. Let it go, Wentz." He tapped the file. "You have bigger problems. Your little stunt basically amounts to assault. That bullying prick deserved it." Chowder arched his brows and consulted my file. "The apple doesn't fall far from the tree in the Wentz family, does it?" I gritted my teeth. "There are other methods, aside from violence, to achieve one's goals." Chowder folded his hands. "How about you take a 3-day suspension to think that over?" When I got out of Chowder's office, Miller Stratton was waiting for me. "You didn't have to do that for me," he said, falling in step as I headed out of the school. "I didn't do it for you," I said, not looking at him. "Then why? Because he killed her and I didn't stop him?" But who wanted to hear that fucked up shit? I shrugged instead and kept walking. Miller kept walking with me. He was better now, not so glassy-eyed or about to fall over, but he carried that same stoicism with him. Wore it like his ratty jacket that was as beat up as mine. "Is it true you lived in a car?" I asked. Miller's eyes flashed anger. "You been on campus for all of 10 minutes and you heard that already? A new record." "Yes, a long time ago. No one seems to be able to forget it." "Then make them forget." "How?" I flexed my fingers that ached a little from clocking Frankie. "Not my way. Don't be like me. Like him." Miller peered up at me. He was a few inches shorter than my 6'2". "The guy you punched? His dad's a cop." A sneer curled my lips. Fuck them both. "What do you have against cops?" I thought of the dozens of late visits from police that ended with my dad cooling off in jail for a night, only to come back the next day more pissed off than ever. Restraining orders that he wiped his ass with like toilet paper. That was shit you couldn't tell a total stranger, but it felt like, with every step we took on that same path, Miller was less and less strange. We walked in easy silence until I got to the corner of the building I managed. I'd turned on the TV before I left that morning. We could hear it droning. "That you?" I nodded. "I'm a block down." Miller stuffed his hands in the pockets of his jacket. "You need to get home?" "Home," I scoffed. I didn't know what that word meant anymore. "No." Miller nodded. His dark blue eyes looked like they'd seen their fair share of shit too. "Follow me." Miller walked us down a path that started behind a parking lot with an abandoned utility shed. It led to the beach, away from the boardwalk with its lights and roller coasters and laughing tourists, and toward the cliffs that gave our neighborhood its name. The way was rocky and hard. We climbed over large rocks where the coast crumbled and spilled into the ocean. Just when I thought we'd have to turn back, it got easier. The water receded, and Miller led us around a huge boulder that blocked our path. On the other side was a small fisherman's shack, weather-beaten and old, but still standing. "Found it 4 days ago," Miller said. "Been coming here every night since, after work." "Yeah?" I examined the small space that had a wooden table, bench, and a window cut into one wall. "Where's work? The arcade? Down at the boardwalk?" I nodded and sat on the bench. "You can see the ocean." Miller jammed his hands into his pockets again. "Yeah, it's nice. A good place to just get the fuck away from everything." "Precisely." "You looked sick earlier," I said. "What's with the watch? That part of it?" "It's an alarm. My blood sugars were low." Miller lifted his shirt to show me a small white device stuck on his abdomen. "I have diabetes." I nodded, and then an old childhood memory, one of the rare decent ones, came back to me. I covered a smile so Miller wouldn't think I was making fun of him. Too late. "Something funny?" he asked, a suspicious edge to his voice. "I knew a girl when I was a kid, 5 years old," I said, and then the laughter came at me like a wildfire, taking me off guard. "Her aunt had diabetes. The kid called it diabetides." Miller stared at me, and then the laughter spread to him too. "No one corrected her?" I shook my head. "Would you?" "Hell no. We lost our shit over that stupid word, like it was the funniest thing we'd ever heard. But I hadn't laughed in ages, and I bet Miller hadn't either." "Shit, haven't thought of that in years," I said when we could breathe again. Miller wiped his eyes. "That's a winner. Diabetides? Sounds like something my mom's new boyfriend would call it, on purpose." I caught the subtext instantly. Our laughter vanished. "He's one of those?" "Yeah, one of those." I stared out at the small window, to the ocean crashing over the sand again and again, leaving it smooth. A fresh start. That's what I'd come here for, and I'd nearly given up school on day one. I could keep going, for me and Miller too. I touched the owl tattoo on my right shoulder. Mom would want me to watch out for him. I'll help him, because I'm not like my father. I'm fucking not. "They won't fuck with you anymore." Miller frowned, confused. Then suspicion swarmed back over his face. "You going to be my bodyguard or something? Forget it, I can take care of myself." I cocked my head, waiting. He wasn't used to people doing shit for him without a price either. "Okay," he said finally. And with that one word, something settled between us, became solid and real. He gathered up his stuff. "I gotta get to work. Stay as long as you want. It's yours now, too." He didn't say it, but I heard it in his voice. Miller Stratton was like me, a loner who'd been dealt a shit hand. But he didn't bitch and moan. He handled his business and got on with it. I respected that. I stayed until the sun set. I didn't want to leave, but it was getting dark. Old pieces of driftwood lay scattered around. I dug a shallow pit in the sand with my hands and tossed in the driftwood. Next time I'd bring lighter fluid. Then I could stay as long as I wanted. Except I needed to eat, eventually. I dragged myself away from the shack, back to the parking lot and my empty apartment. I heated up a frozen dinner while the TV blared sports news and scanned a local paper's want ads. I made a few calls and lined up a couple one-time gigs, and one longer job building a shed in an old lady's backyard. The timing was good. I'd caught up with the tenants' requests and had 3 days of suspension to kill. I ate the dinner and watched a football game, then sports talk about the game, and still, it was only 11 p.m. But it was a new town, a fresh start. Maybe I could sleep like a normal person. Maybe it'd be okay. I curled up on the shitty futon and eventually dozed off. The nightmare was waiting. The thud of his bootsteps across our kitchen. The slide of her jeans against the linoleum as she tried to back away. The bat rising and coming down. Again and again and again. I woke up to my own screams. The sheets drenched in sweat, the reverberations of the bat still running through me like aftershocks. I sucked in deep breaths until I felt steady, then threw on some clothes, laced up my boots. So much for fresh fucking starts. Outside, I stared into a dark, quiet night and began to walk.
Chapter 3. Shiloh. That Friday, the end of the first week of school, I woke at 5 a.m., like usual. Dawn had just begun to creep into my bedroom that was impeccably neat and yet completely full of everything that was me. Bibi called it my nest. You're like a magpie collecting beautiful, shiny things. My best friend, Violet, called it a reflection of my creative energy. My full-sized bed was tucked in one corner to make room for shelves filled with books about metalwork, gemology, crystal energy, artist biographies, and poetry collections. Collages hung on every available wall space along with mandalas I'd drawn in black ink and a few watercolors from my brief foray into painting. Pencil sketches and doodles were stacked in neat piles on my desk under the window beside planners and notebooks full of to-do lists, each with every item scratched off. I flipped on the multicolored lights hung where the wall met the ceiling. Their soft glow gave the room a dim but colorful ambiance I loved. I put on some prints and sat at my desk to draw, and in 20 minutes I had a rough sketch for a new piece. A ring where thin strands of metal, copper and silver probably, coiled around a semi-precious stone like a vine. This afternoon's work in the garage. I smiled. I make my own shiny things. Of all my creative outlets, making jewelry pulled me the strongest. The work was difficult. It required a lot of skill, materials, and time. Early mornings, late nights, and weekends. If I didn't give it everything, the nothing feeling would swoop in, whispering I was a mistake my mother never wanted. I held up the drawing of the ring. It wasn't curing cancer, but it was what I had to give, to put something beautiful in the world that wasn't there before. The clock read 6:30. I exchanged the headscarf I slept in for a shower cap, showered, then ran through my morning hair care routine. My cousin Letitia was an artist herself, I thought as I sprayed Shea moisturizer on my scalp and along the hundreds of perfect little braids that fell softly around my shoulders. Not for the first time, I considered taking her up on her offer to fly back to NOLA in 6 weeks for a touch-up at her salon. Maybe I'd barge in on Mama and demand answers about her, my father. Maybe then the hollow feeling inside would be filled up with the truth. Maybe you don't want to know the truth. The warm smells of breakfast seeped into my sanctuary, dispelling cold thoughts. I dressed in a sundress in yellow and strappy sandals. A half-dozen coppery bracelets slid down my wrists, and I slipped on a silver and turquoise ring I'd made earlier that summer. Before I stepped out, I checked my horoscope desk calendar with its prediction for the day. Be prepared for something unexpected. I scoffed. Nothing was unexpected. I planned and prepared to make sure of that. I joined Bibi in the kitchen where she was at the stove, presiding over pancakes and bacon. She shuffled around the small space in a white house dress and slippers, her robe sweeping over the old linoleum. "Morning, Bibi," I said, pecking her cheek. "Good morning, honey pie. Grab a seat. There's fresh cantaloupe." I sat at the two big dining table tucked between the kitchen and living room. A bowl of sliced melon sat amid the ceramic tea set in the center. Bibi made her way from the stove with 2 plates in her hands and joined me. In her own house, it was nearly impossible to tell her vision was all but gone, or that she was 80 years old. She set a plate in front of me while I refilled her teacup from the ceramic pot. "How was your first week as a senior?" Bibi asked. "Anything new and exciting on the horizon for this year?" "Not much," I said. "There are a couple of new guys in our grade this year. Roman or Roland somebody. He's in my history class, allegedly. So far, he's been a no-show. The other guy, Holden Parrish, is rumored to be a billionaire." "A billionaire. My. I don't know if that's true, but he's a stone-cold hottie, and the girls are throwing themselves at his feet, which is hilarious because I'm 99% sure he's gay. Bibi grinned over her teacup. And how is Miss Violet? Is she throwing herself at this handsome new gentleman? Not remotely. She has a grand plan to date the star quarterback of the football team and lock Miller in the friend zone permanently. Meanwhile, poor Miller is still playing guitar and singing love songs to her every night. I sighed. New year, same story. My best friend had met Miller Stratton when we were 13. He'd been homeless then, living out of a car with his mom, and his situation had gone straight to Violet's soft heart. A beautiful friendship grew between them, though beautiful friendship was Violet's phrase. It was obvious to everyone, me mostly, that what they had went a lot deeper than friendship. A shame, Bibi said. What is she waiting for? She has her reasons for keeping things where they are. I don't agree with them, but I respect them. Just as you have your reasons for not letting that young man in Louisiana be more than a summer fling. It's different with Violet and Miller. It's so obvious they belong together that them not being together doesn't make sense. Bibi lifted her teacup. I'm going to remember you said that so one day I can hold it against you. I laughed. You're like the auntie from that matchmaking show, trying to get everyone a happily ever after. No, dear, just you. She set her cup on its saucer with both hands. What else? What's the news? Chance Blaylock is throwing his annual back-to-summer rager tomorrow night. Are you going? I have too much work to do, orders to fill. Bibi humphed. New year, same story. I see what you did there. Shiloh, you were in the garage until nearly midnight last night. I love that you give so much of yourself to your work, but don't get FML. I choked on my orange juice. FML? Isn't that what young people say when you don't want to feel left behind? FOMO, I said, laughing. Fear of missing out. What does FML mean? I can't tell you. It's inappropriate for your young ears. Bibi snorted and swatted my hand. At the very least, go to the party to spend time with your best friend. Violet and I are fine. I doubted the words as they left my mouth. Even before my trip to New Orleans, I wasn't seeing her as much as I used to. Evelyn Gonzalez, the queen bee, and her crew had taken Violet under their wing. My shy bookworm friend might even get herself nominated to the homecoming court. Anyway, you know that alcohol makes me violently ill. I shot her a grin. So does listening to shitty house music. Bibi sighed. I can't argue. Here I am, building you a better workspace. What do you call that? An enabler. I've become your enabler. I laughed and took our plates to the sink. Which reminds me, don't let the handyman come in the house until I get home. Nonsense, I'll be fine. Which reminds me, Detective Harris came by yesterday. Again? I waggled my eyebrows. Did he bring a guitar and sing you love songs too? Wouldn't you like to know? She shot back with a sly smile. I grinned. My grandmother knew everyone in the city, and they all loved her. Because she practices what she preaches. Her heart is open. Mine was too. I argued as I rinsed the dishes and put them in the washer. I loved Bibi. I loved Violet. I'd lay down my life for either of them. What more did I need? I want you to be careful out there, Shiloh, Bibi said, as I dried my hands and packed up my school bag, her tone suddenly grave. Detective Harris told me one of the officers at his precinct had to be disciplined again. Mitch Dowd, I believe his son is in your grade." "Frankie," I said, "he's a little prick. His father's a big prick. He's got something of a bad temper, I hear. A short fuse and an excess of pride. The worst combination." Sounds like a real winner. Harris used the word psychotic. Christ, and he's still on the job? Likely not for much longer. But Shiloh, if Dowd pulls you over, I know what to do, no matter who pulls me over. I pecked her cheek. "I gotta run. You'll be okay?" "Of course. Call me if you need anything." "I will. And Shiloh," she called when I was at the kitchen door that led to the garage, "I might not agree with your boundaries, but I respect them." I smiled, warmth filling my chest. "I love you, BB," I said, the words coming easily, without hesitation. There is nothing wrong with my heart, I thought in the garage, climbing into the boat of a Buick. It's open for exactly the right people. At school, I kept my earbuds in between classes. Hunger by Florence and the Machine filled my head while the rest of the school populace bustled around me, talking and laughing, full of new school year energy that'd wear off in a week. I caught sight of Miller Stratton trudging across the quad alone, head down, shoulders hunched. He met my eye and gave me a wave. I waved in return. The boy looked like he carried the weight of the world on his back. I wished Violet would help him carry the burden a little. But then, who was I to talk? I carried my own shit and was just fine. But when Violet joined me in history, our last class of the day, her dark blue eyes were heavy and had Miller Stratton written all over them. She was miserable and beautiful at the same time. This is why I don't get involved with boys. "Hey," I said, "you okay?" She put on her Violet McNamara everything's fine smile. "Sure. You look pretty shy, as usual. That's stunning." She reached over and touched the turquoise and silver ring on my index finger. "A Barrera original, I presume. Free advertising. You're a genius, and you're deflecting in a really complimentary way. What's going on?" Violet was saved from answering. Our history teacher, Mr. Baskin, a heavy-set guy with a graying beard and large glasses, took the podium at the front of the class. We all grew quiet as he called roll. He got to the W's and frowned. "Wentz. Wentz?" No answer. "Oh, that's right. Suspended." He made a check in his roll book, then restarted the movie on the whiteboard that we'd begun last time, a documentary on the Russian Revolution. When the room was dark and the movie rolling, I leaned to Violet. "Okay, Miss Friends with TMZ. Who is this new guy who keeps not showing up?" "Ronan Wentz," she whispered back. "Evelyn says he's suspended for punching Frankie Dowd. Broke his nose." My hero. That shithead had it coming. The heaviness in Violet's eyes deepened. "He was giving Miller a hard time. Again. Frankie's psychotic. Gets it from his dad." I gave her the rundown on Mitch Dowd from what BB had told me that morning. If this guy Ronan broke Frankie's nose, his dad is going to be out for blood. Mr. Baskin glanced up from his desk and shot us a warning look. Violet and I pretended to watch the film, though I could practically feel the angst wafting off her like perfume. After a few minutes, she leaned back to me. "Did Miller mention to you about his mom having a new boyfriend?" "No. He's been pretty quiet lately. Why?" "I think he's not a good guy. Miller won't tell me much, and I don't think he's coming over anymore. I think—" "What?" Violet started to speak, then changed her mind. She forced another smile. Nothing. You're so lucky, Shy. You know who you are and what you want. You're going to open your own shop the minute we graduate, and you won't let anything or anyone stand in your way. My brow furrowed. You're going to med school, Vi, to become a surgeon. No one works harder than you. I know, but sometimes I feel like I'm missing something fundamental that's putting me off balance. But you're so whole. She smiled faintly and waved a hand. Never mind me. I'm just being silly. PMS, probably. Mr. Baskin cleared his throat, shooting us another look from his desk. Violet took notes on the film while her words churned in my head. I had no idea who my father was, and my mother's love for me was like a dimmer switch flickering on the lowest setting. If I was whole, it was because I was holding myself together with a patchwork of glue. My art, BB, and my ambition to prove to my mother I wasn't a mistake. Not that I ever told any of that to Violet or confided my fears to her the way she did me. Someday, she's going to get tired of spilling her guts when I never give her anything in return. I leaned over to Violet and touched her arm. Hey, I'm here for you. Anytime. You know that, right? She smiled softly and clasped my hand. Of course. Thanks, Shy. But her hand slipped off mine, and I couldn't help but feel she was slipping further away from me, too. By the time class was over, I'd decided to bite the bullet and take BB's advice. This is going to suck, but Vi's worth it. You still going to Chance's party tomorrow night? I asked as we headed back out into the sunshine. Her face brightened instantly, and then Evelyn Gonzalez swooped in. She looked like Ariana Grande, perfect makeup, tight black clothes, and a ponytail that swept her shoulders. Of course she is, Evelyn said. And so is a certain quarterback. There will be alcohol and my infamous version of 7 minutes in the closet. It's going to be lit. Violet blushed up to her hairline. That's a yes, she said to me. Why? Are you? Nah, just wanted to make sure you weren't going to be there alone, I said quickly. Evelyn took Violet's hand in hers and swung them as if they were in elementary school. I'll never let her out of my sight, except when she and River Whitmore need their alone time in the closet. I smiled thinly. Great. You sure you won't come, Shy? Violet asked. Evelyn was watching me, her smile not touching her eyes. I have too much work to do, I said. But go, have fun, be safe. Yes, Mom, Evelyn said with a laugh, and pulled Violet away. That afternoon, I came home from school to find BB in the kitchen squeezing lemons from our tree. Sprigs of mint and basil leaves, also from our garden, lay on the cutting board. I hugged her from behind and rested my chin on her shoulder. Your famous fancy lemonade. What's the occasion? BB reached up and patted my cheek. No occasion. The young man out back needs a break. He's been weeding that mess for an hour. I groaned and retrieved a bottle of seltzer water from the fridge while BB added sugar to the lemon juice. I told you not to let him in while you're here by yourself. No one wants to hurt a harmless little old lady like me. She poured the seltzer and the lemonade over ice in 2 mason jars, then added the mint and basil leaves. No, they just might rob you blind, literally. Besides, she continued, stirring the jars, turning the delicious concoction a pale green, I have good instincts about people. This boy is quiet, respectful. She handed me the glasses. One for you, one for him. See for yourself who's building your shed, and then tell me he's not a perfect gentleman. Shoo! I obeyed, mostly because I wanted to confirm she hadn't invited a respectful serial killer into our home. I strode to the back of the house and stopped short at the screen door that led to our large, overgrown backyard. A tall guy, 6 feet if not more, with short dark hair was bent over a rake, clearing weeds from a patch of land next to the patio. He wore jeans with a black tank, revealing powerful arms and several tattoos. The muscles of his back and shoulders slid and moved under smooth, sweat-slicked skin. A hyper-realistic owl, inked in all black and white, except for stark orange eyes, watched me watching him. I stood like a dope while the guy paused in his work and arched his back, revealing a profile straight out of an artist's manual. High cheekbones, thick brows, a long straight nose and luscious mouth with full lips. Okay, so he's a beautiful serial killer. I clutched the mason jars to my chest as I opened the screen door. The guy turned at the sound and leveled intense gray eyes on me. Eyes that, had I been that type of girl, would have knocked me on my ass. Cold and flat like slate, they warmed instantly at the sight of me. His mouth, that had been a grim line, fell open a little. Then he shut it all down, his gaze turning hard and stony as he watched me cross the patio. Shields up. Right back at you, pal. Hey, I said, keeping my voice as steady as my eye contact. From BB.
Thanks,
the guy said, his voice deep and masculine, a man's voice. He accepted the lemonade with relentless eye contact of his own, taking me in and not letting me go. I tilted my chin, unwilling to break first. I'm Shiloh.
Ronan.
I blinked. Damn it. Ronan Wentz? He nodded, taking a sip of the sparkling lemonade. You're in my history class, I said. Your name's in the roll book, anyway. Another nod. A bead of sweat trickled down the axe blade of his cheekbone, down to his square jaw. I cleared my throat. Where have you been?
Work, and now suspension.
He said it simply enough. Everything about him seemed simple. His clothes that had seen better days, his scuffed boots, and the way he moved, directly and deliberately. Except for his eyes. There was depth there. The kind you'd get lost in if he let you. I snorted at my own ridiculous thoughts. Now that Ronan had his lemonade, and I'd confirmed in all likelihood he wasn't a serial killer, I should have left him to it. But he wasn't the want-ad handyman I'd expected. He was a high schooler, even if he didn't look like that either. His eyes were hooded, almost haunted. Whatever they'd seen had set him apart in some intangible way. It gave him an aura of intense loneliness that hung over him like a shadow. I didn't like it, and I didn't like that I didn't like it. It won't kill you to be friendly to him, new kid and all. Only this guy was no kid. He was a man in every sense of the word. Something in his past had rushed him into adulthood, and a not-so-small part of me needed to prove I could be in his space and not melt into a puddle at his feet. BB said it's sprig time. I nodded at the small wrought iron table with 2 chairs in the middle of the patio. You want to have a sit for a minute?
Sure.
He sounded less than thrilled. He lowered his tall frame of lean muscle into a chair at the table and went at the sparkling lemonade, downing huge gulps that made his Adam's apple move under the sweat-glistened skin on his throat. I brushed a cluster of braids off my shoulder. The afternoon suddenly seemed hotter. So, you're new to Santa Cruz? He nodded. Where did you move from?
Manitowoc, Wisconsin. Got here a few weeks ago.
How do you like it here so far? He shrugged.
It's better than where I was.
Holy shit. I felt the weight of the subtext in those 6 words, as if he'd packed his body with muscles to carry it all, and to fight back. I heard you're suspended for punching Frankie Dowd. Another nod. My friend Violet said you were protecting Miller Stratton.
You could say that.
I didn't realize you and Miller were friends.
We are now.
I furrowed my brow. Talking to this guy was like walking a maze and hitting only dead ends. I had to keep turning to keep the convo going. Well, I'm not glad you're suspended, but Frankie's been a dick to Miller for years, and Miller can only fight back so much. Ronan's gray eyes hardened.
Why? The diabetes?
That, but also he's a musician. Plays guitar. If his hands get banged up, he won't be able to play. He nodded again, almost to himself.
He doesn't have to worry about Frankie anymore.
That's heroic of you, but Frankie's dad's a cop.
So I heard.
So he's not going to be happy that you broke his son's nose. Ronan shrugged. Bibi says he's a psycho. You're not worried about payback? He inhaled through his nose, chin tilting up.
No.
I pursed my lips. Maybe he wasn't an intense loner after all, just a typical alpha male flexing his muscle to show how tough he was. Yawn. But those muscles. Against my will, my gaze went to his spectacular arms and the tattoos inking his skin. A half sleeve on his right arm, wrist to elbow, showed a clock face with Roman numerals surrounded by lilies. At quick glance, the time read a little after 10. On his inner left forearm, a right hand stabbed the left straight through the palm with a medieval-looking dagger. A drop of blood hung off the tip and dripped onto the words, "Hands, remember." Remember what? His right pectoral bore a quote that I couldn't read. His tank covered most of it, and I sure as hell wasn't going to ask. But the owl on his right shoulder was so realistic, it looked like it could take flight at any moment. I tore my gaze from it to see Ronan watching me. How old are you anyway?
18. 19 in March.
His eyes dropped to his lemonade glass, his low voice laced with bitterness.
And no, I'm too fucking old for high school.
I wasn't going to say that. I only asked because most guys in class don't have ink yet. Not to mention, you seem young to be taking on Frankie's dad. Ronan's gaze came back to me.
I can handle it.
And this time there was no bravado, only a kind of resignation. I got the feeling that a pissed-off Mitch Dowd wasn't the worst thing Ronan Wentz had ever contended with. What about your parents? I asked, letting my tone soften slightly.
I don't live with my parents,
Ronan said.
I live with my uncle over at Cliffside.
Miller lives in that neighborhood. I shot him a dry smile. But I'm sure you know that, seeing as you two are besties now. Ronan's lips twitched in what passed for his version of a smile. A short silence fell, but it wasn't a bad one. Ronan didn't seem itching to get out of the chair anymore. He glanced around the large, overgrown yard and at the house behind me with longing in his gray eyes.
It's nice here,
he said. He nodded at his empty mason jar.
And that was good.
Without thinking, I pushed my untouched glass to him. Suspicion flooded his expression. You need it more than I do, I said. Working in this heat, I mean.
Thanks.
He made no move to touch it. The conversation had sputtered to a halt, but apparently I wasn't in a hurry to leave the table either. How is it, living with your uncle?
It is what it is.
Any brothers or sisters?
No.
Same. I'm a loner too, just me and Bibi.
Your grandmother?
Great-grandmother. My grandmother's mom. She died before I was born.
What about your parents? Are they dead too?
Are they? I crossed my arms. That's direct. Where are yours?
Dead.
I stared.
My mom when I was 8, he said. My dad a few years later. I only asked because... Never mind.
Because why?
Forget it.
This guy is so damn frustrating. But my ire was already flaming out. I couldn't stay irritated at someone who'd lost both parents at such a young age. To answer your very blunt question, I said, my mom's in New Orleans with the rest of our family. As for my dad, I have no idea if he's alive or dead. Only Mama knows that, and she's not talking.
Do you talk to her much? Your mom?
Ronan asked, his voice low. Not much, I admitted. We're not close.
To put it mildly,
I thought, and it suddenly struck me how much I'd shared with this guy, a virtual stranger. Ronan's brand of honesty, rough and unpolished and unapologetic, had done more in a few minutes to dismantle my privacy than anyone else had done, including Violet. Anyway, I'll let you get back to work.
You're the one I'm building the shed for, right?
For my business, I make jewelry. Now I work in the garage, but Bibi doesn't want me breathing in fumes or burning the house down. Ronan's gaze went to the ring on my finger and the bracelets on my arms, then lingered on my skin, skimming up to my neck, my chin, my mouth. I imagined I could feel his gaze wherever it landed, sending little shivers. Nope, I'm out. I stood abruptly. Speaking of which, I have work. I should get back. Ronan stood at the same time and pulled a piece of paper from his back pocket.
This is what I was thinking about for the shed if you want to take a look, since it's going to be yours.
You drew up plans? I asked, impressed he was taking this gig seriously. He clearly mistook my surprise. His eyes turned flatter if that were possible.
Because it's so hard?
No, I just meant... I gave my head a shake. Never mind. Let me see. I reached across the table for the paper. On it was a finely rendered workshed, the measurements reading 10 feet by 12 feet. It had a slanted lean-to roof, double doors, and even a window on one side. Wow, I said. This looks perfect. Expensive.
I'll stay within budget,
Ronan said, sitting on the edge of the table, arms crossed. The scent of shower soap, plain and generic, and the heat of his skin wafted over me. His hand came up, his finger tracing a line on the paper.
This is where you can run electricity for lighting and your tools. I'm not certified. You'll have to hire another guy for that.
No need, I said, and no budget. No matter what Bibi says, I'm not letting her drain her savings for me. My hand torch runs on batteries, and I'll run an extension cord for my soldering stick.
A decent camping lantern should work too, if you're out here after dark.
I will be. I looked over the plans again. This looks great, Ronan, I said, and immediately regretted saying his name. An inexplicable flush of heat swept over me as the sounds rolled off my tongue. I raised my eyes to his. Ronan towered over my 5'7". My heart stuttered at how close his square jaw and full lips were to mine. The hard, stony gray of his eyes was now smoky and soft. Yeah, so thanks, I said, clearing my throat and stepping back from him.
Yep.
He held out his hand. What?
The plans.
Oh, right. Jesus, girl. Ronan stuffed the paper into the back pocket of his jeans and turned away from me to pick up the rake. I took his empty mason jar, leaving the other for him. He could drink it or not. What did I care? But against my will, I glanced at him over my shoulder. My heart tripped to see he was stealing a glance at me, too. We both looked away and I hurried into the house. No, I do not get flustered. Bibi was on the couch knitting. Lucy and Ethel curled around her feet.
Well?
BB asked, not looking up.
Can we keep him?
I coughed. Yeah, he's fine. Goes to Central, turns out.
Oh?
BB's needles flew.
Isn't that something? I thought he seemed pretty young for a serial killer.
Right. So, I'll be in the garage. I put the glass in the sink and hurried to the safety of my workshop to throw myself into my work. The ring I'd sketched that morning, a piece for my eventual shop. I rummaged in a bag of semi-precious gemstones I'd ordered from a wholesaler that had cost me a semi-precious fortune. I imagined the coils of metal would hold something vibrant and rich. Malachite, maybe. I found myself reaching for the smoky quartz instead. Stop! I scolded myself. He's hot. There. You admitted it. Now get back to work. But Jalen Jackson was hot too, and he'd fallen out of my thoughts the minute I left New Orleans. Ronan Wentz was something unexpected. And I was going to have this guy at my house, in my class at school. Every day. Inescapable. Nothing can stand in your way. Not one thing. I put the gray stone back in the bag.
Chapter 4. Ronin. I dragged the rake through the weeds as Shiloh started back for the house. I snuck a final glance as if to convince myself a girl like that was fucking real and not a mirage or an Egyptian queen in the flesh. Hundreds of black braids fell around the light brown skin of her shoulders that glowed in the late afternoon sun. That light glinted off the bracelets and rings she'd probably made herself. Christ, she was beautiful. Her dark eyes soft but sharp with intelligence, and guarded. She didn't give anything away for free. You had to earn this girl's time and trust, and would probably feel like a fucking king if you did. My stupid heart stopped as she glanced back at me. Our eyes met, sparking a jolt in my chest. We both looked away quickly, and she disappeared into the house, her dress sliding like water over her body. I hacked at the ground mercilessly. Fuck my life. I didn't need this torture. The house, the yard, the goddamn lemonade. It was already too much. And now Shiloh. Forget her. No more conversations or asking personal shit. No more nothing. Because nothing was what I had to offer a girl like that. I finished up for the afternoon and grabbed my old fleece-lined denim jacket from the back of the patio chair. The scent of fresh-baked cookies hit me before I even touched the screen door. "Ms. Barrera?" I called. The old lady was mostly blind. I didn't want to scare her. "In here, darling." I stepped inside, making sure to wipe my boots on the porch mat first so my footprints wouldn't dirty their floors. A plate of chocolate chip cookies was cooling on the kitchen counter. My stomach growled, and so did that old hunger that went deeper than flesh and bone. The Barrera household was a goddamn buffet. Cozy and warm, and crammed with photos and antique furniture, glass cabinets of old lady knickknacks, and trees made out of wires and beads. Traces of home-cooked meals lingered in the air. The entire place felt like a kind of wealth I'd never known or understood. Not in money, but in every other thing that mattered. It was hard to believe this house, this home, and my crappy, empty apartment existed in the same town. Ms. Barrera sat knitting, with her 2 gray cats curled next to her on the couch. Shiloh was nowhere to be seen, thank God. I stunk with sweat and needed to get the fuck out of there. "How is it out there? Not too hot, I hope?" "No, ma'am." "You met my great-granddaughter?" "Yes, ma'am." "Hope she didn't give you a hard time." "No, she's fine. She's a work of art." "Good. She can be rather direct." Which I liked too much. There was a lot about Shiloh I liked too much. I cleared my throat and pulled a second folded paper from my pocket. "This is the supply list. I called around to a bunch of places to make sure you've got the best prices." I handed it to her and quickly backed off. "Aren't you a doll?"
My eyes aren't what they used to be, but I trust this is just right. I'll have Shiloh place the order today.
Yep. Same time tomorrow?
Nonsense. Tomorrow is Saturday. The weekends are for fun. Though I wish someone would tell that to my granddaughter.
Her eyes widened with a sudden thought.
Shiloh tells me you're in her senior class at Central.
Yes, ma'am.
There's a party tomorrow night with one of your classmates. A real rager, I hear.
I coughed. Okay.
Wouldn't it be marvelous if you and Shiloh attended together? You could get to know your classmates and get shy out of that garage.
She beamed in my direction.
What do you think, darling?
The woman had to be more blind than I thought if she wanted me to take her granddaughter anywhere. I don't think so, Miss Barrera.
Please call me Bibi.
She smiled into her knitting.
Too bad. I just figured since you go to the same school and all.
She chuckled.
Shiloh worried you were a cold-blooded killer.
I stiffened. Chowder's words coming back. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Bibi sensed a shift in the air and looked up, finding me with her hazy brown eyes.
I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable, dear. Shiloh would screech to hear me meddle in her affairs.
She smiled gently.
There are fresh cookies on the counter. Please help yourself before you go.
For a second, I thought about Mary Ann Greer's twin girls in the apartment below mine. Kids loved cookies, but there was no way in hell I was going to take anything out of this house. I already felt like an invader, barging in their perfect home and selling it with my presence. No, thanks. I should go.
Suit yourself, but next time I'll insist. See you Monday, darling.
Yep. I went out, closing the door behind me, closing it on Ms. Barrera's mothering smile and her darlings and her granddaughter, who was the most beautiful goddamn thing I'd seen in so many ugly years. She's a cathedral while I'm a broken-down strip mall. As if to prove it, I walked to the Cliffside complex. The cement block of apartments looked even poorer after the Barrera household. My own place was like a bad joke. I'd scrubbed it clean when I first moved in, but the grime of poverty and solitude infiltrated every corner. I tried to imagine Shiloh here. Not going to happen, ever, and you know it. Yeah, I knew it. Uncle Nelson had hung a box of maintenance requests outside my door. For when you're playing school and someone needs you, he said with an eye roll. The tenants all had my cell number, too, for emergencies, but the box was empty and my cell phone quiet. I fired up a frozen dinner and scrolled my phone while I ate, waiting for the night to be over. Around 7 o'clock, the door banged shut downstairs. Mary Ann Greer's daughters squealed and laughed, tearing around while she started dinner. They deserved a house like the Barreras, warm and safe, with chocolate chip cookies from a decent oven, not delivered by the weirdo who lived upstairs. They're making the best of it. I showered, changed into boxer shorts and an undershirt, and laid down on the lumpy futon in the bedroom that smelled like old piss and tried to make the best of it. The next afternoon I fixed a nasty clog in 2C's toilet, and then the rest of the day and night unrolled in front of me like an endless stretch of hours with nothing to fill them. The old hollow hunger had started to hit me when I remembered the shack. Unless Miller was there, I'd still be alone. But it was a better kind of alone, cleaner. I hit the convenience store for lighter fluid and beer. The young guy behind the counter didn't card me. The tattoos helped, but I didn't look 18 anyway. I didn't feel 18. When my dad picked up that baseball bat, he beat my childhood out of me, too. Miller showed up at the shack an hour after I did, carrying a banged-up guitar case. He sat down on a small boulder in front of the fire pit and laid the case over his lap. I caught Chet fucking with it, he said, answering my look. I'll have to bring it everywhere from now on. Here, to school, fucking asshole. My skin grew hot at the thought of his mom's low-life boyfriend messing with that guitar. I remembered what Shiloh had said about Miller needing his hands to play, to make something of himself. There wasn't much I was good for, no talents or special skills, but Miller was fucking smart, and he thought about what he said before he said it. I nearly asked him to play and handed him a beer instead. We shot the shit for a few minutes, and then I caught him taking in my tattoos the way Shiloh had.
Except when she did it, there'd been more than curiosity there. I felt it wherever her brown eyes landed on my skin, had noticed her lips parting just a little. Cut it out. I buried thoughts of Shiloh and told Miller my story. I said the words that tasted like blood, but the shack was a place where you could be yourself, no matter how fucked up. Still, I waited for Miller to decide I must be too much of a psycho to hang out with anymore, but he let it be and said nothing. What could he say anyway? Nothing that would change what happened. Nothing I could do either. My chance to stop my dad had passed, and I'd never get it back. When I returned from gathering more driftwood for the fire, Miller was messing with his guitar. "It's about time," I said. "Don't play much for people." "Why not?" "Don't know. Besides, you don't want to hear the shit I've been writing." I dumped the wood over the smoldering remains of the first fire I'd lit. "How the fuck do you know that?" "What kind of music do you listen to?" "Heavy stuff. Melvins, Tool." "Yeah, what I play is not that. Mostly, I've been writing songs for a girl." "A girl." I popped another beer and handed it over. "Now I really feel bad that you can't get drunk." "Amen," he said, and we clinked beer bottles. Thanks to his diabetes, Miller was stuck with a 2-beer maximum. "What's the story?" I asked. "You'll just call me a pussy, tell me to fuck someone else and to get over it." "Yeah, maybe I will." He laughed, but it collapsed into a sigh. "It's hopeless is what it is. She's perfect and rich, and I'm a poor bastard without a working pancreas." I snorted a laugh. "Her name is Violet," Miller said, his eyes on the fire. "When I was 13, I passed out in her backyard, pissed myself, and woke up in the hospital to see her sitting there, looking like a mess, crying over me. Because she cared, you know? I didn't know. I'd never had a girl cry over me. Couldn't imagine it. That was the moment I knew she was it for me. Always." Miller's voice turned bitter. "And the same day we swore a blood oath to stay friends. Violet's idea." He took off his beanie and ran a hand through his brown hair. "So there you go. Yep, you need to fuck someone else and get over it." I was going to stay out of his business like he'd stayed out of mine, but I remembered all the times my mother was ready to take me and get the hell away from Dad and never did, and then one day it was too late. "No, that's bullshit," I said. "You need to tell her." Miller frowned. "She's hell-bent on us being friends. She thinks it'd ruin us if we tried to be more." "So? Tell her anyway." "I can't. She'd shoot me down and things would never be the same. Though, I guess they're pretty fucked already." "So don't talk to her," I said. "Just, I don't know, kiss her." Shiloh's perfect lips rose in my mind. I took a sip of beer to wash the imagined taste of her out of my mouth. "No way," Miller said. "Why the hell not?" He made a sour face. Fucking boundaries, for one thing. She's told me how she feels explicitly. Friends. I have to honor that." I snorted and finished off my beer. "What can I do?" Miller asked miserably. "I told you we swore a blood oath." "When you were kids. Does she suspect you like her?" "Not exactly." "Where is she now?" "I don't know." Miller kicked at the sand at his feet. "There's a party tonight. She'll be there." "So go to the party and tell her." "I just said, you gotta fight, man," I said, practically shouted. Visions of my mom, bloody and motionless on the kitchen floor, came at me out of nowhere, and me crawling across the blood-smeared linoleum to help her, but I was too late. "You fight," I said, "because if you don't, it'll be too late, and too late is fucking death." Miller stared, shocked. I looked away and forced my hands to unclench, waiting for him to tell me to take my crazy shit and get the fuck out. But he didn't. "She needs me to be her friend," he said after a minute. "She needs me." "So you're her pack mule. You carry all her shit and try to make life easy on her because you care about her. What about you?" Miller started to answer but then grew quiet, thinking. Finally, he put his guitar back in its case and stood up. "You want to come?" he asked. "I mean, it's probably going to be a bunch of drunk jocks playing beer pong to shit music." "I'm coming," I said, kicking sand over the fire. "I told you I got your back." "Why?" I stared. After everything he knew about me, He wanted to know why I bothered to hang out with him.
"You don't annoy the living shit out of me," I said gruffly. "Good enough?" He grinned. "Good enough." I turned to grab my jacket so he couldn't see my face. The party was just what Miller had said it would be. Chance Blaylock, the center for the football team, invited half the school to his place at the start of every year. His team was wasted and playing beer pong in the kitchen while a sound system blasted popular music all over the huge house. We pushed through a crowd of dancers, Miller searching for Violet among the faces in the dark. I realized I was searching the crowds for a face, too. Leave her alone. We made it to the patio outside where lights were strung up. The crowd was thinner, people were talking and drinking in smaller groups by the pool. "I don't see her," Miller said, taking a seat on a lounger. This was a stupid idea. I caught a flash of a red dress in the kitchen and nodded my head. "There." Miller looked, and the way his entire face softened to see Violet made me lower my gaze, like I shouldn't be seeing something so private or unfamiliar. He heaved a sigh. "Here goes nothing. Watch my guitar?" "Yep." Miller made for the kitchen, and I glanced around in search of beer. A cooler was set up by the pool, green necks poking up from hunks of white ice. I grabbed Miller's case and headed over, but a guy drunkenly stumbled there first. He grabbed a beer, then blinked up at me stupidly. "Holy shit, are you the bouncer?" He cackled in my face. "Hey, look, Blaylock hired a bouncer." "Fuck off." "But for real," the guy slurred. "Did you escape from jail or what? I took the beer bottle out of his hand and gave him a shove. His arms pinwheeled, and then he fell backward, straight into the pool. Everyone on the patio laughed as the guy sputtered to the surface. "Dude, what the fuck?" I tipped the beer his way in salute and headed back to the lounger, ignoring his curses. A few minutes later, a cheer went up from inside, and then Miller returned looking like someone had pissed in his Cheerios. "Well?" "I acted like a possessive asshole, insulted her, and now she's going to play that stupid closet game where River fucking Whitmore is going to kiss her. Maybe more." "So it went well?" He scowled at me. "The night's not over yet. Play the game too." Miller snorted. "Hell no. You won't play, but you'll torture yourself by watching." I tipped my beer. "Solid plan. Fuck off. I have to stay and make sure she's okay." That I understood. Miller grabbed his case and headed back inside. He took a seat in a corner of the living room in a circle of weed smokers, his guitar in his lap. I stood over him like a sentinel in case that prick Frankie showed up. Against my will, I scanned the crowd, my gaze snagging on a slim girl with bracelets sliding down her arms as she danced. My heart thudded dully, but the girl moved into a slant of light showing pale skin and light brown hair. "Dumbass," I muttered. "Hi." A skinny blonde with long hair and a long dress plopped down beside Miller. "I'm Amber." "Miller," he muttered. "Are you going to play something for us?" He ignored her, his eyes on the center of the living room to where some chick named Evelyn announced a 7 Minutes in Heaven game. I followed Miller's hopeless expression right to his Violet. Pretty girl, sweet face. My chest ached for him as she went into the closet with the king of the jocks, River Whitmore. "So, that's that," Miller muttered. I squatted on my heels beside him. "It's just a game. Tell her when she comes out." "She'll kiss him in there," Miller said miserably. "Her first kiss." "Then kiss her better, but don't let her go." He narrowed his eyes at me. "You have a girlfriend? Someone in Wisconsin?" "I don't do girlfriends." He frowned, and I knew what he was thinking. I was being awfully fucking chatty with the relationship advice, but just because I didn't have someone real and good didn't mean he shouldn't. Violet came out of the closet with a strange smile on her face. She shot a pained glance at Miller, and he immediately pretended to give a shit about the skinny blonde beside him. "Well?" Amber put her hand on his arm. "Do you know how to play that guitar, or is it just for decoration?" I wanted to hear him too. I had a feeling whatever Miller had in him was better than the bullshit playing over the sound system. Miller glanced around the living room. Violet wasn't there anymore. The closet game had broken up and everyone had followed their football king into the kitchen.
Yeah, he said, a pained look on his face. Yeah, I'll play. Why the fuck not? Amber clapped her hands. Yay! The small group around us went quiet as Miller sang Coldplay's Yellow. Not my jam, but holy fuck, the guy could sing. He turned the song into something else, made it his own. Every damn lyric told the story of him and Violet. A smashing of glass cut through the noise of the party. A guy with silver hair and fancy clothes stood on the dining room table, a broken bottle at his feet. I'd heard some people talking about him earlier by the pool. His name was Holden, and he was new to the school like me. "Everyone, shut the fuck up!" Holden bellowed. His drunk, watery gaze was focused on Miller. The rest of the house followed his lead. Miller didn't miss a note as the entire house went quiet, listening. Violet came tearing in from the back and stopped short, recognition on her face. Because this is their song. Miller's eyes met hers, and he sang straight to her. "For you, I'd bleed myself dry." That could have been my motto, to bleed myself dry for those I cared about. It was too late to save my mother, and all that was left was the grief and anger. Anger that was the same as my father's coursing through my veins like it had in his. It flared and burned, and I wished it would flame out altogether, but it never did. The only thing I could do was to use it to protect those who needed protecting. Like Miller. He poured his love out of his guitar straight to his girl. Violet, crying now, ran for the exit. Miller stopped the song with a twang and got up to follow her. Someone stopped him at the door. "Well, look at who crashed this party. Where you running off to, Stratton?" Frankie Dowd. My anger flared like fire when gasoline hits it. I shook out of my jacket and cracked my neck left and right. "Let's go." "Back off, asshole," Miller snarled at Frankie. "Or what? You gonna have your convict bodyguard cold cock me again?" I snorted. The dumbass hadn't seen me. I moved in front of Miller and crossed my arms, cold and stony, while inside the fire raged. Frankie wore a bandage over his nose, and his eyes were rimmed with bruises. They widened in fear. "You're fucking dead, dude. You have no idea who I am." "I know who you are," I said. "I know exactly who you are. The cowardly punk-ass bitch who tried to keep my friend from his medicine." A handful of seconds passed, the air tightening with every breath. Only a bellow sounded from the adjacent dining room. "Dude, what the fuck are you doing?" All eyes went to Holden, who was tap dancing on the mahogany dining table, grinding shattered glass into the wood and drunkenly crooning Singing in the Rain, while Chance Blaylock stared wide-eyed at the damage. "My parents are going to fucking kill me," Chance seethed. "Someone get over here and help me get this prick off the table." River Whitmore emerged from the kitchen, and the two of them made grabs for Holden, who easily danced out of reach despite looking as if he'd drunk half a keg all by himself. "You're dead, fucker," Frankie snarled, drawing my attention back to him. He pulled a police-issued taser from his board shorts. Miller held his hands up. "Whoa, hey!" Frankie lunged. I dodged right and swung my left arm up, knocking the taser out of his grip. I gripped him by the front of his shirt and drove him away from Miller. The crazy fucker with the silver hair had danced his way to the living room coffee table, but he barely registered. The rage was free now, flowing through me and into Frankie. He stumbled and went down, and I went down with him, both of us grappling and throwing punches wherever we could. I reveled at the burst of pain when one of his fists connected, almost more than when I got one in on him, which was more often. It wasn't a fair fight. I could beat the shit out of the scrawny guy. "How far are you going to take this?" a voice whispered in the chaos. "You going to kill him? Like father, like son?" Then Chance hauled Frankie away. River tried to do the same with me, but I jerked free and gave him a rough shove. "Fuck this guy!" Frankie screamed, wrestling out of Chance's grasp, his nose leaking red again. "You are so dead!" He grabbed the broken beer bottle off the coffee table and leveled it at me. "I'm going to kill you, motherfucker!" Frankie took a tentative swipe at me, and the crowd gasped. Pain flared at the top of my left forearm, igniting the fire burning through my veins for a second time. I glanced down at my skin that was split and bleeding. then back to Frankie. That was a mistake. His eyes widened and he took a step back at the deadly calm in my voice, the bottle trembling in his hand. "Don't be like him," my mother pleaded from somewhere far away. But she was dead. Dead because I'd done nothing. No more doing nothing. My fists were coiled and ready, but suddenly Holden was there between us. He wore a long coat and an expensive-looking shirt that he ripped open, sending buttons flying. His eyes were wide and crazy as he bared the left side of his chest to Frankie. "Right here," he hissed and tapped his heart. "Put it right here. Go on. Do it. Do it." I stared at this guy who could not look more different than me but mirrored my chaos, like watching an out-of-body experience. For a split second, I thought Frankie would take Holden up on the offer. No, me, not him. I reached to pull Holden to safety, but Miller was faster. He stepped into our small circle of psychopaths and took Holden's arm, talking soothingly. "Hey, man, come on. Hey." Holden jerked from Miller's grasp, closed his coat, and put a cigarette in his mouth. He grinned. "Anyone got a light?" "What the?" Chance blinked stupidly, then his mouth twisted in rage. "Get out! You three, get the fuck out of my house!" Holden pretended to be offended. "Rude, right?" A laugh burst out of Miller, and I suddenly felt crazily close to laughing too. "Get out!" Chance roared. Miller and Holden made a run for it, cackling like idiots. I moved more leisurely, grabbing my jacket and giving Frankie a warning stare that promised pain if he fucked with either one of them. On my way to the door, the yellow taser caught my eye. Without breaking stride, I snatched it and tucked it in my jacket pocket. "You're dead, Wentz!" Frankie screamed after me. "You're fucking dead!" Outside, Miller and Holden were lying on their backs on the front lawn, laughing at the sky and getting acquainted. "I don't believe we've officially met. Holden Parrish. Miller Stratton." They shook hands and Holden tilted his chin up at me. "And who's the brute squad?" "Ronan Wentz," Miller managed through his laughter. Holden jerked his hands straight up. "A pleasure." "Crazy bastards," I said, which only made them laugh harder. While they pulled their shit together, I kept an eye on the front door. A warm trickle of blood flowed down the back of my hand, and I wiped it on my jeans. "How did you do that?" Holden asked Miller. "Do what?" "Play and sing like you did, like a fucking miracle." "Nah, everyone's heard that song. It's 1,000,000 years old." Holden shook his head. "They've heard the song, but you put your heart and soul out there. That's not something people hear every day." Amen. I didn't have the words to tell Miller the truth, but Holden did. He spoke for both of us. The front door banged open and the football team poured out. "I said, get the fuck off my property!" Chance raged. Miller and Holden scrambled to their feet, and that's when I heard it. Police sirens. Distant, but growing closer. A cold sweat broke out over my body as that day came surging back, 10 years old, but as clear as yesterday. My mother on the kitchen floor. The blood. There was so much blood, and she wasn't moving. And then the sirens came. The sound of help. Too late. Too late. I stood on the grass, hardly able to move. Dimly, I noticed Amber giving Miller his guitar case, and then Holden flying at us. "Time to go." Feeling drunk, I followed him and Miller to a black sedan parked across the street with a uniformed driver waiting in the front seat. "Good evening, James," Holden said as we climbed in the back, him wedged between Miller and me. "Would you be so kind as to remove us from the immediate area?" The car doors closed and the siren sound was cut in half, but still coming. I turned my head to the window and shut my eyes, wanting to see nothing but black. Not her. Not the bloody bat rolling across the bloody floor. "Home, sir?" James asked, driving fast and taking us away from the scene. Soon the sirens faded in the distance, and I let out a breath. "Fuck no," Holden said. "Thoughts, gentlemen?" Miller leaned over to shoot me a look, a question in his eyes. There was only one answer. I nodded. "My place," Miller said, and told James the address. At his shitty complex, that looked exactly like my shitty complex, James parked the car and we climbed out. Holden eyed the building. Cozy. After party at Shea Stratton? Not quite, Miller said. How long will James wait? As long as I need him to. Holden lit a cigarette, cloves judging by the sickly sweet smell. Fear not, James is being well compensated for his time. Miller shot me another look. I nodded. Okay, let's go, he said, and we took Holden to the shack, because it was his now, too.
Chapter 5. Shiloh. The weekend rolled around with no word from Violet. My texts went unanswered. Phone calls went to voicemail. At history class on Monday, she was late. Violet was never late. Fear and guilt that something terrible had gone down at the party racked me. Baskin called roll. Watson? Here. Wentz? Here. I froze as the single syllable dropped into the air behind me, spoken in that deep, unpolished voice. Somehow, I'd missed him coming in. A shiver danced up my spine. You are not this ridiculous. And yet, I couldn't keep myself from peering over my shoulder like Molly Ringwald in 16 Candles stealing a peek at Jake Ryan. Ronan was slouched in the corner seat, last row. Arms crossed, eyes flat and guarded at all the attention. I wasn't the only one who'd turned to stare. Ronan's gray gaze met mine. When I offered a small wave in greeting, he glanced away. Okay, good talk. Baskin finished calling roll and Violet hurried into the room. I breathed a sigh of relief. She looked like herself, if a little tired. McNamara, Baskin intoned. Sorry. She caught sight of Ronan as she hung her bag on the back of her chair. He's real, she whispered to me. You can say that again. He's also the guy BB hired to build my work shed, I whispered back, which you would know if you had answered my texts this weekend. Yeah, sorry. I was really tired, recovering from the party. But for real, he's working at your house? Forget him, I said, wishing it were that damn easy. I was worried about you. I'm fine. Promise, Violet said. She glanced at Baskin, who was still at his desk, organizing his notes and muttering to himself. But the party got crazy. The new guy, Holden, caused a major scene. He smashed a bottle on the Blaylock dining table and then tap danced all over it. I like him already. Chance doesn't feel the same, Violet giggled. And you'll never believe it, but Miller played for the first time to an entire house full of people. He sang our song, Yellow. Her deep blue eyes swam for a moment, and I knew instantly what she was recovering from. According to Evelyn, it got even crazier after I left. A knife fight or something. A knife fight? Between Frankie, Holden, and your new handyman. It took everything I had not to steal another glance at Ronan. Even rows away, I swore I could feel him, his presence solid and strong behind me. A small voice wondered if he were hurt. Oh, stop. If anything, it's Frankie you should be worried about. Sounds like I missed all the action. You could say that. River asked me to homecoming. I frowned at Violet's unsure expression. That's good, isn't it? Part of your grand plan? She smiled faintly. Yes, exactly. My grand plan. Baskin took the podium at the front of the class. I faced forward, thinking about my own grand plan that had no one in it. Your first major assignment of the year is a paper on the Russian Revolution, Baskin said. I'll leave the exact focus to you, but the paper must be 10 pages minimum, typed, single-spaced. The class collectively groaned. A warning. This paper will account for 50% of your first semester grade.
He eyed us over his glasses.
So, it had better be good.
After class, we headed out quickly. I needed to get away from Ronan Wentz and all the unsolicited thoughts that came with him. And Violet had to get to the Whitmore house, where she was a patient care volunteer. She'd been assigned to help take care of River's mom 3 afternoons a week through the medical program at UCSC.
Nancy has liver cancer, Violet said, as we made our way to the student parking lot. It doesn't look good.
Oh, God. I'm so sorry to hear that, I said. It sounds like a lot to handle. You up for it?
I have to be. I'll never make it as a doctor if I don't do all the hard things. She gave me a hug. Call me tonight and let's catch up. You can tell me all about Ronan. I saw him hanging with Miller earlier today. I guess they're friends now. Holden, too. Evelyn calls them the Lost Boys. Evelyn needs a hobby. I'm just glad Miller has someone, or someone's, friends. The so-called Lost Boys can't replace you. Your friendship is special, and Miller knows that. She smiled faintly, unconvinced. It was on the tip of my tongue to tell her she could turn her friendship with Miller into something more with one word, but it was none of my business. Not to mention, I was completely unqualified to give advice on relationships. You have to believe in them first. We parted ways. Her to her white SUV that was manufactured in this decade, and me to BB's Buick that was not. On the drive home, I cranked Let Me Blow Your Mind. Violet and I used to go nuts over the song when we were kids. She liked to say she was the Gwen Stefani to my Eve. I can't replace her either. But she might be replacing me with Evelyn Gonzalez. I vowed to call Violet and tell her all about Ronan building my shed. Maybe I'd even share that I'd been thinking about him a little bit this weekend. A little bit. Apparently, the universe was testing me. A tall, dark-haired figure came up on the right side of the road wearing jeans, boots, a plain white t-shirt. A denim jacket with fleece lining around the collar was hooked on his finger and slung over his shoulder. Shit. Ronan Wentz walked casually, but not slow. Steady, eyes straight ahead. I got the strange impression he was a hitchhiker on an endless cross-country trip, waiting for someone to pick him up but not expecting anyone would. Then I realized he was probably on his way to my house. Shit again. Do all the hard things, I muttered, and pulled over a few feet ahead of Ronan. I turned down the music and cranked the passenger side window down. Hey, do you need a ride? Ronan stopped, stared. A peculiar expression came over his face, his thick brows furrowed.
I don't need a ride.
How about, do you want one? He considered the road in front of him. You're going to my house, right? He nodded. So, how's it going to look if I arrive home and you walk in 20 minutes later in this heat and I didn't give you a lift? BB's going to think I'm a major asshole. Ronan hesitated for a second more, then climbed into the car. Immediately, the space was filled with him, the sense of his generic soap and fainter campfire smoke. The sheer masculinity of him washed over me, and I gripped the wheel tighter. I thoroughly regret this decision.
Thanks,
Ronan said. It's more a favor to me. I'd prefer my grandmother not think I'm an asshole. He didn't smile, didn't look at me at all.
You care if I roll down the window?
He asked after a minute. Be my guest. He used the hand crank, nothing automatic here, wearing a small smirk. Something on your mind? I inquired, brows arched.
Sweet ride.
Ronan deadpanned.
What is it, an 82?
It's an 84, if you must know, and still going.
Pretty sure I was walking faster.
A shocked laugh burst out of me. It didn't seem possible that Ronan Wentz had a sense of humor, but there we were. "Did you just diss my vehicle?"
Yes.
I shot him a stern look, trying not to laugh. "You'll have to take up your complaints with Bibi. This sweet ride is hers, technically, though she's not allowed to drive it anymore."
Because it belongs in a museum.
Hilarious. You didn't have to accept a ride if my boat is so offensive to your automotive sensibilities.
Yeah, I did. So Bibi doesn't think you're an asshole.
So you did it out of pity.
There's nothing pitiful about you.
Ronan stiffened, as if the words had escaped him without thinking. A sudden tenseness filled the car, killing the light mood, even as a warm glow bloomed in my chest against my will. I quickly put my eyes back on the road, but a maroon slash of dried blood on the top of Ronan's left forearm caught my eye. The cut was nearly 6 inches long and curved like a hook. 2 Band-Aids were laid clumsily over it, like bridges over a thin red river. He's hurt. I gave myself a mental shake for being so soft. It was probably just the type A personality in me demanding I take care of him. Take care of it, not him. "I heard the party got a little crazy on Saturday," I said.
You could say that.
I nodded at the cut. "Is that a souvenir?"
It's nothing.
"Doesn't look like nothing, and it's getting red around it's nothing," he said.
Forget it.
I expected my hackles to rise, but the aura of loneliness I'd noticed the first time we met lurked beneath his rough tone, like he wasn't used to people giving a shit. I let it go and pulled into my drive. We entered the kitchen from the garage, Ronan behind me. "Bibi, we're home. I'm home. With Ronan."
God, girl.
No answer. I crept down the hall and saw Bibi's bedroom door was closed, which meant she was taking a nap. By the time I came back to the living room, Ronan was already in the backyard raking a smooth space where he'd torn up all the weeds. I needed to get my ass to work too and focus on what mattered, my eventual business. But Ronan's raking was kicking up dust and dirt, and my eyes couldn't stay off that cut on his arm with its smears of dried blood and its sad little Band-Aids. "The big dummy didn't even clean it properly," I murmured. Without letting my old guards and protections talk me out of it, I grabbed rubbing alcohol, cotton balls, gauze, medical tape, and antibiotic ointment from my bathroom. In the yard, I dumped the supplies on the patio table. Ronan stopped and narrowed his eyes at me.
What's all that for?
"Your cut's getting infected."
You don't have to, Shiloh,
he said in a low voice. "I don't have to, but why wouldn't I?" He didn't seem to know what to do with that. He set the rake aside and sat down reluctantly, stiffly. I sat beside him and gently peeled off the dinky Band-Aids. "So what happened?"
Some shit went down at the party.
To put it mildly. I scooted my chair closer to his and upended the bottle of rubbing alcohol, soaking a cotton ball. "Violet said you got in a knife fight."
No knife. Frankie Dowd took a swipe at me with a broken bottle.
"How did it start?" I shot him a smirk. "Did you insult his ride?" He almost smiled. Almost.
He was being a dick to Miller. Again.
I laid one hand on Ronan's forearm and gently dabbed his wound, trying not to notice the striations of muscle moving under his skin. "I hope you didn't kill him," I said, and he winced. From the sting of the alcohol, I guessed.
No,
he said in a low voice.
Holden caused a diversion.
"Holden the billionaire?"
Holden the crazy motherfucker,
he said, but the affection in his voice was obvious. "The Lost Boys," I said, wiping away dried blood. "That's what Evelyn Gonzalez is calling the 3 of you." Ronan didn't comment, but I thought he didn't mind the name so much. He was quiet for a minute, then said,
I looked for you.
My hands on his skin jumped, and my cheeks heated in an actual blush. He looked for me? I didn't go. I can't drink, and that's pretty much the main point of a rager.
Why can't you drink?
I have some weird allergy to alcohol, I said. Even a sip of beer can make me drunk as hell and instantly hungover.
That's fucked up.
Those kind of parties aren't my scene anyway. But he looked for me. I gave my head a shake and focused on the work. Not those words or how his low voice sounded when he said them.
Same. I was there for Miller.
I'd finished cleaning the cut and took up the antibiotic ointment. Ronan watched me smear the greasy stuff on his wound, though he was capable of doing it himself. And we both knew it. I'm beginning to think I should have been there for Violet.
Yeah?
We've been BFFs since we were kids, but I don't know. She seems to be doing okay with Evelyn.
She and Miller
are complicated. I opened the gauze and moved Ronan's arm closer to me on the table. But we shouldn't talk about it behind their backs. They need to figure it out themselves.
He's in love with her,
Ronan said. My head snapped up at the softness in his rough voice. His gray eyes met mine and he shrugged.
He is.
I quickly averted my gaze to concentrate on my work. I know. And she loves him too. But she has her reasons for keeping things as they are. To keep herself safe. I can appreciate that.
Why?
I raised a brow. Are you always this direct? He shrugged.
Not a fan of bullshit.
Neither am I, actually.
So?
So I can appreciate Violet's caution, because I don't want to get involved with anything or anyone that distracts me from my goals either, I said. A declaration of independence that needed to be said in Ronan's presence.
Your goal is the jewelry,
he said. I nodded. I'm going to open my own business, which isn't easy for a woman and even less so for a woman of color. So I work really hard, not just to make it happen for myself, but to prove to everyone I can do it. Mama's face rose up in a curl of smoke, but I waved it away. Anyway, I said, laying strips of tape on the gauze to hold it in place. I feel for Miller, but I get where Violet is coming from. I glanced up at Ronan to find him staring at me with an unreadable expression on his face. You don't agree? He shrugged. So you're romantic?
No,
he stated flatly.
I don't like to see him suffer.
Ah, a big softy then.
I'm not that either.
I set the tape down and looked him in the eye. What are you? I needed to know. The pragmatic side of me needed to know what in the hell it was about Ronan Wentz that was messing with my head. Sex appeal was the easy answer, but there was more to him than that. He was radioactive, his presence rearranging my atoms, turning me into someone I didn't recognize. Someone who got flustered, unsettled, who blushed, for God's sake.
I'm nothing,
he said. No one is nothing.
I was 8 when my parents died. I was shuffled around foster homes for 10 years before my uncle showed up. Been trying to figure out a lot of shit ever since.
10 years in foster care? He nodded. God, I can't imagine it, I said. He stiffened, and I could see he didn't want to imagine it either. But I know what you mean. A little. My mother. I waved a hand. Never mind. He didn't say a word but watched me, the message clear in his eyes. You can tell me. I was just going to say that Violet's parents were best friends, and now their marriage is falling apart. She's never seen a healthy relationship, and neither has Miller, and neither have I.
Same,
Ronan said. So you're not nothing, I said. We're all just I don't know, refugees of broken marriages.
Broken,
he said, a slight curl to his lips.
yeah, you could say that.
I raised my eyes to his. Talking to Ronan felt like tugging a thread. Pull too hard and it would snap. Against my better judgment, I wanted more of him. I wanted to know he'd had something good at least once. Did you ever see your parents happy? I asked gently. Before they died. His arm under my hand stiffened, and his gray eyes went hard and flat again.
No, never.
I'm sorry. It's none of my business. I glanced at his arm, freshly bandaged, and my work here is done. But he didn't move, and neither did I. Both of us watched my hands that were still touching him. Without thinking, I turned his arm over, revealing the tattoo of one hand stabbing another with a dagger. Hands remember, I said. What does it mean?
It's part of a quote,
he said.
Hands remember what the mind forgets. It means shit happens, and we want to forget it, move on. But we can't. It burrows into our damn cells, our blood.
I was still holding his arm. What kind of shit? What happened to your parents, Ronan? Our eyes met, and I lost a few seconds in the depths of his gaze that weren't flat and hard now, but miles deep and cloudy with memories, the kind that stabbed like a dagger. Ronan's large body seemed to sink deeper into my touch without moving. His eyes cleared and became intent on me, roaming over my face, my chin, my mouth. Then he blinked like a man coming out of a trance. The thread snapped. He snatched his arm from me and stood up.
Never mind.
I sat, slightly shell-shocked as he picked up the rake and scraped it over the ground that was already clear.
I shouldn't have come,
he said after a minute, his back to me. Why? I said, striving for casual as I gathered the first aid supplies.
I can't do anything else until the building materials get here.
How long will it take once you have them?
A few days.
A few days and he's done. They're due to arrive tomorrow morning.
Then I'll come back tomorrow.
Sure, I said just as stiffly. Whatever. A crash sounded from inside. Ronan whirled around and we glanced at each other, wide-eyed. He tossed the rake to the ground and the supplies fell out of my hand as we both rushed into the house. "Baby!" I cried, my heart in my throat. "Here, dear. Darn my butterfingers." Bibi was holding hard to the kitchen counter. At her feet, the ceramic teapot lay in shards. I rushed to her. "Are you okay? What happened?"
I'm fine,
she said, smiling weakly.
It's silly. Just got a little dizzy.
Come, sit down. I gently put my arms around her, shooting Ronan a panicked look. His mouth was a grim line of worry.
It's nothing, I promise, Bibi said as I led her to the couch. When you're my age, things break down, dear. My eyes aren't what they used to be. I misjudged the distance to the counter and the teapot fell. She shook her head. A shame. I loved that teapot.
You said you were dizzy.
I'm 80 years old. It happens.
I exchanged another glance with Ronan.
Where's the broom?
He asked, the solidity of his presence helping to calm me. Back of the kitchen door. Bibi frowned.
Ronan is here? Oh, my, I'm afraid I'm even more embarrassed. I didn't see you there, darling. It's fine,
Ronan said and went to fetch the broom. Bibi leaned into me.
He's a good boy, isn't he?
He's stubborn and frustrating, Yes, I said. He's a good guy. He returned a few minutes later.
You're set. Do you need anything else?
Not a thing.
Then I'll go. I was telling Shiloh there's no work for me to do until the supplies get here.
Understandable, Bibi said, but I made a fresh batch of cookies, and this time I insist that you take a few.
Ms. Barrera.
I insist. I arched a brow at Ronan. She insists. He narrowed his eyes at me, and I grinned. The tension between us loosened. There are paper bags by the toaster, Bibi called as he went back to the kitchen. Fill one up, or two. You're a big man. You need your energy. Bibi, I hissed, my cheeks inflamed. It's true, isn't it? Ronan returned, holding a bag that couldn't have had more than a few cookies in it.
Thanks for these. You going to be okay?
Are you addressing me? Bibi said. My goodness, what an angel. I'm fine. Ronan shifted his gaze to me. Same question. I nodded. Thank you. Goodbye, darling. Ronan made a sound that might have been goodbye, then turned and went out. He didn't take many cookies, did he? Bibi sighed when the front door shut. She shook her head. I've seen his type before. His type? Please tell me his type. Tell me what to think about Ronan Wentz. He's the type who gives but hates to take. Sounds about right. I took Bibi's hand in mine. Are you sure you're okay? I'm fine, baby girl. She patted my cheek. In fact, I'm famished. How about we order pizza? Sounds good. And maybe a movie? What about your work in the garage? I'm taking the night off. I had Etsy orders to catch up on, but there was no way I was leaving Bibi alone for the rest of the night. Not for one damn second. My, Bibi said. I should have a little dizzy spell more often. No, you should not, I said, shivering. You're not allowed, ever again. I'm getting up there, Shiloh. I don't ever want to be a burden to you, but you're not, I said fiercely. You never will be. You took me in, Bibi. If anyone's the burden, it's me. Never think that, Shiloh. Not ever. I'd do it 100 times over. Her tone softened. But we don't get to say how long we have, my dear. We can only make the most of the time we're given, and I cherish every minute with you. Hot tears sprung to my eyes, but I blinked them back. Me too, Bibi. Every minute. Bibi patted my cheek, then smiled brightly. Now, how about some Medea? Again? I sniffed a laugh. Which one? The first one, of course. You've seen it 100 times. Then it must be really good. Can't argue with that. As if I'd say no to her anyway. I ordered pizza and curled up next to Bibi on the couch, my eyes straying from the movie to the door where Ronan had gone, taking his quiet strength with him. As Bibi cackled at Tyler Perry's antics, I tried not to think about the time when that laugh would be forever silent. The pain would break me into 1,000 pieces, and I'd have no one to put me back together but me.
Chapter 6. Ronin. Saturday afternoon, Miller and I lugged a tall wingback chair from the parking lot nearest to the path to the beach, all the way to the shack, hauling it over boulders and sweating under a relentless sun. His lordship directed and guided us along, not breaking a sweat. Once there, Holden wedged the chair inside the little cabin and flounced into it, grinning at us. Perfect, right? Not remotely. It was too fucking big, for one thing, but since we'd brought Holden to the shack last week, he'd wasted no time filling it with upgrades, like a mini fridge and a generator to run it. The fridge stored my beer and Holden's vodka, but I knew he'd bought it for Miller's snacks and juices to keep his blood sugars even. Holden had also brought a trunk big enough to store Miller's guitar so he wouldn't have to haul it around wherever he went. What was a chair to that? Miller smiled gratefully at Holden, likely the same thoughts running through his mind. The chair's not so bad. He shouldered his backpack for his job at the arcade down at the boardwalk. I'm off at 10. We'll meet you, Holden said, and I nodded. Most nights the three of us walked the boardwalk, getting stares and whispers from Central High students. None of us gave a shit. Since the night of Chance's party, Holden had become one of us, and now our weird circle felt complete. That night around the bonfire, he told us a little about his past, about some wilderness camp his parents had sent him to in Alaska when he was 15. Whatever the camp was, it had fucked him up, hard. He'd spent a year in some fancy Swiss sanitarium to recover, but the effects stuck with him. Holden wore coats, scarves, and sweaters no matter the weather, as if whatever happened had been embedded into him like a permanent frost. I made sure to keep the bonfire high for him from then on. That afternoon he sat in one of the 3 beach chairs around the pit while I gathered wood. What about you? He asked after Miller was gone. Do you work? I do odd jobs. You're a freelancer? Sure. And you live with your uncle? I didn't look at him, but concentrated on the fire. The reason I ask, Holden continued, is because I also used to live with my parents and now live with my aunt and uncle. We're twinsies. I could have laughed. Holden was a billionaire, had an IQ pushing 150, and clothes that cost more than anything I'd ever owned in my entire life. We could not be more different, unless I remembered him baring his chest to Frankie and daring him to stab him in the heart. Shit happened in Wisconsin, I said. I had to get out of there. Holden nodded, thinking, and raised the ever-present vodka glass to his mouth. The knuckles of his left hand were wrapped in white bandages. Automatically, my fingers went to the cut on my arm that Shiloh had cleaned up. She'd done a good job. It was healing fast. I hoped it'd leave a scar to remind me, not where Frankie had cut me open, but where Shiloh had put me back together. What's that all about? I asked, taking a seat and nodding at Holden's hand. Oh, this? He waggled his injured fingers. Or are you wondering why today is a vodka day? Seems like every day is a vodka day. Along with the cold that racked Holden in 75-degree heat, he also seemed to have a pretty solid drinking problem. Today's been extra special. He glanced at me, unsure. You want to hear this? If you want to tell it. He looked at the ocean that crashed on shore a good 20 yards from us. Alcohol keeps me warm because Alaska stole something from me. It stole something and left me with nightmares, memories, to remind me I'll never get it back. The camp? He nodded. It fucked me up, and I wasn't entirely solid to begin with. There were 7 of us. It broke us down until we were nearly dead, or wanted to die. I listened, my jaw tight. Anyway, that's why most days are vodka days, and why I sometimes put my fist through bathroom mirrors. He coughed. Or why I dare people to stab me in the chest at parties. He glanced at me again, doubt in his eyes, the same doubt I'd had when I told Miller my story, as if Holden were afraid I'd kick him out of our group. I didn't have the words to tell him that would never happen, but I could give him something back. I don't live with my parents because they're dead. Holden had started to sip from his flask. His hand dropped into his lap. What happened? I told him. He listened, hardly moving, though I kept the details to a minimum. I was pretty messed up, I said, watching the fire. I had to repeat 4th grade and did 10 years in foster care. Eventually, social services tracked down my dad's brother. That's how I ended up here. Holden was quiet for a minute, then said, I'm sorry about your mother, Ronan. I nodded, and we didn't say much for a while, but watched the sun sink toward the ocean. "Well, aren't we a jolly pair?" Holden said, just at the right time, before the quiet got too heavy. "Tell me something good that happened to you today, Wentz. Anything, before I throw myself into the ocean." Shiloh Barrera happened. I tossed a rock into the fire. Cut that shit out. Impossible. I remembered every damn word of our conversation, which was longer than any I'd had with anyone in years. I remembered every glance of her brown eyes and where they skimmed over me. I remembered every time she touched me and where. I could feel her gentle fingers on my skin and the sting of alcohol while she cleaned my wound. Like her, sharp and soft at the same time. She was something good, but I had to leave her alone to make sure she stayed that way. "I didn't get suspended," I said finally. "Hey, there you go. A 2-day streak." Holden offered his non-injured hand in a high five. I hated high fives. I slapped his palm hard, and he hissed with pain, laughing. "Easy, Tiger. Your turn, something good." Don't know that it's good so much as doomed and hopeless, but... He sighed dramatically. "There's a guy." "Okay. I can't say who, so don't ask." I wasn't going to. Of course you weren't. That's one of your most endearing characteristics. Anyway, there's a guy, and I don't want there to be a guy. Not one that I might... Want to fuck? That's a given. Care about? Exactly. And I can't care about anyone. Bad for me. Worse for them. He shook his head, watching the fire struggle against a breeze that had picked up. "It's stupid, and too soon. I didn't come here to immediately have every waking thought hijacked by someone I've only known for a few days." He laughed at my wide eyes. "No, it's not Miller. And I hate to break your heart, but it's not you either." "So what's the problem?" "The problem is that the guy in question is not my type, to put it mildly. An all-American good boy. Warm, gooey, everyone loves him. He's the human equivalent of a grilled cheese sandwich." So? It doesn't make sense, and yet I can't stop thinking about him and feeling guilty because I may have said some things I shouldn't have. "I'm shocked," I said into my beer. Holden was a smartass with zero filter. "Oh, shut up," he said. "But yes, I stirred up some shit for him that I had no business stirring. I even gave him my number in the event he wants to talk, to me, as if I could actually help somehow." He snorted a laugh. "It's impossible." "Why?" "I'm not 100% positive that he and I are on the same page, if you catch my drift. I need to leave it alone. Leave him alone." I rolled my eyes and hurled a rock into the fire. Here we go again. Both my friends were hell-bent on being miserable instead of making a stand for what they wanted. Holden read my scowl. "You disagree? If you care about him, let's not go that far. Then tell him. That proves difficult, since he specifically asked that I never speak to him again. And even if by some miracle he were gay, nothing good can come of something with me. Except for sex. I can do meaningless sex." He narrowed his eyes at me. "That's not an offer, by the way." I snorted a laugh. A short silence fell, and Holden shivered a little as he took a sip from his flask. I sprayed more lighter fluid over the embers until they flared in a wall of light and heat. "Is that what they stole from you in Alaska?" Holden's head whipped to me. "What?" "You said nothing good could come of you being with that guy," I said. "Is that what they taught you? That you're no good?" "Yes," he said slowly. "But it began earlier with my parents, and it's more complicated." "It's bullshit is what it is," I snapped. "Whoever made you think that, no matter when it started, it's bullshit." I finished my beer and strode to the shack to get 2 more. I stood over Holden, offering. He looked up at me, gratitude in his eyes, and took one. The flask went into his coat pocket. We drank our beers while the sun sank lower, and then Holden turned to me, his voice more subdued than I'd ever heard it. "What was it like, seeing something like what you did?" Instantly my body stiffened. What the fuck do you think it was like? I have no idea, Holden said. I can't fucking imagine it, actually. As much as I loathe the sentient viruses in human form that are my parents, to witness something like that. He shrugged. I guess what I'm really asking is, are you okay? I shot him a glare, and he held up his hands. Don't bite my head off. It's a valid question. I held my stare, but the defensive anger was melting away as I realized no one apart from my social worker had ever asked me about my parents. She'd told me most people wouldn't, that they'd be afraid bringing it up would remind me of my mother's death, as if I'd forgotten all about it until they said something, as if I didn't walk around with it all day every day, or relived it in my nightmares every night. I nearly told Holden to fuck off, but no one asked me if I was okay either. I don't know, I said to the fire. I'm doing my best, I guess, and I'm done talking about it. Holden smiled, a rare, soft one with no sharp edges. Fair enough. Let's talk about something only slightly less painful and traumatic. Like? Girls. Not my preferred subject, obviously, but I confess to you the depressing state of my love life. If you wish to unburden yourself likewise, I'm all ears. Shiloh's perfect face with her smooth skin and full lips rose up in my mind. I recalled the intelligence in her eyes as she focused her attention on whatever job was in front of her, like patching up a criminal like me. That was the gossip at school. Miller was the outcast, Holden was the vampire, and I was an ex-con posing as a high school student. They were right, in a way. The stain of my father's crime was all over me. Just standing in Beebe's house or sitting on the patio with Shiloh felt wrong. Good, but wrong. As if I'd broken into their perfect life and left bloody fingerprints all over it. But when I tried to hold back, stay quiet, and get to work, Shiloh drew me out of myself. I didn't want to move so long as she was sitting across from me. Holden was waiting for an answer. There's a girl, and I don't want there to be a girl. Nah, I said, tipping my beer back. There's no one. At 10, Holden and I met Miller at the arcade. He got off his shift and we walked the boardwalk, stopping for slices of pizza and to play a few carnival games. After, I walked home. I walked everywhere. Luckily, the school, the shack, Shiloh's place, and my apartment were all close enough to each other that I didn't need a car, but it would have fucking helped. I climbed the exterior cement steps up to my corner place, reaching for my keys. But the door swung open at the slightest touch, revealing a wedge of black that was deep and dark. Nelson, I asked, my hand creeping toward my jacket pocket for the taser I'd swiped from Frankie. You there? I reached to my right, feeling along the wall to flip on the light when I sensed it. Him. Someone waiting. The dark came to life, breathing and moving. I lunged blindly, and something heavy whacked my wrist. The taser went skittering across the linoleum in the kitchen. Big hands gripped me by the neck and shoulders, and a cannonball of pain exploded as a knee drove up into my gut. Another blow from out of the dark split my lip, and then I was shoved to the ground. I was still trying to get my wind when the light flipped on. A huge guy loomed over me, his back to my busted door. He looked to be middle-aged, wearing track pants, a t-shirt that stretched over his bulk, and a blue windbreaker. His reddish hair was thinning on top, and he had pale blue eyes stuffed in a ruddy face. I scrambled to my feet, rage burning up the pain and shock. "You want to try that shit again?" I snarled. "With the lights on?" "I wouldn't if I were you," the guy said when I took a step toward him. He moved his blue windbreaker aside to reveal a holstered pistol at his waist. His smile sent shivers down my spine. It was the same kind of sick smile my dad wore when he announced that my mother was in trouble. "Ronan Wentz, right?" the guy said. "My name is Mitch, but you can call me Officer Dowd." Mitch Dowd. He looked and sounded deadly casual, but I could feel the readiness tensing in him, waiting for me to make a move. "I could have you arrested for breaking my son's nose, but I prefer to handle things personally." "Fuck you," I spat a wad of red onto my carpet at his feet. And fuck him too! Mitch chuckled, though his gaze grew flatter. I read your file, Wentz. You're a criminal, a degenerate just like your father. His eyes went to the taser lying a few feet away. A thief too. Who steals police property? I believe that belongs to me, son. Christ, he sounded like my dad. I want you to go over there and hand it to me. Slowly. Slowly. He rested one hand on the butt of his pistol, one hand outstretched, waiting. I retrieved the taser from the kitchen and crossed the small space to him. Our eyes locked. Every muscle in my body was coiled tight, ready to spring, but something besides adrenaline zipped along my nerves like an electric current. Fear. He looked nothing like my dad, and yet the resemblance was uncanny, catapulting me to another time. My breath came short, mouth dry. I put the taser in his left hand. It touched skin, and the blue of his jacket blurred as his fist slammed into my eye in a blow I should have seen coming. My head rang, but I took the hit with a grunt and answered by throwing a right hook that connected with his mouth. It would have knocked another guy flat, but Mitch hardly flinched. I took a shot to the kidney, another to the gut, and then he was hurling me across the room. I crashed shoulder first into the cheap wooden coffee table that splintered under me like kindling. With a satisfied smile, Mitch ran his thumb under his lip, wiping a trickle of blood. "This is a warning, Wentz," he said, heading for the door. "You only get one." He went out, and I lay for a minute in the wreckage of the table, feeling drunk on pain and bloody memories. Slowly my head cleared, and I hauled myself to my feet, just as Marianne Greer from downstairs poked her head inside. "Ronan? Oh my God!" I waved her off, but it was too late. She rushed in and put gentle, steadying hands on me as she guided me to the kitchen table. "What the hell happened? I heard a crash and saw a man leaving. Big one." "It's nothing," I said, slouching into the chair, keeping a hand over my eye that was already swelling shut. "You should go. If he comes back." "Go?" Marianne stood over me, her blue eyes studying me. She wore jeans, an old sweatshirt, her dark blonde hair in a messy ponytail. "Fat chance, I'm calling the police." He was the police. Gently, she moved my hand from my eye. "Sweet Jesus, what happened? And don't say nothing. It's over. He came to settle a score. That's it." "You have scores with cops?" Marianne rummaged in my freezer, found it empty, and checked out the fridge. "You have no ice, hardly any food either." "I'm fine." "My ass, stay right there," she said, going to the door. "Don't move." Marianne, but she was already gone. A flare of anger in me wanted more fight, a fair fight, but shame washed it away. A single fluorescent bulb lit my dim apartment. My coffee table was a heap of busted wood. A splotch of blood stained the carpet. "Sorry, Mom. I'm trying." Marianne came back with a bag of frozen peas. Instead of handing it to me, she stood over me and pressed the bag to my eye, her other hand gently holding the back of my neck. For long moments I just sat there, with Marianne and her peas, her worry and concern wafting over me in warm, motherly waves. She smelled like lemon dish soap. I closed my eyes and let myself have that for a minute, then stiffened to push her away. "I got it, thanks." I took the bag and held it to my eye. "You can go." Marianne pursed her lips, then sat in the chair across from me and rested her arms on the card table in a way that said, "I'm not going anywhere." "You're young, aren't you?" she asked. "You go to high school?" "When I can get there." "Who takes care of you? Not your uncle," she said darkly. "He doesn't take care of Her mouth snapped shut, her eyes anxious. "I mean no disrespect. It's okay, he's an ass." "What can I do?" she asked. "Because this," she gestured at the smashed table, "is not okay." I knew Marianne Greer worked her ass off at an accounting company and took online classes to get a degree, to get a better job and make a better life for her girls. Weariness was written in every line of her face that made her look older than she was. "I don't need anything. I'm not taking anything from you." "I disagree, Ronan. Mommy?" Lillian and Camille, her 6-year-old twins, were peeking their heads inside, sleepy and curious. "I told you both to stay in bed," Marianne said. "We couldn't sleep," said one. "Yeah, it was loud up here," said the other. They had Marianne's blonde hair and blue eyes. Both wore little nightgowns with butterflies on them and an initial, C or L. They looked at me, and then at the smashed table, eyes wide. "They shouldn't see this," I said to Marianne in a low voice. "Agreed, but this isn't over yet," she said and rose to her feet. "Girls..." Too late, the twins had already rushed into my place and surrounded me at the table. Their energy filled up my small dark space and made it brighter. "Are you okay? Why do you have peas on your face? Is your eye all gross under there?" One peeked under my t-shirt sleeve. "You have an owl on your shoulder. Ew, yucky bruise, too. Were you in a fight? Is that why?" "Ronan was wrestling," Marianne said. Instantly, the girls' faces lit up and they exchanged excited looks. "Really? No way!" Marianne leaned into me. "They love WWE women's wrestling. Just go with it." "Yeah, I was wrestling," I said. "Practicing for a match." "That is so cool. Did you do a pile driver? That's my favorite. I like it when they fly off the ropes." Lillian glanced around with a frown. "I don't see any ropes." Marianne held up her hands. "Okay, Cammy, Lily, let's leave Ronan alone. Back to bed." They both sagged with disappointment, and so did I, a little. The bag of cookies from BB I'd taken the other day was still on my kitchen counter, untouched. "Do you guys like chocolate chip cookies?" Their little faces lit up again while Marianne shot me a "don't you dare" look in her eyes. I pretended not to see it. "A lady made these," I said, keeping the peas on my eye as I grabbed the cookie bag. "She's a grandma, so you know they're good." I handed the bag to Cammy, who immediately pulled out a cookie, gave it to her twin, then took one for herself. "They look so yummy. Can we, Mommy?" Marianne crossed her arms, shaking her head ruefully at me. "They're from one of my jobs," I said. "Good people." She relented with a sigh. "Okay, but one each." "Yay!" "What do you say?" The little girls flew at me, hugging me around my bruised ribs, though I hardly felt it. I held my arms up, not daring to touch them until they let me go. "Thank you, Mr. Ronan. Thanks a lot." Okay. Marianne herded them to the door, shooting me a puzzled look over her shoulder. "Go back down, girls. I'll be there in a minute." She watched them descend the stairs to make sure they got in safe, then turned back to me. "They like you," she said. "Must be the wrestling." "Or the chocolate," she said with a dry smile. "You sure you're going to be okay?" "Fine, it's over, I swear," I said, even as I wondered what would happen if Frankie decided to test me and fuck with Miller again, or Holden. I'd beat his ass if he touched either of them. But I'd already brought Mitch Dowd here once, too close to Marianne and her girls. Fuck. Marianne read my dark expression. "Put those peas back in the freezer, then get some sleep. Use it again tomorrow. You have something for the pain?" "I'm good." She nodded slowly, then reluctantly moved to the door as if she didn't want to leave me alone. "Good night, Ronan." "Yep." The door closed behind her, but wouldn't stay shut. The locking mechanism was busted. Dowd must have pried it open somehow. I tossed the peas in my freezer and dragged one of the cheap kitchen chairs to the door and wedged it under the knob. After Lily and Cammy, the silence in my place was thick and heavy. I went to the bathroom and inspected the damage. My lip was split. Not too bad, but my right eye looked like hell. Swollen, blue. The cheekbone puffed and dashed with a small cut where he must have got me with his ring. I lifted my shirt and sucked in a breath. Already my torso was a patchwork of bruises. My right shoulder, which took the brunt of the table, was stiffening up, and more bruises colored my skin beneath the owl tattoo. It stared at me in the mirror as if to say, "What did you expect?" I couldn't go to school like this, and I sure as shit couldn't go to the Barreras, even though Shiloh needed that shed. If my eye wasn't better Monday, I'd wait, then work twice as hard and fast to get it done for her. Then you won't be over there anymore, interfering in their lives. It was early yet, not even 1 a.m., but I was too stiff and sore to walk, and no good to anyone anyway. I laid down to sleep, knowing the nightmares were going to be worse and tinged with real pain. And I was right.
Chapter 7. Shiloh. I was right about Violet. Not only did she make homecoming court, she'd been voted queen, stealing the crown right out from under Evelyn Gonzalez. Not that Violet had been trying to steal anything. Her genuine surprise and humble attitude were why everyone loved her. To support her, I went to the football game on Saturday and the parade after with Miller. Or maybe it was to support him. We took our places on the aluminum bleachers and watched our Central Capitals destroy the SoCal Saints. Miller scowled every time River Whitmore completed a pass or threw for a touchdown, which was frequently. My gaze kept wandering from the field to scan the faces in the crowd. Ronan hadn't been at school for the last week and was a no-show at my house, too. Bibi said he'd called in sick. As the football game droned on that morning, I found myself on the verge of asking Miller if Ronan was okay, because that's allowed. But the words stuck in my throat. Asking about Ronan's well-being, putting it out there for someone else to hear, might somehow make the unsettling thoughts and feelings I'd been having about him finally settle. And then I'd have to look at them. After the game, Violet and River, still in his uniform, sat on the back of a convertible as the homecoming parade tooled around the track. Violet was radiant in black, her smile wide as she waved at the crowd or when she beamed up at River. Miller's scowl collapsed, and then he just looked sad. "Why do you do this to yourself?" I asked gently.
Sorry?
"Watch her be with someone else."
I need proof that she's okay with him, that he'll take care of her, or I'll sick Ronan on him.
A shiver danced up my arm. I cleared my throat. River's unproblematic. At least there's that. Miller's expression darkened.
Speaking of River, did Vi mention that she and I kissed?
My jaw fell open before I could catch it, and Miller quickly looked away.
I'll take that as a no.
I haven't seen her much lately, but no, she didn't say a word. I touched his arm. I'm sorry. I always knew something was going on there.
Don't be sorry. Just confirms everything she's been telling me for years.
Is that why you asked Amber to the dance? To get over her for real? Amber Blake had flown at me at school the other day. Her blue eyes lit up as she told me Miller had asked her to homecoming. For a second, I thought she was joking. I couldn't imagine Miller giving another girl the time of day. He hadn't once in 4 years since he'd met Violet. I guess everyone has their breaking point.
I have to try, Miller said. Maybe something could happen with Amber. Maybe if I gave her a chance, I could move on and be the friend Violet wants me to be.
Uh-huh. Amber is a friend of mine. A real flesh-and-blood human, not a blow-up doll to take your frustrations out on.
Jesus, I know that.
I sighed. I know. You're a good guy, too.
Try telling that to Vi.
She already knows. That's why she's fighting so hard. In her mind, things are either falling apart or they're standing still, never becoming something beautiful. I turned my gaze to the field, but in my mind I was in my backyard, Ronan's arm under my hands as I traced a line from his tattoo down to his wrist where his heartbeat pulsed. She's trying to hold the two of you still so you don't fall apart. So she doesn't fall apart. So things stay the same. So they don't go deeper. So she doesn't spend every waking moment wondering if you're okay and driving herself crazy with worry. I gave myself a shake. Being indirect and wishy-washy wasn't me. If I wanted to regain myself, I needed to be myself. I turned to face Miller. You, Ronan, and Holden are friends now, right?
Yeah?
Miller said absently. I plucked an invisible piece of lint off my loose-flowing linen pants. Ronan's been building a shed for me in our yard. My grandmother hired him from the want ads.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. He didn't mention it?
Not a word. But that's how he rolls.
I nodded and irritably brushed a cluster of braids off my shoulder. Well, he hasn't been around the last few days. Or at school. We have a monster paper coming up in history. Miller tore his gaze off Violet, his brows drawn down with concern.
He hadn't been hanging with us either lately. Then he shows up the other night with bruises on his arm and a pretty good shiner.
My eyes widened, and suddenly my heart felt twice as heavy. Bruises? From where?
Don't know. His uncle, maybe.
God, do you think? Miller shrugged.
He wouldn't say.
Well, did you ask him?
Of course, he said with a frown. Holden and I both asked him. He told us to fuck off. That's Ronin for you. When he doesn't want to talk, you won't.
Miller nudged my arm.
Hey, he's okay.
I realized I'd been gnawing my lower lip. Good. I mean, what?
He just looked a little worried there for a second.
I sat up straighter. I'm not completely heartless. My voice quavered on that word, but Miller didn't notice. He'd resumed his miserable vigil, watching Violet talk with River. The parade had ended, and the preparations for the dance had begun. Let's get out of here, I said.
Good idea,
he said grimly, and we made our way down the bleachers with the rest of the students and parents.
What about you? Going to the dance tonight?
No, I've had a few offers, but... I shrugged. I love dancing, but not dances. They're kind of silly. I'd had that stance for years and never gave it a second thought. Now I was questioning everything. Why? What's different? Ronan tried to crowd my thoughts, but I pushed him out. It was senior year. There weren't going to be any more dances. It was nostalgia, that's all. Miller sighed.
Holden and Ronan are ditching me too.
Oh? They're not going? My voice was 3 octaves higher than usual. He shook his head.
I mean, with Ronan it makes sense. Can you picture him at a dance?
Not dancing, no chance. But holding a girl, enveloping her in his arms, keeping her close. Jesus, I need an intervention.
But Holden, that fucker, could have backed me up,
Miller said. We'd reached the parking lot and I patted his arm. Sorry, my friend. Do you need a ride? So you have time to get ready?
No thanks, Shy. I need to walk. Clear my head.
I gave him a short hug, and we parted ways without me saying anything else that would help him or give him a boost. I had nothing. When I arrived home, BB was making her mint basil lemonade in the kitchen.
Hello, baby girl. How was the game?
We won, I said, pecking her cheek and eyeing the lemonade suspiciously. This is for
Ronan. Our boy's feeling much better now.
I went to the kitchen window. Our boy was in the backyard, looking every inch the man as he stacked plywood from the shipment of supplies that had come the other day. He wore his usual uniform, jeans, boots, plain t-shirt. Even from the kitchen, I could see the bruises darkening the skin beneath his owl tattoo and another around his right eye. Anger flared hot in me, taking me by surprise. I'll bring this to him. I grabbed the mason jar and headed out. On the patio, I plunked the glass on the table and strode to stand right in front of Ronan. Up close, the bruising around his eye was turning green, which meant it was a few days old. Which meant it had been so much worse. Who did that to you? I demanded. Ronan frowned down at me, taken back by the fire in my tone.
No one.
It was Dowd, wasn't it? For Frankie?
Doesn't matter.
Of course it does, I said, incredulous. It matters to me. We both froze. Ronan's gaze on me softened. We were standing so close. Close like we were about to dance or... I stepped back, my cheeks flaming. I mean, it's not right. First your arm and now this.
Forget it.
I don't want to forget it. I want to press charges.
No.
Ronan,
it's over, Shiloh,
he said harshly, though his gray eyes looked more sad than angry.
I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to fucking think about it. Just leave it alone.
But nothing. Ronan had shut down, turned away, and resumed his work on my shed, leaving me gaping after him in the middle of the yard like a dope. I turned on my heel and strode back into the house.
Shiloh, what's wrong?
Bibi asked. Everything, because nothing is what it's supposed to be. I sucked in a breath. Nothing. Everything's fine. Bibi said, wiping down the counter with a cloth.
Are you sure?
Bibi probably hadn't seen Ronan's bruises, and I didn't want to worry her. Yeah, sorry. It's just been a weird day. I forced a smile that she'd hear in my words. I'm going to the garage. Holler if you need anything. Lying to Bibi was high on my list of things I never do. But then again, so was losing control. I sat at my dim workstation and concentrated on my work, refocused my attention, and calmed my beating heart. It was slow going at first until I thought of my mother sitting in Aunt Bertie's kitchen, smoking over a crossword and not looking at me. It went faster after that. Yellow twilight was slipping under the garage door when I finished. Everyone at school would be getting ready for the homecoming dance, taking pictures and going out to dinner. I'd completed a bracelet that would go in my eventual shop. That was something. I expected, hoped, Ronan would be long gone, but he was still in our yard, working. The base of the shed had been laid, and he was hammering a nail into one corner. More nails stuck out of his mouth, his thick brows furrowed in concentration. The muscles of his arms flexed with each whack of the hammer. I quickly turned and joined Bibi on the couch where she was listening to Law and Order on the TV and knitting. The cats, Lucy and Ethel, lay stretched out over the back like throw pillows.
Well?
Bibi asked.
Feeling better?
Yes, thanks. I'm sorry, I sighed out the rest of my words, not sure what I'd have said anyway.
It's getting late,
Bibi said pointedly.
That boy is going to work until dark if we let him. Will you go tell him it's quitting time, or shall I?
She smiled and patted my hand.
Don't want you to get flustered after all.
I gaped. What? I'm not... I'll tell him. I ignored Bibi's snickering and went out to the patio. Hey, I said when there was a break in the hammering. Bibi says it's time to quit.
I can stay longer,
Ronan said without looking up.
Need to catch up.
Bibi won't allow it. Besides, we have that big paper due in history next week. You've missed a lot of class.
I'll figure it out.
Okay, but you have 2 days to figure it out and no notes to work from.
What's it to you?
Ronan asked, though his tone was more curious than defensive. Nothing, I said too quickly. But it's a huge part of our grade, so I was thinking. I swallowed hard. Jesus, what am I thinking? I was thinking I could grab some dinner for us and Bibi, and then maybe study a little. You can borrow my notes. Ronan didn't say anything but watched me, a conflicted expression on his face. I coughed. Or not.
Okay,
he said. Okay?
I can't fail history, or any class. I made a promise. Anyway, yeah, thanks.
Great, I said, and went back in the house, wondering who Ronan gave his promises to.
Chapter 8. Ronin. I followed Shiloh to the living room where she explained her dinner plans to Bibi. "Sounds marvelous," Bibi said. She was on the couch with a pile of yarn on her lap. 2 gray cats watched me through slitted eyes. "Do you like ribs, Ronin? Tony's makes the best plates with slaw, biscuits, and extra crispy onion rings." "Sounds good," I said. "Much better than my usual frozen dinner or fast food takeout." "Shy, why don't the 2 of you walk downtown and you can introduce Ronin to Tony?" "Walk?" Shiloh said, looking alarmed. "It'll be faster if we drive. In fact, I can just hop down there and back, alone." "There's no rush, dear." Shiloh bit her lip. "The food will get cold." "Nonsense, it's a lovely night for a walk. Don't you agree, Ronin?" I coughed. "Sure." Shiloh glared at me. "Wrong answer." "If you're into that sort of thing," she muttered. She grabbed an oversized cardigan from a chair near the door, tied it around her waist, and kissed her grandmother's cheek. "Be back soon. Take your time, you 2. We headed out, Shiloh facing forward, not looking at me. Clearly she was regretting her casual dinner invite, or being alone with me. "Shiloh, take the damn car if you want. I don't care." "No, it's fine." "Fine," I said, strolling with my hands in my pockets. "Uh-huh." She frowned. "It's no big deal." "It's no big deal, but you're going to be pissy the entire time." Shiloh glanced up at me. "I am not pissy." "Then what are you?" "I'm just walking." I chuckled, which only irritated her more. "Pardon me if I don't want my great-grandmother's food to get cold before she eats it. Bibi deserves the best." I smirked and shook my head. "You disagree?" "No, I 100% agree your grandmother deserves the best. That's why she has you." "Well?" "Well, you're stubborn as hell." Her eyes fringed with long, soft lashes widened. "Me?" "It's not a bad thing. It means you want what you want." "I do," she said, her tone softening a little. "It's hard to compromise, especially where Bibi's concerned." "How is she?" I asked. "Any more dizzy spells?" "No, thank God." She shivered a little, though it was still warm out. "But it's scary, you know? She's 80 and... Never mind, I don't want to talk about it. Like inviting bad stuff in." "Yeah, I get it." She gave me a small smile and the tension evaporated. Or maybe it just changed. Shiloh was wearing high-waisted loose white pants and a short white t-shirt with the beige cardigan tied loosely on her hips. The t-shirt revealed her midsection. Bracelets and rings, all her own making, I guessed, decorated her slender arms and hands, and her ears were pierced a dozen times, the rings and studs visible when she pushed her braids off her shoulders. I couldn't keep my eyes off of her, and my hands wanted to touch all the different textures of her, hard metal and soft skin. Her hair where it was braided and where it frayed at the ends into soft waves. So much for keeping my damn distance. The walk to downtown from Shiloh's neighborhood took about 15 minutes. Her quiet street gave way to rows of galleries, restaurants, coffee shops, and bars. We passed a tattoo place with a Chinese dragon on a screen hanging in the window. "What makes you decide to get a tattoo?" Shiloh asked with a nod at the shop. "There are an infinite number of designs or quotes to choose from. How do you pick?" "You narrow it down to the most meaningful or important, something you want to wear forever," I said, and thought of my owl. "Most times they pick you." As if she were reading my mind, her dark eyes went to my shoulder, to the Indian eagle owl. In life, they were brown and gray with black stripes along their stomach and long ear-like tufts over bright orange eyes. My tattoo had no color but for the eyes. Shiloh looked like she was going to ask about it, but changed her mind. She did that a lot, I noticed. Like tonight, letting herself get personal, then retreating. I couldn't blame her. Something in her pulled something out of me, too. I had to keep reminding myself who I was. The son of a murderer. So, do you have an idea about the topic of your paper? Shiloh asked, a neutral subject. Like probably half the class, I picked the Romanov assassinations.
I was thinking the Kodinka tragedy.
What's that? Baskin hasn't talked much about it.
It was pretty early on in the revolution. Shiloh arched a brow.
And? Don't leave me hanging.
I jammed my hands into my pockets. I don't know, maybe it's dumb.
I'm sure it's not dumb. She nudged my elbow with hers. Tell me.
Okay, so at the coronation of Nicholas II, there was a big banquet held in a field for the citizens, but 500,000 showed up, more than anyone planned. A rumor went around that the beer and souvenirs were going to dry up, which started a stampede. 1,400 people were killed.
Holy shit,
Shiloh breathed. Yeah, and the fucked up thing was, Nicholas knew about it. As he rode in, he saw wagons of the dead being carted out, but he went on with the celebration anyway, making speeches, business as usual.
Sounds awful. What made you want to write about that?
Because it set the tone for the revolution, I said. Really terrible shit happens to regular people, and the ones who are supposed to be watching out for them don't. Shiloh was staring at me as if she were seeing something that hadn't been there before. Then she blinked and looked away.
Sounds like you know what you're talking about, paper-wise. Not sure how I can help.
I checked out some books from the library, but I'm still really fucking far behind. You might have notes for a better topic.
I don't think you need a better topic. I think it's perfect.
I looked down at her, and she looked up at me, her features soft and unguarded for a split second. Then she faced forward again, drawing close and retreating, like a tide. We walked in silence for another minute or so. Then Shiloh stopped at an empty storefront that used to be a tiny laundromat. The place was cleaned out, paint peeling off the walls, and 2 small front windows were plastered with going out of business signs.
This one, Shiloh murmured, almost to herself. Perfect location, perfect square footage, perfect everything.
For your own shop? She nodded and heaved a breath.
My own shop. I can feel the weight of the responsibility just saying the words. Excitement, too, though maybe that's just anxiety and self-doubt in disguise.
I glanced down at the intricate ring on her finger, easily imagining it on a display in her shop. How did you get into jewelry making?
When I was about 10 years old, Bibi showed me how to make trees by twisting copper wires into a trunk, then branching them out and hanging little plastic gems off of them for leaves.
Yeah, there's a few in your living room. You made those? She nodded.
I was obsessed. Bibi thought it'd pass the time for a few afternoons, but I wanted to make more and more. Trees with green leaves and gold and orange leaves for autumn, pink and white for cherry blossoms, a whole forest of them.
I nodded, thinking of those trees differently now, knowing that Shiloh made them.
I loved making something beautiful, but I didn't like that they just sat in a case. I started wrapping coils of copper around my fingers and wrists, adding the little gems, and that was it. As I got older, my designs became more difficult and required real work and tools. Bibi wasn't too keen on the soldering iron or the hand torch at first, but she trusted and supported me every step of the way. This is now her dream, too.
Shiloh turned her gaze on the empty laundromat, populating it in her mind with displays of her art. I'd never seen anything as beautiful as that girl in the moment, drenched in twilight, her future in her eyes, and my fight with doubt had slowed everything down. Sorry I missed so much work.
I don't care about that. I care more that you got hurt.
She glanced up at me, her eyes soft.
I mean, of course that's important.
In that moment, the tide of her attention and warmth flowed in as she looked up at me, her face open, her lips parted. The air thickened and my heart was a hammer in my chest. My eyes roamed but kept coming back to her mouth. Fuck, her mouth was perfect, round and ripe like fruit I wanted to bite and suck. Shiloh held still as if she were waiting. Her pulse jumped in the hollow of her throat. I felt myself draw into her small, lithe body dwarfed by mine. Then my shadow fell over her. I caught our reflection in the glass of the shop she wanted, me in black, tattooed and bruised, and her glinting gold. She is beauty. I'm everything ugly. My head reared back and I took a step away from her.
I gave a jerky nod to the laundromat. So, you going to make a bid for this place? Oh, no, Shiloh said, retreating. Her open face reverted to its usual focused, no-nonsense expression. I mean, yes, I'd love to, but I'm not ready yet, and it'll be a miracle if it's still available this summer. This summer? How old are you? 18 in December. I want to be the youngest entrepreneur in town, she said as we continued our walk. Not that that means anything. Mostly I just don't want to waste time. I know what I want, and I'm working really hard to get there, so I see no reason to wait. Seems like a lot of work. It will be, but that's what I love. While making the copper trees, I became addicted to the satisfaction of doing difficult things. She smiled dryly. I can't drink booze, so I have to get my buzz elsewhere. Plus, I'm not getting sidetracked with marriage or kids, not for a long time anyway. Or maybe ever. Why not? I don't think I'd be good at the whole mom thing. I'm a workaholic, type A kind of person, and my own mother hasn't exactly set the best example. I told you we aren't close, but that's putting it mildly. Sometimes it feels like she can hardly stand to look at me. I couldn't imagine it, but maybe that's because I couldn't stop looking at her. Bibi says she's lost, Shiloh continued. Her mom died when she was young, her dad about 10 years ago. Our family is all broken up. Only my aunt and uncle are solid. I guess that's why I go and visit, to see what a real family looks like. That's a terrible thing to say, like I'm ungrateful for Bibi when I'm not, but sometimes I feel cut adrift. I don't know who my dad is, don't know who I am, so I work really hard at my jewelry, wanting to make a name for myself, an identity. She hunched her shoulders. Sorry, that was a lot. I get it. You do? I nodded. I know what you mean about feeling cut loose from everything. I feel the same, adrift. Because your parents died so early? Yeah, something like that. Shiloh stopped and faced me. I never said I was sorry about that. When you told me on the day we met, I was too busy being defensive. But I'm sorry. Don't be. Not for him. For her, maybe. My throat tightened. What happened? Shiloh asked gently. You don't want to hear it. I do, but if you don't want to tell it, I understand. Talking about the past can suck. How about the future instead? What do you want to do after we graduate? College? Doubt it. I'm just trying to get through this year. It's kind of like a reset. To leave a lot of bad shit behind, try to be better. Mitch Dowd lurking in my apartment clouded my thoughts. Trying and failing. I just want a normal life, I said. It seemed like it wasn't too much to ask, and yet it was everything. Normal, like having a family? Shiloh asked. Kids? I shook my head. No, I don't have the best role model either. Understatement of the fucking year. Shiloh was watching me, wanting to know more, willing to listen. But telling her about my parents wasn't like telling Holden or Miller. The three of us were fucked up in our own ways. Telling Shiloh would be like smearing mud over a beautiful painting. We started to walk again, and the cardigan slipped off her waist and hit the ground. I made a grab for it and shook it out. Night had fallen, and she shivered under a streetlight. I wanted to wrap the sweater around her, protect her from the cold, from anything that would hurt her. Remember who you are. I thrusted at her. Here. Oh, thanks. She looked away as she slipped it over her slender arms. The yellow Tony's sign blaring above us. And we're here. Tony's BBQ had a line out the door. We waited in it, neither saying a word. When it came time to order, I tried to pay, but Shiloh waved me off. It was my idea. Shiloh. Your money is no good here, Wentz. I got this. I insist. I scowled. I'll get the next one. The next one? Shit. We walked back to her place, and Bibi, moving like a sighted person, set the table and dumped a pile of napkins in the center. If it's Tony's, we'll need every single one, she said, beaming in my direction. I was going to be eating dinner with them, at their table, like a normal person. But now that I was about to have a taste of normal, I didn't know what to do. I was going to fuck it up, say or do something and embarrass the shit out of myself. I could just take mine out back and keep working, I said and turned to Shiloh. Maybe I could take a look at your history notes later? Shiloh glared. What? Absolutely not, BB said. Come, sit. There was no getting out of it. I took a seat opposite Shiloh while BB sat at the head of the table. The barbecue was better than anything I'd eaten in a long time, the sauce spicy and sweet, like the girl sitting across from me. BB asked me harmless questions and made small talk until I no longer felt like an intruder. It snuck up on me, that feeling of belonging, mostly because I didn't recognize it. Shiloh and her grandmother teased each other, finishing each other's sentences and sharing their inside jokes. BB was in the middle of telling me how 5-year-old Shiloh once caught a tadpole in the pond up the road and had plans to raise it in the toilet when a hard pounding on the door jolted all of us. The cats darted off the couch and disappeared down the hall. The warm feeling of belonging evaporated, and for an instant I had the crazy thought that I'd brought my own bloody past right to the Barrera's doorstep. Mitch Dowd. Sakes alive, BB said, her hand on her throat. Who could that be? The pounding came again, and I got up and strode to the door. I threw it open to a bored-looking delivery guy in a brown uniform, a package in his hand. I need a signature, he said. Mrs. BB Barrera? You gotta pound the door like that? Hey man, this is my last delivery of the night. He glanced up to see me looming over him and took a step back. You don't look like Mrs. Barrera. I'm here, BB said, pushing me gently aside. Thank you, Ronan, I got this. I went back to the table, grabbed my denim jacket and threw it on. Thanks for dinner. Shiloh stood up. You're leaving? What about the history notes? The paper is due in a week. I'll be fine. But I don't need your help, Shiloh, I said, and gestured at the remnants of dinner. I don't need any of this. My stomach was full, but the hunger had returned, gnawing with sharp teeth. This wasn't my house, wasn't my life. BB had returned to the dining table with a package in her hands. Well, I hope this is worth scaring us out of our wits. She cocked her head, sensing tension. Everything all right? Fine, I said, taking the sharp edge out of my tone for her sake. I'll be back Monday to work on the shed. I shot a glance at Shiloh. And that's all. Shiloh's soft expression hardened, and she tilted her chin up. Great, she snapped. Fine by me. I mumbled more thanks to BB and headed out, into the night that was cold and dark.
Chapter 9. Shiloh. For the next week, instead of going home where Ronan was working every day in my backyard, I holed up in the school library with my history paper that was due that Friday. I pored over Romanov facts, thoughts of Ronan breaking my concentration every other minute. I wondered, worried, how he was doing on his paper, and then reminded myself for the millionth time he didn't want my help. I made progress, but I felt like a coward. I never hid. I faced things head-on and dealt with them quickly. Always. Like you do with Mama, a voice whispered. That was a whole other galaxy of pain. It was unbearable enough that she hated me. Knowing why might wreck me altogether. Ronan Wentz, I told myself, was merely a distraction. The best way to deal with him was to not. Ronan must have had the same idea. I didn't see him except for history class, and he wasn't talking either. Hell, he barely made eye contact. Good, I thought, ignoring the twinge in my chest and the memory of us standing on the sidewalk outside the old laundromat. How his gray eyes weren't hard like stone, but soft like smoke as he looked down at me, his gaze lingering on my mouth. Close enough I could smell the campfire scent of him. For a split second, I thought he was going to kiss me. Not just kiss, but devour. Wrong. Sit in your wrongness and be wrong, I told myself. Still feeling Ronan's presence all those rows behind me. No complications, no drama. But that damn twinge wouldn't go away all week. It burrowed deeper until it resembled an ache.
On Thursday afternoon, I finished the paper. Not my best work, admittedly. Hopefully a solid B. I drove home around 5 and parked the Buick in the garage, the much emptier garage. My work table and all of my tools and supplies were gone. "BB," I called, hurrying in through the kitchen. "I'm home." "Out here, honey pie," she called from the patio table in the backyard. Behind her was the finished workshed. I froze, my eyes glued to the simple little shed. Green with white trim, it had double doors and even the window Ronan had shown me in his sketches. BB clapped her hands. "It's incredible, isn't it? Go and see what he did." Moving slowly, I pulled open the doors. Inside, it smelled of cut wood and fresh paint, clean and new. Ronan had moved my table from the garage and had stacked my plastic supply bins neatly on one side. Shelves lined 2 walls, and on them sat all my tools. Ronan had spared me countless trips back and forth from the garage. I ran my hand along one perfect shelf and inhaled deep. I could almost smell the campfire scent of him under the fresh wood and paint, faint and fading fast. "Our boy did a marvelous job, didn't he?" BB asked when I came back out. Our boy. Tears sprang to my eyes. "Shiloh?" "It's silly," I said, blinking hard. I did not cry. "I'm getting emotional for no reason." "Not for no reason," BB said gently. I sank into the chair beside her. "It's really perfect, and will help me so much. I guess that's why." "That must be it," BB said, patting my hand. "Thank you, BB." I reached to hug her. "Thank you so much for this." "You're welcome, honey. I know you're going to make beautiful creations in it. Will we be seeing Ronin anymore now that it's done?" she asked, light as a feather. "No," I said. "Why would we?" "Oh, child." She briefly laid her hand on my shoulder, then got up and went inside. I hugged my elbows, feeling like she'd just passed judgment on me and found me guilty of a crime I didn't commit. Ronan had made it clear, the other night and in class with his stony silence, that he didn't want anything more to do with me, even if that stung somewhere deep in a place I didn't want to look at. There wasn't anything I could do about it. I studied the shed, still disbelieving it was really mine. I was going to work so much better, so much harder in that space. That was all that mattered. Might as well start now. I went to work, organizing everything the way I wanted it. It didn't take long. Ronan had set everything up as if he knew exactly how I'd need it for maximum efficiency. I worked fast in clean and fresh air and sunlight instead of a dark, grungy garage. By the time I was finished for the day, there was no trace of Ronan left at all.
"Let's have 'em, folks," Mr. Baskin said the next day in history. "Pass your papers to the front of the class."
Violet and I exchanged glances. "I don't have a good feeling about this," she murmured. "This paper was written under extreme duress." I smiled gently back at her. The entire school was buzzing about how River Whitmore had stood Violet up at the homecoming dance. To add bitter insult to injury, she'd then witnessed Miller in a very NC-17 hookup with Amber Blake. And I wasn't there for her. Instead, I'd been wasting my time with Ronan, getting barbecue, my absurd imagination pretending he'd almost kissed me. "You got this," I said to Violet. "You write this stuff in your sleep." Her smile slipped. If only I could sleep. The guy behind me tapped my shoulder and handed over the stack from our row. I added my report in its neat folder to the others like it, noticing that one paper was only stapled pages, the edges torn, as if it had been ripped out of a spiral notebook. Ronin. I passed the stack forward and bit my lip. Baskin had specifically said the papers had to be typed. Hopefully he wouldn't notice today. Maybe he'd only dock Ronin a few points. Maybe it wasn't his at all. Mr. Baskin shuffled through the stack, his brow furrowed behind his thick glasses. He held the handwritten report and squinted at it.
Ronan Wentz.
He peered over the class until he found him in my row. Last seat.
I specified more than once that this paper must be typed.
My skin heated with anger that he'd called Ronin out like this. The rest of the class was turning to look. I kept my gaze forward, unwilling to add to his embarrassment.
Mr. Wentz, do you have a response? I don't have a computer,
Ronan said, his voice low, and in that moment, I hated Baskin.
That's what the school library is for, Baskin said. There is no excuse for not completing the paper as specified.
He walked down the aisle past me to Ronan and dropped his paper on his desk.
I'm going to give you a chance to remedy the situation. Get this typed up and returned to me. I'll dock you 1/2 letter grade for every day it's late. Today's Friday, Ronan said. Then it had better start out as an A paper.
Baskin resumed the day's lesson, but I could hardly concentrate. When the bell rang, the class poured outside and dispersed. I lingered by the door. Heading home? Violet asked. Not yet. Call me this weekend? Sure. I gave a handful of braids a tug in frustration. My best friend was walking away alone because I was waiting for a guy. I was about to come to my senses and chase after Violet when Ronan exited the classroom, his expression stormy. Baskin probably kept him in to berate him more for not being prepared. Ronan didn't look up at me, but strode fast down the walk, head down. Hey, I said, falling in step with him. I practically had to jog to keep up. Ronan grunted in greeting. What Baskin did is utter bullshit.
He's right. It was supposed to be typed.
But he didn't have to call you out in front of the whole class. Let's go to the library, right now.
What for?
We'll get your paper typed up and get it in Baskin's box before he leaves today.
It won't work.
Why?
Because I can't type that fast.
He looked out over the campus, anywhere but at me.
It's fucking embarrassing, but I've never had a laptop or computer. Never stayed one place long enough to learn.
That's what he said. But what I heard was that surviving 10 years of foster care had taken up his time and energy. The ache in my chest deepened. I'll type it for you.
Why would you do that for me?
He asked, suspicion hard in his tone. Because I want to. And because Ronan made a promise to someone to get through this year. But I knew he wouldn't expect either answer. He'd think it was charity, and he'd already been embarrassed enough for one day. To thank you for the shed. It's beyond perfect.
Bibi thanked me. That's what the money was for.
That was from her. This is from me. I gave the cuff of his denim jacket a tug. We don't have much time. If we're going to beat Baskin at his own dickish game, we have to move fast. Ronan hesitated a moment more, then nodded.
I guess.
Try to contain your enthusiasm, I said with a grin. This will work. We hurried to the library, and I jumped on one of the computers while Ronan stood stiffly behind me, arms crossed tight. Paper, I said, holding out my hand like a surgeon asking for a scalpel. Ronan pulled the paper from his backpack. Fuck it, he muttered, then handed it over. The first thing that shocked me was how long it was. More than the 10 pages Baskin required. Worse, it was really damn good. Damn it. Ronan looks like he does, and he's smart as hell. I'm being tested. The universe is testing me. As I typed, Ronan's intelligence came through loud and clear, though in an understated way. Simple but powerful sentences. His empathy for the nearly 1,400 people who died in a stampede thanks to poor planning bled through too. It was more than a paper on a tragic event, but a convincing argument that Nicholas II's time as emperor was doomed from the start.
How did you get so fast?
Ronan asked after a few minutes. Practice, I said, eyes on his paper while my fingers flew. I don't like things that slow me down. He made a sound that might have been a chuckle.
I guess not.
For the next 10 minutes, I typed as fast as I could, conscious that the clock was ticking and that Ronan was behind me, relying on me to help save his grade. What's this say? I asked, holding up the paper where his pen ink had smudged a word.
Commemorative,
he said. He rubbed the back of his neck self-consciously.
Shiloh, you don't have to do this. It's not worth it.
Yes, it is, I said. Your spelling could use work and your commas are a disaster, but the paper itself is really damn good. And if Baskin can't see that, he's an asshole.
But,
hush, I'm working. Ronan snorted a small laugh, and 20 minutes later, I was done. I hit print, and we dashed from the library to the admin building. Inside, office staff were at their desks or talking in small groups. We hurried over to Ms. Oliveri, the front desk administrator. Is Mr. Baskin still here? I'm afraid not. He's gone for the day. Shit. Ms. Oliveri arched a brow.
Come on, Shiloh,
Ronan said.
Let's go.
Never give up. Never surrender. I looked to Ms. Oliveri. How long ago did he leave? Not long. A few minutes. Parking lot, I said, and grabbed Ronan's hand. It was large and strong, calloused from work, like my shed. I tugged him outside the admin building and was still holding his hand as we reached the faculty parking lot. Oh, sorry. I let go quickly and gave him the paper instead. We scanned the lot. There! Baskin was just unlocking the door to his brown Hyundai, juggling keys, a portfolio, and a coffee thermos. Mr. Baskin, wait! He watched us approach, a frown under his mustache. Ronan offered the paper to Baskin, who took it with narrowed eyes, his gaze taken in Ronan's worn-out jacket and the tattoo peeking from under the sleeve. He scanned the pages. The more he read, the more the stern lines in his face softened. He glanced up, unable to keep how impressed he was off his face. Then his judgy frown returned.
How much help did you give Mr. Wentz?
No help. I typed it. A little proofing, that's it.
I wrote it,
Ronan stated. Baskin's eyes narrowed again.
Plagiarism is a very serious offense, Mr. Wentz.
I gaped. He didn't.
I wrote it,
Ronan repeated. Baskin pursed his lips.
Teachers have methods of knowing if that's true or not.
He tucked the paper under his arm.
I'll see you both on Monday, unless there's anything else.
Nothing else, I said tightly. Baskin shot us a final dubious glance. We stepped back and he drove away. What an asshole! I burst out when he was gone. That paper is excellent. It's smart and strong and deep. It's 100% you. I felt Ronan's eyes on me and realized what I'd said. A flush of heat burned my cheeks. Anyway, whatever. We did it.
You did it,
Ronan said. He was looking at me like he had the other night, and the parking lot, the entire planet, suddenly felt very empty. Just him and me. It was nothing, I said.
You probably saved my grade. That means a lot.
The moment caught and held. Me, who planned and prepared to the nth degree, had no clue what was going to happen next. The feeling was woozy and exhilarating at the same time, and completely unacceptable. I was getting in too deep, too invested in whether or not this guy passed history. Too invested, period. I gotta go, I blurted. Lots of work. Ronan stiffened.
Yeah, me too.
We both turned and went our separate ways. From being alone together to just being alone. Monday afternoon, Violet was absent from history. She'd texted me that she'd been up late studying for the SAT and AP tests. But I knew she was hurting to have to go to school and see Miller holding hands with Amber Blake. Like a knife in my heart, said her text. I wished I had something to say to make her feel better, but my own heart was twisted in knots, and talking to Violet about my feelings felt silly compared to everything she was dealing with. In class, Baskin passed back our Russian Revolution papers. Mine had an A- and red ink on the cover page.
All in all, I'm very impressed,
Baskin said, almost grudgingly.
Some of you picked interesting topics indeed.
He seemed to look at Ronan when he said this. I itched to know what grade Ronan had received, not because I cared all that much, I told myself, but to make sure my efforts hadn't been in vain. After class, I waited outside. Well?
B-,
Ronan said. What? That's bullshit. Your paper was better than mine.
I passed, thanks to you.
Nah, I told you. It was nothing.
It wasn't nothing. I appreciate it a lot.
His gray eyes met mine.
Thank you.
I started to make a joke, my usual defense. Instead, I said softly, You're welcome. Ronan glanced around and rubbed the back of his neck like he was nervous. It was a strange look on him, and sweet.
So, listen, I was thinking, there's this place.
I held perfectly still, my pulse counting down the seconds until his next words.
It's on the beach, out of the way right where the cliffs come down. Miller, Holden, and I hang out there a lot after school and on weekends. Make bonfires, shoot the shit, drink beer.
Okay.
So maybe, if you wanted to come and hang out with us sometime, you could. If you want it.
You want me to... My stomach and heart both felt like foreign objects fluttering with butterflies and beating faster in ways they'd never done with a guy. I struggled to keep my tone casual. You're inviting me to the secret hideout of the infamous Lost Boys?
Basically.
He looked to the ground, then back to me.
So, you want to?
Yes. The thought was so loud he must have heard it, but it was drowned in the sirens and alarms going off, the ones that blared I was already getting too close, and how hurt Violet would be. Miller would be there?
Of course.
Then, I can't. Violet's my best friend. Ronan frowned.
So?
So, she and Miller are barely speaking. I shook my head, disappointment biting hard. The girl he hooked up with the night of the dance is a friend, too. It's all a big mess, and I can't go. I can't do that to Violet.
I get it.
He rubbed his chin. His boots scraped the ground.
Yeah. Maybe it's better anyway. Okay. See you around.
Oh, wow. Okay. I said as he walked away without another word. I guess that's that. The sudden end of our weird acquaintance or friendship or whatever it was between us. Nothing. There is nothing between us. I watched Ronan blend into the students at school and disappear. I'm better off, I said out loud, ignoring the pang in my heart that told me that was a lie.
Chapter 10. Ronin. Thanksgiving Day there was a knock on my door. I opened it to Marianne and the twins. The girls pushed past their mom's legs and hugged me. "Ronin! Hi, Ronin! Look what we made!" Lily and Cammy hustled me away from the door, excitedly holding up Thanksgiving turkeys made out of brown construction paper, traced from their own little hands. Each finger was a colorful feather with googly eyes glued to the thumb. "We made these in class," Cammy said proudly. Lily nodded. "We got to do arts and crafts and eat popcorn instead of do math." I smiled. Over the past few weeks, I'd learned to see the difference in the twins after spending more time with them. Like when I went down to replace the batteries in their smoke detector, or when they came up to visit me for no reason at all. Separately, it was difficult to tell them apart, but together, it was easy to see the differences in the girls' faces. The mom, of course, knew who was who without a glance. Marianne gave me a small smile and a shrug as she shut the door behind her. "I hope we're not bothering you. They've been talking all morning about when they could come over." "They never bother me," I said. "Just the opposite. I'd babysit if Marianne ever needed me, but never offered. Didn't want to come across as a perv. I just liked having them around." The girls pressed their paper turkeys at me. "They're for you," Lily said, and Cammy nodded vigorously. "For me?" My damn throat felt tight. The papers felt small and light in my big hands. "Because today is Thanksgiving," Cammy said. "We're going to Auntie Colleen's house for a big dinner." "You can come with us," Lily said, "if you want." I went to the kitchen and rummaged in a drawer for a roll of Scotch tape. "That's nice of you, Lil, but I'm going somewhere already." "You are?" Marianne asked sharply. "Where? If you don't mind me asking." I smirked. If Marianne was going to ask a question, she asked it. "I'm going to Nelson's," I said, taping the turkeys to my refrigerator door. "He's my uncle," I told the girls. Cammy made a face. "We know." Lily wore the same sour expression. "Mommy says he's a son of a bitch. Lillian Angela Greer," Marianne cried. She shook her head at me, her eyes wide. "I'm sorry, I chuckled. "It's all right." I sat on my heels in front of the girls. "Your mom's right, but don't say that word in front of him." "Why not?" "It's not polite," Marianne interjected. "And a bad word," Cammy added. "Right, and a magic word," I said. "If you say it to his face, he might turn into an ogre." The girls' eyes were wide. "Really?" I nodded. "That's why grown-ups never want kids to say bad words in front of other grown-ups. You never know if it'll turn them into a monster." "How do you know so much about it?" Cammy asked, the skeptic of the two. "Have you seen a monster?" "I sure have." I felt Marianne's eyes on me and gestured at the turkeys on my fridge. "What do you think? Do they look good there?" "Your fridge needed them," Cammy said seriously. "There's nothing on it." Lily agreed. "Our fridge is covered in our artwork and when we do good on a project." "Do well," Marianne corrected gently. She stood between the girls, stroking their hair. "So you're having dinner with your uncle?" I stood up, heading over at 2. That, at least, wasn't a lie. It was true I was going to visit Nelson, but only because he needed me to drop off some invoices from a plumber we'd hired last week. "That's great," Marianne said. "Hold on a sec." She hurried out, leaving the girls with me. It wasn't too cold of a day. I was wearing a t-shirt showing my tattoos. Their favorite subject. They never got tired of looking at them. "That looks ouchy," Lily said of the dagger tattoo on my left arm. "The clock says 10:05, Cammy said, inspecting the sleeve on my right. "We're learning about time in class." "What happened at 10:05? Lily asked. She was pronounced dead right there in the kitchen because I couldn't stop the monster. "When I was a kid in school, we had recess at 10:05, I said. That was my favorite time of day. "Then you could go out and play with your friends?" Cammy asked. "Yep, exactly." "That's my favorite time too," Lily said. Marianne returned holding a box from a local bakery I passed on my walk to Central every day when I wasn't suspended or working odd jobs. For you and Mr. Wentz. She set the box in my hand. Surprise, it's pumpkin. That's the pie we were going to bring to Auntie's, Cammy said. You said our job was to bring the dessert, Lily added. I started to hand the box back. I can't take this. Marianne stopped me. Yes, you can. I'm trying to imagine the feast 2 bachelors may have cooked up. She smiled softly, though her forehead was creased in worry. Please? What about Auntie Colleen? Lily asked. Cammy nodded. She's going to be pissed. I shot Marianne a look. Yeah, what about Auntie Colleen? She's going to be pissed. The girls busted up, giggling. Marianne smirked and rolled her eyes. We'll stop at the store and pick up something else, she told her daughters. Tell Ronan bye-bye. Again, I was surrounded, 2 pairs of little arms hugging me around the waist. I don't know what it was with those girls and hugging. Bye, Ronan. Bye. Thanks for the turkeys, I said, then to Marianne. And the pie. She smiled. Happy Thanksgiving, Ronan. They left, and as usual, my place felt a little darker and emptier. At 1:45, I grabbed the invoices and the pie and waited for the bus. The complex Nelson managed, the Bluffs, was at the very edge of my walking range and in an even worse neighborhood than where Miller and I lived. The iron railings were rusted and cages covered every lower window. The entire complex was painted a dark green not long ago. Nelson said it cost him a pretty penny, but why spend the money fixing the cracks when you could cover them with paint? My uncle's place was on the lower level, corner unit. I knocked and waited. A kid on a tricycle pedaled in circles in the cracked and pitted parking lot, watching me. Yeah? Nelson called from inside. It's me. Come in. His apartment was larger than mine, but seemed smaller. Stacks of newspapers, garbage bags filled with God knew what, and piles of old clothes were heaped all over. Not quite ready for hoarders, but getting there. My uncle was watching football from a dark green upholstered chair that matched the building's exterior. Slashes of yellow stuffing puffed out where the old fake leather had dried up and split. A TV tray table sat beside him with 3 empty beer bottles and an ashtray overflowing with pistachio shells. He had the footrest on the chair kicked up. The carpet beneath, a ruddy orange shag, was littered with more shells, more newspapers, and empty soda bottles. The entire place reeked of solitude. The kind that has settled so deep you don't care anymore who sees your place, even when it looks like shit. Here are the invoices, I said. And pie. Toss them on the table. The kitchen table was just as bad, covered in fast food wrappers, a month's worth of junk mail, and coupons cut out of mailers. I cleared a space and set the pie and invoices down, wondering if they'd get lost in the sea of crap and not get paid. Have a seat, Nelson said. The only other chair in the living space was an old throwaway he'd salvaged from the curb. It had once been white. I sat on the very edge, resting my elbows on my thighs. Our team's playing, Nelson said. Green Bay versus Dallas. Packers up by 10. Sweet. We watched the game for a few minutes. The place smelled of sour sweat and old beer. I wanted to get the fuck out of there, and yet couldn't stand the thought of leaving him alone. You're doing a good job with the building, he said after a minute. Thanks. The tenants like you? I nodded. That's fine, so long as they don't walk all over you. They don't, I said, thinking of Marianne's twins. They climb all over me. Good. See that they don't. The cliffside building needs a new roof, I said slowly. Nelson let out a shout. There it is. First down. Hot damn. Nelson, I heard you. I'll think about it. I left it alone. That was more than I expected. The game went to commercial and Nelson looked at me for the first time. Did you say you brought pie? Yeah, a gift from one of the tenants, Marianne Greer. For me? I nodded. His lips pursed and humphed. Go figure. Well, I got 2 turkey dinners. You may as well stay since you're here. I nodded, stunned. 2 dinners? They're in the freezer, he said, his eyes on the TV. Beer's in the fridge. The freezer was frosted over, but I pried 2 dinners from the white cave. Sliced turkey, peas, mashed potatoes and gravy, and a square of some kind of dessert that looked like it might have been an apple tart. Each one took 8 minutes to cook. While Nelson's was rotating in the microwave, I cleaned up a little. I found cheap plastic plates in a cabinet and put the meals on them, minus the apple shit, so they wouldn't look like TV dinners, but more like real food. I grabbed silverware and 2 beers from the fridge. Nelson cleaned off his TV tray and showed me where a second one lay folded against the wall. We sat with our food in front of us and watched the game, neither saying much, except to talk stats and Green Bay's prospects for the rest of the season. "I may live in Cali, but Wisconsin's in my blood," he said. "Yeah," I said, thinking of my dad. Mine too. After we ate, I cleared our plates and cleaned up until the counters and kitchen table looked a little better, a little more normal. I served up the bakery fresh pumpkin pie. "This is good stuff," Nelson said, forking a bite. "Not bad, right?" I thought about Miller and Holden, my friends I was going to meet later tonight at the shack. I thought about how things were okay in my classes, not failing any, at least. Frankie Dowd still gave me the stink eye, but it seemed like the score had been settled. I thought about Shiloh Barrera. We'd only spoken a handful of words since I'd asked her to come to the shack, as close as I'd get to asking her out. Another moment of weakness. I'd had 100 around her, always saying yes to barbecue or help on a paper when I should have been saying no. Shiloh said no. The right answer. You shouldn't have fucking asked at all. Now we only saw each other coming or going in history. She'd whisper with Violet, glancing at me sometimes as if I were vaguely familiar, someone she used to know. The nameless hunger in me grew sharp teeth then, but it was still my favorite part of the day, and I thought about Shiloh with her grandmother, probably sitting down to their own Thanksgiving dinner at that moment, safe, happy. "No," I said to my uncle. "Not bad at all." That night, after hanging with Holden and Miller at the shack, I had a small hope that the nightmares wouldn't come, because being with my friends was always good, and dinner with Nelson hadn't been half bad. I was wrong. I woke to my own ragged screams tearing out of my throat, to the bloody kitchen in Manitowoc slowly fading to the dark of my empty apartment in Santa Cruz. Fuck. I tore the covers off and sat on the edge of my bed, holding my head in my hands. My heart pounding, blood rushing in my ears, blood staining the floor. The cheap clock radio said it was a little after 3 a.m. I gave up on sleep for the rest of the night, dressed and headed out. After months of walking, I had a route now. Marianne first. I paused at her unit, listening. All quiet. The door closed and locked, I hoped. Then I set off for Miller's complex. All the windows were dark, quiet. No trouble out of his mom's boyfriend. Next, I walked to the Bluffs, back to Nelson's place. The TV was still on, droning through the open windows. I imagined he'd fallen asleep in the same chair where we'd eaten our version of Thanksgiving dinner hours before. I kept walking. No matter how hard I tried to pry it out of Holden, he wouldn't tell Miller or me where he lived, so I didn't have him on my route. Probably up in the heights where the rich people were and too far from my shitty neighborhood. I'd still have walked it. But Shiloh? Her and Bibi's house was in between my place and Central. In 10 minutes, I was in her tree-lined neighborhood of small one-story cottages. Had to be careful here. If there was a neighborhood watch, I'd get busted easy. No one would believe me if I told them what I was doing there, or why. The Barrera's house was quiet and dark. Secure. No one suspicious or threatening out on the street, except for me. I made the rounds 3 times between Nelson, Marianne, Miller, and Shiloh until dawn broke in the east behind the forested mountains. Then I returned to my complex and checked on Marianne once more before heading upstairs. I didn't bother to change out of my clothes. I'd only get an hour or 2 of sleep if I were lucky. I lay down in my bed, exhausted, and closed my eyes. They're all safe, Mom, I thought, and only then did sleep come. Black, merciful, nothing. Chapter 11. Ronin. The sky darkened with rain as I walked home from Central on the Monday after Thanksgiving. I wasn't far from the school when the first droplets fell, and all I had was my denim jacket. Shit. I walked faster, and then I heard it. The groaning, creaking sounds of a car that had a huge engine but no horsepower. I bit back a smile as Shiloh's pale green boat pulled up alongside me, the passenger side window already cranked down. Shiloh gave me a look, eyebrows raised. In about 10 seconds, it's going to get bad. The sky rumbled as if to prove her right. She rolled her eyes at my hesitation. Will you get in already? Otherwise, this time, it'll be BB thinking I'm an asshole for letting you get pneumonia. I ignored the warm feeling in my chest and climbed in. That wasn't so hard, was it? Shiloh asked, shooting me a dry look. You can even make fun of the Buick if it makes you feel better. No need, I said. It speaks for itself. Oh my God. She socked me on the shoulder with an incredulous laugh. I chuckled too. I couldn't help it. It felt good to be in this girl's space, inhaling the same air. She smelled like flowers and rain and was so damn beautiful. I shouldn't be here, and I can't fucking say no. So, Shiloh wasn't driving yet. We sat in the quiet car watching the rain come down on the other side of the windshield. It's been a while. How was your Thanksgiving? Good, I said. Yours? Good. A silence fell. She huffed a sigh. Well, that was riveting. Shiloh, you want to go somewhere with me? She blurted suddenly. Christ, no one took me off guard like Shiloh. Fucking no one. Where? I don't know. I feel restless, unsettled, craving something. Her gaze darted to me and then quickly turned away. I want a donut. A donut? Yes. Suddenly I'm in desperate need of a donut. I know a great place, the best in Santa Cruz. Say no. Say no. Say fucking no. Sure. Shiloh drove us to a street filled with coffee shops, a burger joint that kids from school liked to hang out in, and Bob's Donuts. The rain had become a drizzle as she found street parking a block away in a space big enough to dock the Buick. She shot me a warning look. I held up my hands. I didn't say anything. She narrowed her eyes, and I chuckled again. You're like this kid I knew in kindergarten, I said. He used to tattle on me for thinking bad thoughts about him. I'm going to tattle on you to BB for all your Buick slander, spoken or otherwise. She gave me a last knowing smirk and climbed out of the car. We hurried along sidewalks slick with new rain. Clean. The donut shop consisted of one giant display, a coffee station, and a handful of grimy little booths, all of which were empty. There's no Bob, Shiloh said, leaning into me as we waited in line behind the only other customer. She pointed to the squat, dark-haired guy behind the counter. That's Francisco, the owner. He's always in a bad mood and will disappear in the back if you take too long deciding what you want. I love him ever so much. Next! Francisco barked. Powdered jelly, please, Shiloh said. Francisco jerked his chin at me. You? Chocolate bar, I said, and glanced down at Shiloh. Coffee? She reached for her bag. Sure, but let me... I got this, I said, my tone final. A small smile spread over her lips. So this is next time? Yeah, it is, I said, glancing down at her. She was small and slender. I towered over her, sheltering her, and now I was paying for her food, taking care of her. It wasn't much, but the moment felt big, and maybe she felt it too, the way she was gazing up at me. Something's happening. Except that wasn't true. Something had been happening since the first afternoon in her backyard. You want coffee or not? Francisco demanded, inching toward the back room. 2 coffees, I said. I paid cash, and Francisco handed us the donuts in a paper bag, 2 coffee cups, and nodded in the direction of the coffee station. Shiloh and I sat in a booth as the rain picked up. I watched her take a bite of her jelly donut, powdering her lips with sugar. She started to take another one, but stopped, stared, looking almost angry as I took a bite of my chocolate bar. What did I do now? That, she said, flapping her hand at my donut. I'm eating. Yes, Exactly. You're eating with that mouth of yours.
What's wrong with my mouth?
Absolutely nothing. That's the problem. Your lips should be illegal. She huffed a sigh. Look, I'm going to be blunt because being wishy-washy just isn't my style. I don't peddle bullshit to anyone, least of all myself.
Okay. I reached for my coffee. This allowed? She made a frustrated sound that was cute as fuck.
I'm being serious.
So am I.
You're too damn cheery. Your version of cheery, when I'm trying to spill my guts to you.
My smile fell, and the levity between us collapsed. Don't, Shiloh.
You don't know what I'm going to say.
I know, but I muttered into my coffee. This was a mistake.
Yes, exactly, she said. It's 100% a mistake, and yet it keeps happening. And for weeks, nothing happened, and that was even worse. Not seeing you or talking to you.
I nodded. I know. She inhaled, then let it out.
I miss you.
The words hit me hard, then sank in, because they were the last thing I'd expected a girl like Shiloh to say to someone like me.
I mean, I miss hanging out with you, she added quickly. Even though you're stubborn and surly and frustrating as hell, for some crazy reason, I haven't been able to stop thinking about you. And maybe it's simple hormones because you look like how you look. I'm honest enough to admit that there could be some plain old-fashioned sexual attraction going on here.
I sat back in my seat, my blood heating. I took a sip of coffee, not tasting it.
I feel like I'm playing ping pong with myself, Shiloh continued. I go back and forth, wanting to keep my distance, focus on my work, because I don't do drama or messy relationships or feelings. But then something happens, and suddenly I'm asking you over to dinner or out for donuts. Do you see where I'm coming from?
I nodded. She glanced down at her food, toyed with her napkin.
So, am I alone in this? Am I crazy?
No, I said quietly. You're not crazy? Her head whipped up, and that feeling came back, or something deep passing between us.
Well,
she said, swallowing hard.
What do we do?
I don't know, Shiloh. She leaned in, her deep brown eyes intent on me.
I'm going to need more than that, Ronan.
I don't have more than that. Nothing to offer. She started to protest and I talked over her. I'm not like everyone else, Shiloh. I'm not normal.
I know, she said softly. That's why I'm here, sitting across from you instead of at my beautiful workspace that you built, working on my future.
No, you don't get it, I said. Shit happened in Wisconsin, and it fucked me up pretty bad. It's just better for you to not have to deal with it. The repercussions.
What repercussions?
Nightmares, fights, the anger that's the same as his. When I didn't answer, Shiloh looked unsure of herself, uncharacteristically vulnerable. She tore little pieces off her napkin, not meeting my eyes.
I kind of put myself out there just now, she said. I never do that.
I know.
You asked me to hang out with you at the shack.
I shouldn't have. Sometimes I forget who I am. She raised her eyes to mine. I shook my head slowly. You don't want to know, believe me.
But I do, and that's entirely my problem, she said. I pride myself on being level-headed, and instead I'm...
Perfect, you're fucking perfect. But I couldn't say that to her. She didn't need to hear it from me, but someone better. Someone who could give her everything she deserved. And my silence sealed the deal.
Fine.
She took a last bite of her donut and a swig of coffee.
Let's go.
Frustration and longing, the hunger roared. I wanted to grab her, haul her to me and kiss her, drown in her, pretend for a second I was in another life, one where I wasn't fucked up, where my mom was still alive because my dad hadn't fucking murdered her, staining my every waking thought with blood, where I didn't see it happen every time I closed my eyes, where I didn't feel the heat of his rage burning in me and the fear whispering I was just like him, where I didn't walk all over town in the middle of the night to make sure the people I cared about were safe,
A pitiful penance that would never be enough, never bring her back. Shiloh would think I was a psycho if I told her all that. Better to let her go. Keep her safe. I followed Shiloh out of the shop, but the rain was coming down hard now. She ducked under the shallow awning. Shit. I slipped off my jacket and held it over her, keeping her dry while the rain pelted me. Shillow's expression softened, and then her eyes darkened, her gaze moving over my face, watching the trails of water. "Here we are," she said. Again. I nodded absently, not hearing her because her lower lip was dusted with powdered sugar. "You have something—" "Yes?" She inclined her head, defiant to her own protections she kept up at all times, except with me. I leaned in, entering the shelter of the jacket. Shiloh made fists in my t-shirt, drawing me against her, her eyes locked on mine, daring me. Our mouths inches apart, our noses bumping. I angled my head left, then right, savoring the moment before I took what I shouldn't have. "Ronan," she breathed, and then whimpered as my tongue swiped the sugar from her lip. Oh, fuck. One small taste and I was already fucking gone. A short inhale, a heartbeat was all that stood between right and wrong, and suddenly I didn't give a shit. There was only her. My hand snaked up into her hair and grabbed a fistful of braids as I crashed my mouth to hers.
Chapter 12. Shiloh. I froze as the first sensations found me, and then I melted. Ronan's kiss infiltrated my mouth with a taste that was so purely masculine and perfect, it stole my breath and lit up my insides with a fire I'd never felt before. The want I'd been suppressing since the moment we met awakened, impossible to deny anymore, like trying to hold back a tidal wave. I gave in. I moaned softly into his kiss, letting him take my mouth, letting him shield me with his strong body against the cold and the rain. I surrendered to his hands, his lips, his biting teeth. Kissing Ronan was everything I thought it would be, and nothing I expected. Rough and raw, but with a strange softness beneath. Reverence. He plundered my mouth with hard, needy possession, but I felt worshipped at the same time. His. I'm his. But I was no one's. I belonged to myself, and yet suddenly there I was on that street, daring myself to throw my grand plan into the fire and burn with Ronan Wentz. My hands surged into his damp hair, along his back, taking their fill as he pressed closer. Damn, the power in him. I felt every hum and vibration in his body, tense with want but holding back. His hand in my hair tightened, and the lick of pain was enough to elicit another moan. I gripped him around the waist, wanting him on me and over me, inside me. I want him inside me. Oh, God, I breathed and wrenched myself away from Ronan, coming back to myself and where we were. Not here.
"Where?"
Ronan said gruffly.
"You want to go somewhere and—"
"Do anything. Everything. Last summer with Jalen had felt like ticking off a box on my to-do list, a job that needed doing. I was going to start a business right after graduation and wanted to jump into adulthood with both feet, nothing left in my way. But kissing Ronan Wentz felt monumental. A seismic shift in my carefully constructed world that made my rules and protections feel flimsy and weak. Ronan was pressed against me, waiting for me to tell him what came next, breathing hard, his eyes dark and dilated. The rain slid in rivulets down his cheekbones, down the sharp cut of his jaw, droplets falling from his lips. Then his gaze flickered to something down the street,
and he pulled abruptly away from me.
Let's go.
His sudden cold tone felt like the rain, dousing the heat between us. He kept his jacket over me as we hurried to my car, but I got the impression it was more to hide me than to keep me dry. We climbed in the Buick, me behind the wheel and him in the passenger seat. He glanced around, water dripping on the white upholstery.
"What was that?"
Nothing,
he said.
"Let's just go."
Ronan gave the address of his place, and I drove us in silence to the complex near the cliffs, not far from my house.
"Which is yours?"
Upper left.
"Can I see it?"
No.
The word dropped, final and hard, humiliating, like a cold slap to the face after the perfect heat of his mouth on mine. Worse, my heart ached as if it had been slapped too. Hard. That's it. I'm done making a fool of myself. "Fine," I snapped. "See you around some." The words were stolen from my mouth as Ronan closed the space between us and kissed me again. With both hands, I shoved him back, ready to spit fire. But in the space of one heartbeat, I fell into the smoky haze of his eyes, and in the next, I was straddling him on the seat and bending my mouth to his. Damn him. He leaned back against the seat, bringing me with him and kissing me deeply now, languidly. His tongue tasting every corner, indulgent and slow. My arms wrapped around his neck, my hands in his hair, cradling his head as we kissed, savoring the taste and touch and wet heat of his mouth. Finally, I came up for air. I traced the line of his cheekbone, down to his cheek, to his full lips. Taking my time, examining every inch of that face that interrupted my minutes, and gazing into those gray eyes that were miles deep. "Don't fall in," a tiny warning voice whispered, then was burned up in the small space between Ronan and me in the car that was humid and hot. "Put your hands on me," I breathed. His eyes widened and then darkened again. His hands that had been resting on my thighs slid up the loose linen, up to my waist, higher. With a feral grunt, his kiss turned raw and savage. His hands went under my sweater, found my breasts over my bra, cupping them and pinching my nipples while his mouth moved down my neck, leaving biting kisses that set fire to my skin. Beneath me, I felt the huge iron hardness of his erection pressing through his jeans against the soft material of my pants. I ground down on him, and he answered by sliding his hands to my hips and doing it again, moving me on him. "My God," I whispered, my head falling back, ready to give him everything. Then Ronan froze. He wrenched his mouth from my neck, his eyes on the street through the windshield behind me. "What?" I heard the squeal of tires and turned in time to see a flash of a white car swerve around and drive away. "What was that?" I asked. Ronan didn't seem to hear me.
"I'm so stupid,"
he said, his voice heavy.
"So fucking stupid."
His words trailed, and he gently but firmly removed me from his lap and pushed me away. I blinked, still feeling him everywhere, my mouth swollen and raw from his kisses, my body aching from his sudden absence.
"I can't do this. We can't do this. Fuck."
He carved a hand through his hair.
"I'm sorry, Shiloh,"
he said, his tone gritty. "What? Why? What is happening right now?" But Ronan was already reaching for the door.
"I'm sorry,"
he said again.
"I'm so fucking sorry."
Feeling as if I were in a bad dream, I watched Ronan get out of the car, shut the door, and walk heavily to the shabby complex without looking back. He went up the stairs to the corner unit and vanished inside. The rain came down steadily, the windshield fogged from our kisses. It was reminiscent of Mama's cigarette smoke. The gaping pit in my stomach reminded me why I don't let anyone get close, because of that feeling. That hollow, hopeless feeling of sitting alone and watching a door close between me and what I wanted. Stop it. It was only a kiss. Except it didn't feel like only anything. Tears blurred my vision. Or maybe it was the rain, because I didn't cry. Not over a guy. Not over anything. I turned on the windshield wipers and drove away.
Chapter 13. Ronin. Fuck me, I muttered and slammed my door shut behind me. I crossed to the kitchen in 2 steps and grabbed a bottle of beer from the nearly empty fridge. I could still taste Shiloh, the sweetness of sugar and strawberries and her own clean warmth beneath. Kissing her was better than I'd imagined. My entire body had woken up, wanting her so goddamn bad I could hardly keep my hands from tearing at her clothes, to get at more of her skin, the heat of her. I bit out a curse and took a long swallow of beer. They followed us. Outside the donut shop, it was Frankie Dowd and Mikey Grimaldi I'd seen leaning on Mikey's white Jeep Rubicon parked in front of the burger joint. They'd nudged each other, watching us, smiling in a way I didn't like, with an agenda. And then they did a drive-by as Shiloh and I went at each other in her car. Because they fucking followed us. If it were only Frankie and Mikey, I wouldn't have given a shit. I could beat their asses one at a time, or both together. But Mitch, this is who you are, the criminal. Outside my apartment, I heard a metallic scrape and footsteps. I strode over and threw open the door, ready to go, Mitch Dowd or not. Instead, I scared the shit out of Louis Moroney from 2F. The wiry middle-aged guy shrank at my menacing glare. "Rain's pretty bad. There's a leak in my ceiling, so I was putting in a maintenance request." He nodded at the metal box affixed to my door. "But it can wait." "No, it can't," I said. "I'll handle it." "Thanks, thank you," he said, and practically ran back to his apartment. He was right. The rain was coming down hard now, but I needed to wash Shiloh off of me. Kissing her had been a mistake, taking what wasn't mine in one reckless, selfish moment. She wanted you too, I thought. Remember how she'd silently dared me to kiss the sugar off her mouth? How she'd been in the car straddling me, grinding against me? Didn't matter. Frankie's knowing sneer reminded me who I was, what I could bring right to her doorstep. I threw on a cheap rain jacket and went to the locked shed out back. I found a few decent pieces of plywood among the rough materials Uncle Nelson salvaged from other jobs. I grabbed nails and a hammer and set the tall ladder against the side of the building. The rain was relentless and showing no signs of stopping. I climbed up one-handed and hurled the plywood onto the roof ahead of me. In one of the better foster homes I stayed at when I was a kid, we watched movies on Friday night. Forrest Gump was Janet, the mom's, favorite. I trudged across the roof, stepping over broken or missing shingles, the wind and rain buffeting me, and thought of Lieutenant Dan in that movie. How he'd dared God to finish him off during the storm that battered Forrest's shrimp boat because he'd lost everything. "Go ahead," I muttered under my breath as I struggled over the slick shingles beneath my boots. "I fucking dare you." I found the hole over Lewis's apartment. I knelt on the roof that was mostly flat and sealed the opening. It looked like shit and probably wouldn't do the trick if the rain kept going. The entire roof needed replacing. The tenants paid their rent. They deserved better than cheap plywood and some nails. I climbed down to find Marianne Greer in a raincoat, arms crossed, glaring at me from under her hood. "Just what the hell are you doing?" she demanded. "What's it look like I'm doing? Fixing the roof." "Don't get smart with me. Are you aware that it's raining cats and dogs? That you could have slipped and broken your damn neck?" I was very aware of that. Marianne flapped a hand. "Never mind." She turned on her heel and stomped back around the building, presumably back to her apartment. I returned the tools to the shed and went back to my place. I was shaking out the useless rain slicker when a knock came at the door. Marianne opened it before I could. a mug of something hot in her hand. "Hot cocoa," she said in a slightly softer tone than earlier. Slightly. "The girls are bundled up watching a movie. We had extra." "Marianne, look at you, you're drenched." She shook her head and set the cocoa on the table. Too tired to argue, I shut the door and joined her, slouching heavily into the chair. "Why did you do that? Did you stop to think for a second how dangerous that was?" "Lewis had a leak that needed fixing." "So he puts a bucket under until tomorrow," she said. "Wouldn't be the first time. We're used to waiting for your uncle to fix anything." "It's done." "Yeah, but..."
"Who else was going to do it?" I snapped, the old pain burning a hole in my stomach. "There's no one else, so I did it. I did something." Marianne's worried frown deepened.
"Ronan."
"If you call for help and there's no fucking answer, or they finally show up and it's too late, what are you supposed to do?" I ran a hand through my damp hair and looked up to see her watching me, her lips a thin line.
"I don't know what or who you're actually talking about, Ronan, but I know it's not about a hole in the damn roof. I'm not going to push it, though. I'd like to have a word with whoever failed you so badly."
"What for? Done is done."
"True, but that doesn't mean it was okay, and I think you need to hear that."
Her words punched me in the chest. The smell of warm chocolate and her concerned expression, her kindness, dragged me back years to when I still had a mother. A feeling of disorientation like déjà vu came over me. The past and present mixed in that dingy apartment, awakening feelings I'd buried with Mom. The day I'd known I was on my own. "I don't need to hear anything," I said gruffly. "I don't need your lectures or your fucking cocoa. I don't need a damn thing."
"Is that right?"
"Yeah, that's fucking right." I heard my tone grow low and stony. "What are you doing here anyway? Always up in my business. You're just a tenant." I made the words sound like an insult and half expected Marianne to slap me across the face for being a dick and then walk away. She did neither.
"Are you done?"
Marianne smiled gently.
"It's okay, I get it. I'm something of an expert at being let down myself. You get to the point where you've been alone for so long, you don't trust anyone, not even yourself. It gets so bad it's almost scary when someone offers to help, right?"
The fight drained out of me. I nodded.
"I can take being let down," she continued. "But my girls..." She slid her thumbnail along the card table, her eyes shining. "My ex, their dad, he left us in the middle of the night. Never said goodbye. So I promised the girls they will never not have me, because that's what they needed to hear, to know that someone would always be on their side."
"I get that."
"I know you do. You're on everyone's side but your own." She cocked her head. "Did something happen today?"
I kissed Shiloh, and it was the best and worst fucking thing I could have done. But I tired of talking. "No."
"I don't believe you, but I've meddled enough for one day."
She got up and went to the door, shooting me a final stern look with a smile behind it.
"Don't go up on that roof again in the middle of a storm. Not ever again. Promise?"
"Yeah."
"Ronan?"
"I promise."
"Not sure I believe that either, but..." She sighed. "Get some sleep."
If only. When she was gone, the only sound was the rain smattering against the windows and the water dripping off my clothes on the kitchen floor. The cocoa was cold. The past faded away, and there was only now, bleak and empty. I took a hot shower to burn the cold out and to wash the scent and feel of Shiloh off of me. But going up on the roof hadn't done it. Don't know why I thought the shower would be any different. She had seeped into my skin, my bones, and wouldn't leave. I didn't want her to. But she has to. I remembered Frankie and Mikey's knowing sneers, the malicious fucking glee in their eyes at seeing us together, like eager dogs who'd found a new toy. I had nothing to offer a girl like Shiloh. I'd already given her everything she needed, building her that shed. Kissing her was a stolen moment, something good and fucking perfect, but not mine to keep. At school the next day, I crossed the quad, heading toward the long, low wall that separated the upper and lower sections of the campus, and where Holden, Miller, and I hung out between classes.
Shiloh was coming from the opposite direction, wearing a long skirt that brushed the ground, a tight-fitting top, and earbuds in her ears. The sun, after yesterday's rain, made everything seem brighter, including the glint of copper, silver, and gold on her arms. Her neck, her skin where I'd touched her. She looked sexy as fuck, even more because I'd touched her. Her head came up and our eyes met. For a split second, her expression softened, then turned passive. Not pissed off, but worse, as if I were inconsequential. I deserve that, and it's better this way. As if to punctuate the fucked up futility of it all, Frankie Dowd and Mikey Grimaldi called out to me and approached. Frankie was scrawny next to the bigger football player. Grimaldi usually hung out with his friends on the team, but slummed it with Frankie now and then. Holden said it was their mutual lack of brain cells that brought them together.
Trouble in paradise, Wentz?
Mikey pretended to check his watch.
It hasn't been 24 hours and you fucked it up with Barrera already?
Yeah, Wentz, Frankie cackled. He looked like an underfed hyena. What did you do to piss her off? I stopped, leveled both of them with my flattest stare as they approached, while inside my blood was rushing, muscles coiling.
It's probably for the best,
Mikey said casually.
She's a little out of your league, don't you think?
A lot out of his league, Frankie said. But I hope you got some of that sweet ass before she came to her senses. His words choked off as my hand shot out and gripped him by the collar of his shirt. I hauled him to me until we were nose to nose. Frankie's pale blue eyes lit up with fear, but were manic with a wild energy too. Don't fucking talk about her like that, I seethed. Don't talk about her ever. Or what? Frankie managed. His grin was full of yellowed teeth. My fist twisted and tightened in his t-shirt, and we stared, locked in the moment where I battled with the urge to punch the smug smile off his face, to beat any thought of Shiloh out of his head. Go ahead, Wentz, Frankie said. What are you waiting for? You know what to do? Or are you scared of the consequences? Fuck you. I wasn't afraid. Not for me. You're not like him, my mother's voice whispered. But what if I was? My grip on Frankie loosened. Well, what do we have here? Holden sidled up beside me in a long coat and scarf, though it was warm out. He put his hands in the pockets of his slacks and rocked back on his heels, casually taking in the scene. 2 nocturnal discharges about to have their asses handed to them by my dear Ronan, he grinned. And it's not even noon. I released Frankie with a rough shove. He staggered back, relief flashing over his face, then quickly replaced by a sneering grin. That's what I thought, he taunted. Chicken shit? This is an unexpected turn of events, Holden muttered, shooting me a confused look. No, it isn't, Frankie said. Wentz turned into a giant pussy. His sneer sharpened. Or maybe my dad broke you. Was that it? He cocked his head. I think that was it. He broke you like a dog.
A dog?
Mikey laughed.
Good boy, Wentz. Who's a good boy?
When I didn't take the bait, he and Frankie high-fived each other and walked away, still chuckling. I inhaled through my nose, forced my fists to uncurl. I felt Holden's eyes on me. Leave it alone, Parrish, I said, and strode to our space on the low wall. But Holden couldn't leave it alone if you paid him. He joined me, leaning casually against the cement bricks. You feeling okay? Feverish? Delirious? The Ronan Wentz I know wouldn't walk away from a chance to beat Dowd's ass. He narrowed his eyes. Your name is Ronan, isn't it? Fuck off, I said dully and glanced down at my calloused hands with their scarred knuckles. I don't always fight, do I? Like father, like son. The teasing tone fell out of Holden's voice instantly. No, but when you do, it's for a good cause, like defending Miller and me at the Baylock party. You jumped in front of me when Frankie had the broken glass. That was nothing. You were ready to take one for the team when Frankie pulled out the taser. You did it out of pure honor, whereas mine was more of a psychotic death wish. I glanced over at him. You still have a death wish? Life and I have called a truce, for now. Keep it that way. What's the fun in that? Holden waved a hand. Forget me. I heard what Frankie said about Shiloh. If I didn't know how you are about things like talking, my feelings would be horribly wounded that you haven't shared whatever's going on there. Nothing's going on. Holden coughed, bullshit, into his fist. I know what you're thinking. What am I thinking? That you need to stay away from her, for her sake, to heroically protect her from whatever you think it is she needs protecting from while sacrificing your own needs and desires, blah, blah, blah. He rolled his eyes. I do have to protect her. From Frankie fucking Dowd. From his father. And mine. I didn't answer. You haven't brought her to the shack. I asked. She said no. Holden blinked. Oh. I raised a brow. So it is possible for you to shut the fuck up. Don't change the subject. He started to speak again, but I cut him off. Stay out of my business, Parrish. Holden sulked, then nodded his chin at something across the quad. Oh, look, here comes my other dumbass friend being miserable instead of being with his one true love. I looked to where Miller walked with Amber Blake. They'd hooked up at homecoming. He felt he owed it to her to stick around while trying to get over Violet at the same time. It wasn't working. Amber went to kiss him goodbye and got only a peck on the lips. She snapped at him, tossed her long blonde hair behind her and stormed away. Miller's shoulders slumped, and he joined us at the wall. He frowned at our silence. What? We were just admiring you and Amber, Holden said. The very picture of relationship bliss. Blinding, really, how radiant you two are in your happiness. I shot Miller a commiserating glance. He's in a fucking mood. I can tell, Miller said with a small smile, then sighed. Not today, Holden. You either, he said to me, since I usually gave him just as much shit for staying with Amber. Ronan is in no position to talk, Holden said. The two of you are the poster boys for pointless self-sacrifice and deprivation. Miller frowned. What's he talking about? No idea. I cocked my head at Holden, my stare hard and pointed. Seen any good football games lately? His mouth shut with a clack. Assholes, the both of you, he said and walked away, his coat flaring behind him. Miller's brow furrowed. What was that about? It's Holden, I said with a shrug. Your guess is as good as mine. I waited to see if Miller would buy it. Holden had confessed to me that he'd been responsible for River Whitmore ditching Violet at homecoming. I ran interference, he'd said. I could only guess what that meant, but it was clear that River was the guy Holden had told me about earlier. Neither one of us kept shit from Miller, but the situation with Violet was messed up enough already. No need to add Holden into the mix. Miller was nodding heavily, his thoughts full of Violet, as usual. He didn't believe it, but they'd make their way to each other eventually. I'd heard him sing to her at the party, and I'd seen her reaction. He poured himself into that song, and she'd felt every word, because he has something to offer. Jealousy stabbed me in the gut, the same old hunger. I pushed it down, buried it deep where it couldn't hurt Shiloh. It wasn't much, but it was all I had. That afternoon, I did a job for a guy who needed some shelves built for his garage. Turned out, I was getting pretty good at putting things together, doing something with my hands that was building instead of breaking. At home, I fired up a frozen dinner, watched some TV, then took a shower. I was drying off when my phone rang. My phone never rang unless it was for a job or Nelson calling to bitch orders at me. The number was local, but no one I recognized. Yeah? Ronan, it's Shiloh. Her voice sounded breathy and tight. I'm sorry, I got your number from BB's papers, from when she hired you. I don't know why, but you're the first person I thought to call. I'd never heard her so undone, so scared. Frankie fucked with her. Or Mitch. He got Mitch to harass her. Shiloh, what is it? BB, she said, swallowing down her panic. God, Ronan, it's BB.
Chapter 14. Shiloh. I paced the waiting room, hugging myself in my cardigan. Hospitals were always so cold. I remembered when I had my appendix out. 12 years old and scared to death and shivering under a thin blanket before surgery.
But Bibi was with me the whole time, holding my hand, stroking my hair, and telling me that we were going to fix me up good as new. A sob rose in my throat, but I swallowed it down. She's going to be okay. She has to be. I paced and gnawed my lip. A string was unraveling at the cuff of my sweater. I felt like I was unraveling too, waiting for the doctors to finish their tests. Helpless. No plan, no checklist to tick off that would get me through this. Then Ronan strode through the door. He didn't stop at the front desk but came straight to me. I didn't have to say anything. He enveloped me in the safety of his arms, and I closed my eyes and clung to him, letting him hold me up. I couldn't remember the last time I'd shared a burden with anyone. Ronan took it wordlessly, and for a few precious moments I stayed in the shelter of him. He smelled fresh from a shower and clean, warm. His heartbeat in my ear was steady. When I stepped back, the fear and anxiety swooped in, but I felt more like myself and ready to face whatever lay ahead, as if Ronan had lent me some of his strength.
"What happened?"
he asked, as we took a seat in the waiting area. "We were watching a movie," I said. "She seemed fine, but when she got up to go to the kitchen, she stumbled a little. I jumped up and tried to hold her steady, but she kept falling, slowly slipping out of my grasp. Tears gathered in the back of my throat. She fainted or collapsed. I don't know. Her eyes were fluttering, and she was mumbling a lot. I called an ambulance, and now I'm just waiting. God, the waiting." I dragged my hands over my hair, my elbows on my knees. If something happens to her... I closed my eyes, unwilling to think of a future without Bibi. Not yet. Please. I'm not ready yet. Ronan said nothing, but when I looked up, his face was drawn with worry, his lips a thin line. "I know why I called you first," I said. "Because you care about her, too. And because I was kind of falling apart and I knew you'd hold me together."
"Shiloh,
I never do that. Let anyone help. Thank you for being here." He started to speak, and then a tall doctor with dark hair and a kind face stepped in from the double doors.
Barrera?"
I shot to my feet, and so did Ronan. The doctor strode forward in blue emergency room scrubs and a white coat.
"I'm Dr. Fenton. I understand Bibi is your grandmother."
"Great-grandmother. How is she?"
"She's doing fine. Resting now."
A sigh of relief miles deep gusted out of me, and I tipped sideways into Ronan. His arm went around me, reassuring and strong. "What happened?"
"She's had an episode of hypotension or low blood pressure," Dr. Fenton said. "We've run some tests and have ruled out any adrenal or heart valve issues. We're going to recommend a change in diet and fludrocortisone to boost blood volume. Overall, she's in good health, and I'm optimistic she won't need further treatment. But we'll want her to see someone in a few weeks and regularly after that, just to be sure."
I nodded, taking in every word, clutching tightly to optimistic and good health. "Whatever she needs, whatever you need me to do, I'll do it." The doctor smiled.
"Bibi speaks highly of you, Shiloh. She said you take excellent care of her."
Not good enough. Tears threatened again, but I willed them back. "Can I see her?"
"She's stable now and sleeping. Better to let her rest and come back in the morning."
"But she's alone."
"And sleeping,"
Dr. Fenton said gently.
"Which is what she needs."
I nodded reluctantly. "Okay. Thank you. I'll be back first thing in the morning."
How are you getting home?
Ronan asked. I drove. I followed the ambulance. They wouldn't let me ride with her. God, that was the worst drive of my life, not knowing. I shivered, and his arm around me tightened and then let go. We walked to the visitor parking. I fumbled my keys out of my bag with shaking fingers, and they dropped to the concrete. When I bent to get them, Ronan was there, his large hand closed over mine.
I got it.
I managed a smirk. You think you can handle her? He didn't tease or poke fun.
I got it,
he said again. Everything about him was steady and solid. He walked me to the passenger side and opened my door, then went around and got behind the wheel. I sank into my seat, his competence and quiet capability putting me at ease. There's something inherently masculine about a man behind the wheel that even in my exhausted, wrung-out state I appreciated. Ronan handled the Buick as if he'd driven it 100 times, expertly maneuvering the huge car out of the parking lot. At my house, he pulled into the garage and was at my side before I could even step out of the car. I wondered if I were about to throw every feminist sensibility out the window and let him carry me inside, caveman style. Ronan led me into the house and stopped in the kitchen, unsure.
You want to rest on the couch or...
In my room. I'm about to pass out. Being terrified is fucking exhausting. He nodded. Now that the immediate danger was over, I was acutely aware of how alone we were. Our kiss came back to me, a kiss unlike any I'd ever had before, one I could feel somewhere deep inside me. But he'd broken it off suddenly and left me alone in the car, cutting me loose. You don't have to stay, I said. I'm fine.
You sure?
I'm sure. I lied.
Okay,
he said slowly.
Good night.
He started to go, and the fear swept back in. A night alone stretched in front of me. Wait! He turned. My jaw worked soundlessly. I had no idea how to tell him I needed him. I'd never said the words before. Ronan nodded as if he'd heard me, and his hard expression softened.
You want some water?
Now that you mention it.
Go lie down and I'll bring it,
he said, and I knew what he was doing, sparing us the awkwardness of walking into my bedroom together. In my room, I turned on the rainbow lights. They gave a soft glow that was soothing after the harsh hospital fluorescence. I sank heavily on my bed and kicked off my shoes. My strength was draining out minute by minute. I tipped over and curled up on my side, head on the pillow. Ronan came in, a glass of water in hand. His inherent sexiness that was raw and potent was made beautiful by the multicolored lights. He set the glass on the nightstand next to a photo of Violet and me when we were kids. His gaze swept the room, taking in my art and scribblings and ceramics, his hands in his pockets as if to keep from touching anything. I pushed myself to sitting and took a long pull of water. I set the glass down with a shaky hand and nearly knocked it off the table. Ronan's hand shot out and steadied itself.
Are you sure you're okay?
I curled back up. I don't know, I whispered. I don't think so. He nodded again and took off his jacket, revealing a black t-shirt. In the dim light, he was mostly black, shirt, hair, the tattoos that inked his perfect arms. He sat on the floor beside my bed, his jacket tucked behind him like a pillow. What are you...
I'm staying until you fall asleep.
I studied his profile, his lips that had been on me, my mouth, my skin. A pleasurable shiver slipped through me, then faded out. Something had spooked him that afternoon we kissed. His own baggage, maybe. Stuff he wouldn't tell me. "I'm no better," I muttered, my thoughts getting ahead of my tired brain and escaping. Ronan's head turned to me.
"What?"
"I didn't tell you everything. Back at the hospital."
"You don't have to tell me anything."
"I know. Neither one of us are very good at this, talking about our stuff. I need to, but I can't if you're all the way down there on the floor."
"What do you mean?"
"I mean, I'm not going to ask anything of you, Ronan. We're not compatible," I said with an ache in my chest. "Or maybe we have too much stuff in the way, but I'd like you to come up here. No kissing. I know you think that was a mistake." He stiffened.
"Shiloh."
"It's okay. It was. Because I'm kind of a mess, though no one knows it. But I want to come clean a little. Okay?" He hesitated, then nodded. I scooted over until my back was touching the wall, and Ronan sat on the edge of my full-sized bed. His weight made it dip, my heart dipping with it, my stomach fluttering. He took off his boots and then maneuvered his large body to lie down next to me on his side so that we were face to face in the dark. This close, the masculine beauty of his face resting on my pillow was almost overwhelming. I shut my eyes. I didn't think it was possible to be this tired.
"You should sleep."
"Then I'll be alone. And I'm so tired of being alone." Ronan said nothing for a moment, then sighed, his breath warm and clean.
"Me too."
"It's my fault, though." I forced my eyes open and nodded at the photo of me and Vi. We were so close. She used to tell me everything, but you can only do that for so long without getting anything in return. I mean, my first call in the hospital should have been to my best friend, right? But it was you. Ronan's voice was low and rumbling in the dark.
"I'm not sorry about that."
Another dip in my stomach, as if I were drunk or on a kiddie roller coaster at the boardwalk. Me neither. I inhaled, then exhaled. A few hours before Bibi fell, I walked in on her talking on the phone with my mother.
"Okay."
I knew it was Mama because Bibi gets this look on her face when she's on the line, a look I never see her wear, like she's nervous. Bibi was upset, angry even. She kept glancing at me and finally took the call out to the yard.
"What was it about?"
She wouldn't tell me. Mama's the only dead zone between Bibi and me, a place where our honesty breaks down. I begged and then practically demanded to know what was going on. Bibi said Mama had been drinking and it was all nonsense, but I don't think that's 100% true. I swallowed hard, but I do know whatever they talked about, it didn't include Mama wanting to talk to me. Ronan didn't deny that, or try to comfort me with scenarios that he couldn't possibly know were true or not. He was just there, listening, and that was all I needed. "She hates me, Ronan," I said, my throat tightening. "My mother hates me."
"That can't be true. All moms love their kids."
I shook my head against the pillow. "Not her."
"Then she's not your mom, Shiloh,"
Ronan said.
"Not really? And if she's not, Then what does it matter what she thinks? It's her loss. She's the one who's missing out, not you.
I let his words settle around me like a blanket. Easier said than done. To stop caring, I mean.
I know.
Were you close to your mom? He rolled onto his back and stared up at the ceiling.
Yeah, I was.
He swallowed. I heard the click in his throat and watched his Adam's apple bob.
I couldn't save her.
Save her? I thought you said you were 8 when she died.
Yeah. But I was there and Never mind.
You can tell me. He shook his head.
This night isn't about me. You need to rest.
You're a good guy, Ronan, I said. He started to protest, but I talked over him. You are. I'm not good for anyone. I'm closed off. Bibi says so, and she's right. I hate this, so helpless against what I feel about her, and you. He turned to look at me. I worry about you, too, I said. Don't like it.
You don't have to.
But I do. It's like my mom. I don't want to keep caring and getting hurt, but I do. And it's nearly wrecked me. My bandwidth is stretched to breaking, and I have nothing left to give. I shook my head against the pillow. I can't hurt anymore. I can't. And that's why it really sucked when you got out of the car yesterday, but I think... My voice faded to a whisper. I think it was the right thing.
I get it, Shiloh,
Ronan said.
I really do. The only thing I care about is that you're safe and happy.
Why does that make me so sad? A great welling sorrow drowned the tingling, pleasurable anxiety of having Ronan in my bed.
Because we can't always have what we want. Sometimes it's better, safer, to walk away.
Safer? For who?
You, Shiloh. Always you.
I shook my head. I was losing the thread of our conversation to exhaustion. My eyes wouldn't stay open. When I wake up, you'll be gone, I said from under closed lids.
Yes.
And that's better. For both of us, right? I can't give enough. Don't want to hurt you. I was babbling now, but I felt Ronan nod, felt a shift on the bed, felt him press a soft kiss into my hair.
Good night, Shiloh.
I started the slide into sleep, but that kiss and the emotion breaking through the cracks in his hard tone made me fight to wake back up. A feeling of making a terrible mistake gripped me, but I was falling down a deep, dark hole, scrabbling for purchase and failing. When I woke up, the bed was empty. The pillow still smelled like him. Light was streaming in through my window, and the clock read a little after 7 a.m. Pee-pee. I kicked off the covers. Since I was still dressed, I drew on my shoes and sweater and hurried for the garage. At the hospital, I rushed into Bibi's room to find her surrounded by nurses and a few doctors. She said something, and a round of laughter rippled through them. I was not laughing. I pushed through the crowd and threw my arms around her neck.
There, sweetheart. I'm going to be just fine.
She stroked my hair.
Everyone, this is my amazing, brilliant great-granddaughter, Shiloh.
I straightened, conscious that we were surrounded. I pulled my sweater around me tighter, feeling naked and fragile after talking to Ronan last night. But Bibi was all that mattered. The doctors dispersed, and one nurse told us she'd be back in a bit to help get Bibi ready for discharge. "So you're okay," I said, dropping into a chair beside her.
"Oh, baby girl, you look so tired. Yes, I'm fine. The docs say my blood pressure is a tad on the low side, but they got me fixed right up with a new pill to add to my repertoire and some ugly old compression stockings they say I need to wear. On the bright side, Dr. Fenton tells me I need more salt in my diet. So what do you say about getting some French fries when we clear out of here?"
"What were you arguing about with Mama?" Her smile collapsed with a sigh.
"Not important, I promise you. But, baby, if I believed for 1 second that anything I could say would make you feel good, I would say it. But I told you, honey, she'd had too much to drink. It's not worth giving another thought."
I looked down at my hands, twisting in my lap. There's just so much I don't know. I hate this feeling like I'm being excluded from my own life.
"I know."
She patted my cheek, then cocked her head, studying me.
"What?" "I can't see much, but I feel like there's a new softness in your eyes."
"Ronan." I sat back in my chair. "I'm just tired. Like you said, you being in the hospital will do that to a gal."
"Are you sure that's all?"
Ronan's words came back to haunt me with their finality.
"Sometimes it's better, safer, to walk away."
"Yeah," I said. "That's all." Bibi was discharged a few hours later with a new prescription and a web address for a site that sold medical compression socks to keep the blood from pooling in her legs. The rain had begun again as I drove us home. I got Bibi set up on the couch, ordered her the socks, and went back out to the pharmacy. Then I called Aunt Bertie, filled her in, and reassured her Bibi was okay.
"If you need anything, Shiloh, you tell us, okay?"
Bertie had said. I could hear the subtext. Bibi was 80 years old. We were slowly morphing from her taking care of me to me taking care of her. After a few hours of hovering, Bibi shooed me away with good-natured teasing and a kiss. I went to the shed in our backyard. The rain had been coming down pretty hard and yet not one leak. Ronan's craftsmanship was like him, solid and strong. This is my refuge, I thought as I worked. This is what will save me. Building a future that is just mine, and nothing Mama says or doesn't say can take it away from me. I had Etsy orders backing up, and whatever Ronan and I had started was officially over. But I let my hands reach for what they wanted. I fell into my work, not surprised that it was taking the shape of something masculine, a pendant I knew wasn't going in my shop. Around 1 p.m, a text came in on my phone, pulling me out of the zone. I smiled at the short, straight-to-the-point text.
"Bibi?"
"She's good," I typed back. "Home."
"Good."
I bit my lip. "Thank you for last night." No answer. And as the minutes stretched into days, I knew there wouldn't be.
Part 2. Chapter 15. Ronin. March. Happy birthday, dear Ronin. Holden belted in an off-key tenor. He stood in front of the bonfire at the shack, arms spread. Miller sat to my right, accompanying him on his guitar and laughing his ass off. "Happy birthday to you." Miller strummed a flourish, and Holden bowed deep, sweeping his long coat behind him. I gave a slow clap. "That was miraculous," Holden offered as he sat down hard in his beach chair. "Divine, inspired." I was going to say like a geriatric cat in heat. Holden pretended to be offended. "Geez, tough crowd." "Why are you singing instead of him?" I pointed at Miller. Miller toyed with the frets on his guitar. "Maybe later." Holden rolled his eyes. "Ever so modest, our Stratton. The musical program for the evening has only just begun." I hoped so, but didn't push it. Miller had crazy talent. Listening to him made everything seem better, even if the song was a sad one, which it usually was. But he wasn't a show-off. He played when he felt like it. "I'm starved," he said. "Let's eat." We had a strict, unspoken no-gifts policy when it came to birthdays and Christmas. Miller and I were broke as shit, while Holden could buy up an entire mall's worth of stuff if we let him. Only food and beer for celebrations. And Holden could go crazy. It didn't feel as weird if the spread was for all of us. That night he brought hot Italian sandwiches, sides of pasta, and vegetables we'd probably skip. Miller provided pretzels and chips. I brought the beer. I glanced around the bonfire at these guys I'd fucking die for. They filled empty spaces in me, but lately it was getting harder to ignore the nameless hunger that had taken shape and wasn't so nameless anymore. Shiloh. I tried to push her out of my thoughts that night and every damn waking minute of my life since the morning we called it quits. But the promise I'd made her that day were starting to feel old and stale, while the hunger for her grew ravenous. "I propose a toast," Holden said, getting to his feet. He held up his vodka flask, swaying slightly. "To Ronin, the quintessential handyman." Thanks? Shush, I'm not done yet. "You take broken down shit and put it back together, no matter if the broken down shit is a shed, or shelf, or shell of a man, such as myself. You, Ronan Wentz, greatly improve the lives of everyone you know." "Hear, hear," Miller said, lifting his beer. I scowled at him, but he shook his head as if to say, "You're not getting out of this one." "Okay, that's enough," I said, and took a pull of cold beer to douse the warm feeling spreading across my chest. It was nice what Holden had said, but not true. Shiloh's life is improved by not having me in it. We ate and drank. Then Holden went inside the shack and returned with a bag of gourmet, sugar-free chocolates for Miller and a German chocolate cake, both from a bakery downtown with a French name. "Who's got candles?" Holden asked. "We need to sing again." "Hell no," I said. "You're done." "I think that's your cue, Stratton." Miller pulled off his beanie, ran a hand through his hair, and then settled his guitar on his lap, his pre-show warm-up. "I know you like heavier shit," he said to me. "I tried to work out something from Tool." "Something romantic," Holden put in, dumping a huge piece of chocolate cake on a paper plate and handing it to me. "Like stinkfish," Miller chuckled. "Right, but it doesn't translate to acoustic very well, so I arranged something else. Hope you like it." I concentrated on my food. Miller playing was a big deal by itself, but having him play for you was fucking priceless. He strummed the first few notes, and it took me a second to recognize the song. Then Soundgarden's Black Hole Sun came pouring across the fire in the dark night. Chris Cornell had a once-in-a-lifetime voice. Miller's take on his song turned it into something completely different, and yet somehow paid respect to Cornell at the same time. Holden listened the same way he had that night at the Blaylock party, riveted and silent. I set my food aside, wanting to do nothing but listen, too. Miller sang about walking sleep, and I thought about my nightly treks to keep the nightmares away, to make sure those I cared about were safe. In my youth, I prayed to keep heaven send hell away, Miller sang, and my hand went to the words tattooed on the right side of my chest. When I was a kid, I prayed every day for the hell that was my father to go away. When he finally did, it was too late. The quiet settled when Miller's last note faded out. I didn't know what to do or say. Thankfully, Holden broke the silence before things got awkward, rising unsteadily to his feet. "Fucking hell, man," he said, clapping hard. He looked at me bewildered. "How is he not famous?" "It's only a matter of time," I said. Miller shook his head and I shot him the same look he'd given me. "You're not getting out of this one." He smiled gratefully. He wanted nothing more than to make it big and rescue his mother from poverty and her asshole boyfriend. His music was all he had, and he worried it wasn't enough, while everyone around him had no doubt. We drank a few more beers, all of us laughing our asses off when it became Holden's karaoke hour. Miller accompanied him, or tried to, with numbers like Karma Chameleon and I'm Too Sexy. A little before midnight, we called it a night. "Who needs a ride?" Holden asked. Lord Parrish had a car with a personal driver, James, who took him wherever he wanted at all hours. "I'll take one," Miller said. "Wentz?" "I'm good. I'll stay a while. Put the fire out." "Good idea," Holden said with a strange smile. After they left, I found out why. I went into the shack to stow the uneaten food in the mini-fridge and lock up. There was a large black shoebox tied with a dark purple ribbon sitting on the wooden table. Fucking hell, Parrish. Inside the box was a pair of heavy-duty black leather work boots from a brand name that screamed money. A note was tucked inside one. "Happy birthday, my friend. I was going to get you a set of nunchucks, or maybe a flamethrower, but Miller said no. Do not try to give these back, or I will never speak to you again. Love, Holden." My jaw tightened. My old boots were falling apart, no thanks to my nightly walks. I slipped on the new pair. They felt sturdy and high quality. I took the shoebox and tossed it in the fire, destroying the evidence of Holden breaking our rule, though his note made it sound like Miller was in on it too. "Assholes," I murmured. The 4 or 5 beers I'd drunk must have given me a good buzz since I felt warm all over, almost content. I kicked sand over the fire and took the route along the coast back to the old parking lot with the abandoned utility shed. Trying to sleep now would ruin the best birthday I've ever had. I'd walk and let the night air sober me up. I made my rounds in a little over an hour. The new boots were fucking good. I'd never owned anything so nice. But it was still too early to try for sleep. I kept going until I reached the outskirts of downtown. The streets were empty, the shops dark, street lamps casting cones of yellow light. I passed the donut shop where I'd kissed Shiloh. It seemed a lifetime ago, but the hunger that flared was immediate and sharp. I passed the burger barn and was at the driveway that led to its rear parking lot when I heard a girl crying. Then a guy's voice. "Kimberly, wait! Come on!" Mikey Grimaldi. I pressed myself into the shadows and peered around the corner. Kimberly was facing me, hugging her elbows in a short skirt and rumpled shirt. Her blonde hair was messy, falling in her face. What the fuck am I looking at? But I knew. My fucking guts churned until I thought I'd puke up beer and birthday cake because I knew. "It's cold out," Grimaldi was saying, cajoling from behind, big and beefy in his Letterman jacket. "Get back in the car." "Home," Kimberly said. Her voice sounded small. "I want to go home." "Yeah, sure, of course." Mikey led her back to his white Jeep Rubicon, the only car in the lot. When she was safely in the passenger seat, he jogged around to the driver's side, chuckling and shaking his head. The Jeep's engine roared to life, and headlights filled the driveway as he came tearing out of the parking lot, passing in front of me. I caught a glimpse of Kimberly's face in the passenger window, her eyes staring at nothing. The Jeep made a right and peeled out in a screech of tires, leaving me alone on the quiet, dark street. I'm too late again. Too late. I gave up the rest of my route and went back to my place. The nightmares were as bad as I expected. I was almost glad. It took a week for what I'd suspected to be confirmed. On Friday, at Central, senior girls were huddled together, whispering and talking. Mikey Grimaldi hurried past a group of cheerleaders, his shoulders hunched against their angry and tear-filled stares. "What's all this about?" Holden asked, leaning with me at our spot on the wall. "Nothing good," I said, with that same stomach-churning feeling as the other night. "I must know." Holden said. BRB with the intel. Holden crossed to the nearest group of girls. They watched him approach warily, but within moments he'd charmed his way into their circle. A few minutes later he reported back, his face grim. Well, tell me I'm wrong. Kimberly Mason isn't coming back to Central. My stomach dropped. Why not? Holden rubbed his chin, subdued. She was out Monday night with that walking hemorrhoid Mikey Grimaldi. Everyone else left. She and Mikey stayed. And the shit swizzler took things too far, if you catch my drift. Fuck me. He nodded grimly. But her friends say she's not pressing charges. Why the hell not? Probably because she's fucking scared. Holden burst out angrily, wearing a look I'd never seen him wear. I'm sure it's humiliating to report that shit and get questioned on every last thing you did or didn't do, like being forced to strip naked and parade around while that asshole stays fully clothed. My damn heart thudded dully as I looked at my friend. There was a story there I wasn't sure I wanted to hear. You got all that from what those girls told you? Yes, Holden said too quickly and looked away. Anyway, that's the deal. She's leaving town and Grimaldi's going to get into college, play pro, and go about his life like nothing happened. The American dream. Fuck that. That sounded like a threat, Holden said. He gave me a strange, hopeful look that sort of broke my heart. Because it was.
Chapter 16. Shiloh. Monday morning, I'd just made it to the parking lot at Central when my phone chimed a text from Amber Blake. Did you see this? A photo popped up with a white Jeep with the word rapist spray-painted in red along the entire length of the passenger side. I climbed out of the Buick and hit call. Is that Mikey Grimaldi's Jeep? The brand spanking new Rubicon he got for his birthday last summer? It sure is, Amber said, sounding breathless. He was at the Burger Barn on Saturday night with Frankie Dowd and some people. They say he drove all over town like a dumbass before noticing. Must have happened while he was eating. Holy shit. I bit my lip. For Kimberly. Yep. Whoever did it is a hero in my book. Amber was waiting for me at the parking lot's chain-link entrance to the school. She looked pretty in a long, flowered skirt, similar to the flowing white one I wore that day. Crazy, right? She said as I joined her. Maybe something good will come out of it, I said. He might not go to jail or have his future tainted forever like hers is, but he didn't get away with it either. That's something. Agreed, Amber said. I wonder who did it. Kimberly's brother, maybe? No, he's at NYU. The squad was bustling before first bell. All three Lost Boys were headed to their usual spot along the short wall. My gaze was stuck on Ronan, his long legs striding purposefully, inked arms striated with muscle. He was dangerously beautiful in my eyes, and suddenly I knew Ronan had spray-painted Mikey's car. I'd have bet my future shop on it. I reached into my oversized embroidered bag for the necklace in the side pocket that I'd started all those weeks ago. I'd finally finished it and had been carrying it around whenever I went, waiting for... I didn't know what. Ronan and I agreed that it was best to go our separate ways, but something in me couldn't let go. Amber took a lock of her long blonde hair behind her ear with a sigh, and I realized she was staring at a different Lost Boy. How are things with Miller? I asked, though I already knew the answer. Terrible, as usual. Don't know why I stay. Don't know why he does. Because he's trying to do the right thing. I had a hand in that when I told Miller not to treat Amber as if she were disposable, and I stood by it, but I hadn't expected the dummy to stick with her for months. Amber led me behind the flagpole in the center of the quad. Watch this. She tapped out a text. Are we hanging out today or not? Miller slowed his steps, peered at his phone, and visibly sighed. He did not reply. See? I didn't know how to comfort her without the truth and my loyalty to Violet bursting out. I needed a change of subject. Clusters of kids were huddled together, all of them watching the Lost Boys and whispering. God, this place is a gossip mill today, I said. Amber made a sour face. Evelyn Gonzalez put Miller on her vlog and it's going viral. No shit. She nodded. I keep waiting for him to sing to me, but he never does. He's a jerk. This has gone on long enough, and not just the mess with Miller and Amber. I couldn't take my eyes off Ronan and didn't want to. These last months had been like suffering through a forced diet. I was starving for him, to be touched, kissed, to have those gray eyes darken with want for me. But why? I was strong. I could protect myself. Back in Louisiana, Jalen and I'd had no problems keeping it casual. Why couldn't Ronan and I do the same? I caught up to Miller at the start of the lunch hour. He was sitting on a large rock near the lunch tables, giving himself an insulin shot in the upper arm. With his beanie and plaid flannel tied around his waist, he was the perfect image of a rock star in the making. If Shawn Mendes and Dave Grohl had a love child. Hey, Mr. Famous.
Yeah, right,
He scoffed. But I didn't miss the glint of hope flashing in his eyes.
What's up?
Ronan mentioned his birthday was this month.
It was on the 20th.
Shit. I'd missed it by a week.
Why?
Miller put his kid away and reached for a brown paper sack lunch. Nothing. I have something for him. It's no big deal. At all. He smiled, a rare sight.
Yeah? I didn't realize you two even knew each other.
Your friend isn't exactly the super chatty type. We have history together. Miller nodded, his smile not going anywhere.
Well, if you want to find him, he spends most lunchtimes in woodshop.
What for?
Beats me. Why don't you go and see?
I rolled my eyes. Don't get cute, Stratton. He laughed and I started to go.
Shiloh.
I turned. Yeah?
Thanks for thinking of him.
Oh, the irony. I couldn't stop. The Industrial Arts Building, or woodshop, was a huge shed on the east side of the campus next to the gym. It was crammed with tools along the walls and workstations, some with table saws embedded in them. The gardeners stored the riding mowers there, too. The place smelled green and woodsy. I found Ronan alone in the far left corner, bent over a work table. The whack of a hammer reverberated in my chest, my heart pounding to keep time. He was working on a small cabinet of shelves made from stacks of spare wood leaning against the walls. It was a little bit scary how happy I was to see him. When there was a lull in the hammering, I cleared my throat. Ronan turned, his eyes widening to see me by the light of the industrial fluorescent bars running along the ceiling. He glanced around quickly.
What are you doing here?
Hello to you, too, I said, my confidence slipping. I trailed a finger along the side of the cabinet. Is this a woodshop assignment? Impressive. Ronan's craftsmanship was amazing. Smooth lines, even shelves, simple but sturdy.
Not an assignment,
he said.
It's for a tenant in the building in my building. My uncle's the manager. I help him out sometimes.
You use your free time to make stuff for your neighbors?
They need it,
he said with a shrug.
Nelson, my uncle, doesn't always want to spring for repairs.
My eyebrows rose. Doesn't surprise me, actually. You doing good things, kind things for others, like Kimberly Mason. I cocked my head. It was you, wasn't it? Grimaldi's Jeep? He was a split second too late denying it.
No,
It was you. I know it was you.
doesn't change what happened to her.
His mouth was a grim line.
I was too late.
I shook my head. It helps to know that he didn't get away with it. Maybe he'll think before he tries shit like that again.
He'd fucking better.
Thank you for doing that. For Kimberly. For womankind, too, but especially for her. The space between us warmed, grew smaller. I don't know if he moved closer to me or me to him, but I was standing in front of him now, close enough to smell his clean scent, mixed faintly with sweat and wood. The bottom of his owl tattoo showed from under the short sleeve of his black t-shirt. A part of me wondered if Ronan had more tattoos on his body I couldn't see, and if I'd ever find out. Somehow, my hand was on his forearm. I ran my fingertips along the sleeve of ink over the face of the clock. What does this mean?
As for my mom, they're all for her.
I nodded, tracing the flowers surrounding the clock.
What are you doing?
He asked, his voice gruff, watching me. I don't know. I just miss you. I gave my head a shake. I've said that before. I didn't like it then, and I don't like it now. Missing you. He nodded, so close to me I could feel the warmth of his skin. So, I've been thinking, I began, marveling at how steady my voice sounded. About what we said that night BB went into the hospital. You said it's safer to walk away.
That's right. It's better for you, Shiloh. Trust me.
I've thought a lot of things were better for me, and they weren't. I tilted my head up to him. He was so tall. I barely brushed his chin. There's something happening here, right? An attraction?
Yeah,
He said roughly. But neither of us do relationships, right? So let's not.
what do you mean?
Let's just keep it casual.
Casual.
I glanced down at my hand that looked small and delicate on the muscles of his forearm, dark with ink. I don't trust myself to be in charge of someone else's heart. I'm not doing a bang-up job with my own, to be honest. So let's skip the part where we get tangled up in feelings and just see what happens. He swallowed, and I could see him thinking over my indecent proposal. His gray eyes were lidded, his body looming over me, ready to give in. Then he shook his head.
I don't want you to get pulled into my shit, Shiloh. Not now, not ever.
My stomach dropped. I'd gotten it all wrong. He'd meant what he said about walking away, and here I was, bartering for a little piece of him. Any scrap he'd toss me. Heat rushed through me, the burn of humiliation. I snatched my hand away. Never mind. Forget I said anything. I gotta go. Ronan's hand closed on my arm, gently but firmly.
Shiloh.
The intensity and gravity of his voice pulled me back to him almost as much as his grip.
I want what you want.
His hand came up, brushing fingertips over my face, tracing my lips. Then he shook his head like a man coming out of a trance.
But it's not safe. If Grimaldi knows it was me who tagged his car, shit could get ugly.
For who? Me?
Maybe.
Did he see you?
Not sure. But I'm not taking any chances.
The protective undertone to his words was unmistakable, sending shivers over my skin. I smiled weakly. You're like a superhero, worried that his enemies will hurt him by getting to those he cares about.
Something like that.
I doubt that coward is going to try anything. But it's fine. I don't do mushy romance or hand-holding or PDA. We don't have to show off in school if that makes you feel better.
The shack,
he said, still watching me with heated eyes.
Come to the shack. It's private.
That offer still stands? He nodded and slowly, his eyes never leaving mine, pressed the back of my hand to his mouth and inhaled.
Let's go today, or right this fucking minute.
God, I'm a dead woman. His lips were brushing my skin, and I struggled to keep from falling into those damn eyes of his that were swallowing me whole. Can't, I said faintly. I have a date with the library. This afternoon? He nodded, and we lingered a moment in each other's nearness. I thought he was going to kiss me. I was desperate for him to kiss me. But his gaze darted to the entrance, then back to me, as if daring himself to break his own promise. He released my hand.
I'll text you.
Okay, great. I shouldered my bag as he got back to work, and I left quickly, my heart pounding louder than his hammer. I was in the school library about an hour after last bell, muddling distractedly through algebra when I got Ronan's text to meet at an abandoned utility shed overlooking the ocean, a mile or so west of the boardwalk. He was waiting for me in the parking lot, weeds growing out of cracks in the pavement. I climbed out of the Buick, shielding my eyes from the sun that was sinking behind the horizon.
You okay getting those wet?
He asked with a nod at my sandals. Now you tell me, I said with a grin. There's no turning back now. A smile flickered over his lips, and then he wordlessly led me down a short path to the beach. Eastward, the shore was rocky and narrow before giving way to more sprawling beaches leading to the boardwalk. Ronan led us westward, toward what looked like an impassable stretch of shore where the cliffs had begun a slow crumble into the sea. I shouldered my bag and hiked up my skirt, stepping over rocks and shivering as cold water lapped at my feet. You do this a lot? I asked, stumbling slightly as the boulders were growing bigger, the ocean closer. Ronan, walking a few paces ahead of me, reached back and offered his hand.
Most nights.
His fingers closed around mine, large and rough and warm. I held on because the way was difficult. Then it grew easier, but he didn't let go, and neither did I. He led me around a huge boulder, and on the other side was a fisherman's shack. The ocean had retreated, crashing at the shore some 20 yards away. A bonfire pit with 3 beach chairs faced the horizon. So, this is the secret hideout of the infamous Lost Boys.
It's the shack,
he said. But I could tell it was so much more. A sanctuary for him and Miller and Holden. To be invited here meant something. Ronan led me inside the small wooden structure, and I peered around, distracted by his hand still wrapped around mine, his thumb running back and forth over my skin. Is that a generator? I asked of the little machine whirring in the corner. Ah, for the mini-fridge, no less.
Lord Parrish has standards,
Ronan smirked, but his affection for his friend was obvious. I'm assuming that ridiculous chair is his, I said about the white wingback against the wall near the window. Ronan nodded, moving closer to me, towering over me. He wasn't smirking now. Whatever hesitation or caution he'd had in the woodshop was gone. He backed me against the edge of a long wooden table that wasn't new, but weather-beaten and salt-worn. His hand came up and cupped my cheek, holding me in his strong grip as if I were something precious. My lips parted, like an invitation, and in the next instant his mouth captured mine in a searing kiss. God, this... This is what I'd been starving for. Him, his mouth hard and hot on mine. His body pressed to me so that I could feel the power coursing through him, vibrating like electricity. I clung to his shoulders, then slipped my hands in his hair. His tongue invaded me, then pulled back to let his teeth graze my lips before pushing in again, until I was dizzy. Overwhelmed in the best way, lost in everything that was him. The taste of him, the sounds he made as he kissed me. Hungry sounds of want, as if he'd been just as starved for me as I was for him. We wasted no time making up for the months we'd spent doing nothing more than stealing furtive glances at each other in history class. His hands were everywhere, reacquainting himself with my body and me giving in, molding myself into his touch to get closer, always closer. "You're not shy, are you?" I whispered against his lips, as his hand slid up my shirt over my bra, squeezing. He reared back, his eyes searching mine.
"Too much? I'll stop."
"Don't you dare." I kissed him, hot and wet, while his rough hand cupped my breast, his thumb rubbing over the hard nipple, making it ache for his mouth. I let my own hands roam, slipping under his shirt, fingertips tracing the tight lines of his abs that contracted tighter under my touch. With a grunt, he lifted me effortlessly and set me on the table. I pulled him in, wrapping my legs around his waist. How easy it was to fall into him, how good he felt and tasted. My hesitations and self-preservation burned up in the heat of his want for me. So potent I could taste it. A hand slid into my braids, gripping and angling me to the side for better access to my mouth. The other was still under my shirt, kneading my small breast under my bra now, flesh to flesh. His lips moved hotly down my neck, then back up toward my ear. Tongue flicking and teeth biting until my skin was tingling everywhere. "God, Ronan," I breathed, and slipped a hand over the front of his jeans. The hard length of him was straining against the denim, huge in my palm.
"Just me,"
he growled into my ear, his tongue slipping between the earrings, his teeth tugging at one small hoop.
"No one fucks you but me."
A moan escaped me, his words shocking and thrilling me at the same time. "That's presumptuous," I managed, and hissed a breath as his mouth clamped down on my neck. "We're not even fucking."
"Our agreement, or whatever this is, no one else touches you."
He pulled away to meet my eye.
"No one."
The possessive heat in his gaze stole my breath. I'd never had anyone look at me the way Ronan did. There wasn't one thing casual in his hard stare or the softness behind it. A softness no one saw, not unless they were close to him like this. "No one else." I tilted my head, striving to not melt under that heated gaze. "The same goes for you." He frowned, as if the idea of being with someone besides me made no sense, and I worried my casual plan was in serious fucking trouble.
"No one else,"
he said, and then, as if to seal the pact, his hand slid between my legs, palming me completely, staking his claim. My body arched into his touch instantly, giving in to him. I whimpered as his fingers rubbed against my underwear, now damp, and found my clit. His other hand joined the first under my skirt, his thumbs meeting and rubbing circles while he took me in a rough, raw kiss.
"I want to put my mouth on you,"
he stated, matter of fact, direct. "Here? Now?" He backed away.
"We don't have to."
I pulled him back in. "I want to." God, I wanted to. I wanted everything with him. I wanted too much. A lone rational thought, a refugee from my old practical self, stopped me. Will the guys be here soon?
In a few minutes,
Ronan said, hotly against my lips.
I only need 2.
The possibility of getting caught added to the intensity building in that small shed. I held my breath as he bent between my legs, my skirt bunched up around my waist. He pulled aside my underwear and I tensed. I'd never been naked like this in broad daylight. Before the self-consciousness could dig in, he licked his lips and inhaled.
This pussy, fucking beautiful,
he murmured, almost to himself. Jesus, Ronan, I began, then gasped as his mouth descended. Every nerve ending flared to life, an ache of pleasure that deepened with every lick of his tongue, every graze of his teeth. When he latched on, sucking, I let out a cry. One hand gripped his hair, the other, the edge of the table, holding on for dear life as Ronan went at me. He was wrong. It took 1 minute, not 2. In seconds, my entire body tensed, my breath catching in my chest in starbursts, going off behind my closed eyes as the orgasm rocketed through me, flaring hottest where his tongue met my flesh. Ronan didn't relent, but coaxed me through it until the end, lapping at me in dirty, raw strokes that threatened to bring me to the brink all over again. No more, I breathed, pushing him away and sitting up. Oh, my God! Ronan emerged from under my skirt, his face flushed, chin wet.
Good?
I can't feel my legs, so... yes. He smiled a little, and I wondered how beautiful he'd be wearing a full, genuine smile. His happiness isn't my responsibility, I reminded myself. We were friends with benefits, casual. I pulled away and jumped off the table, but Ronan was there. He caught me and kissed me again, sweetly, though I could taste myself on him. He's sweet and dirty at the same time, soft and rough. The humming between my legs hadn't diminished in the slightest. I could still feel Ronan's mouth there, and I wanted more. But his kiss that lingered on my lips was even stronger. The way he'd looked at me, held my face in his hands. I wanted more of that, too. I cleared my throat and reached inside my bag. And all the intrigue of vigilante justice, secret hideouts, and mind-blowing oral sex, I nearly forgot. I have something for you. Something I spent 2 solid weeks making because... casual. I took Ronan's hand and dropped the pendant in his palm. Happy birthday. Ronan glanced at me, then at the necklace in his hand. It had turned out pretty well, I thought. A sleek silver North Star, with 4 short and 4 long points radiating from the center, each one sharp. I'd curved little sigils of lines and ovals in a repeating pattern around the star, and then ringed the entire pendant with a rope-like design to give it a sailing compass-like look. For when you feel adrift, I said softly. Ronan frowned, then looked up at me, confused, touched. I took the 2 ends of the silver chain and reached around his neck to clasp them. The pendant lay against his chest, heart level.
I've never had something like this.
He was holding the pendant but looking at me. My heart thumped too hard and broke a little at the same time. Now you do. Chapter 17. Shiloh. Male voices sounded from outside, rescuing me from a moment that was growing too soft. Miller and Holden had arrived, and I was suddenly nervous, as if I were about to go in for an important job interview.
"It's cool,"
Ronan said.
"They knew you'd be here."
I nodded, smoothing down my skirt and watching as Ronan tucked the compass pendant under his t-shirt. A twinge nipped at me until I reminded myself we'd agreed not to show each other off. Ronan's just following the rules. Except he read my expression and explained,
"It's fucking perfect, but I don't like people in my business."
Or not. I turned away before he could see the flush in my cheeks. Outside, Miller and Holden stood near their beach chairs, talking. They both looked up, and Holden beamed like a proud parent. He approached me, hand outstretched.
"You must be Shiloh Barrera," he said cheerfully. "Ronan has told me almost nothing about you."
I laughed. Sounds about right. Up close, Holden was devastatingly handsome in a completely different way from Ronan. Elegant, refined, with dyed silver hair and piercing green eyes that glinted with intelligence. Ronan had street smarts. Holden looked as if he had 100 libraries behind his eyes and smelled of expensive cologne, clove cigarettes, and vodka. Like what I imagined a Parisian department store might smell like.
"Make yourself at home," he said with a bow. "And might I add, it's about damn time. Now if we can get Miss Violet here."
"I'm on the job," I said, and joined Miller where he sat tuning his guitar. He gave me a dry look.
"That must have been some birthday present."
"Oh, hush. Are you cool with this? I don't want you to feel like your private space is being invaded."
"It's fine, Shy. I'm really glad you're here. With him."
My cheeks flushed all over again. "Right. Well, will Amber be coming tonight?"
"No,"
he said, his expression darkening.
"Please don't tell her about it either, okay?"
"I won't," I said slowly, my brows furrowed. "I just thought since you've been together for months—"
"She's never been here. This place isn't just for anyone."
The implications smacked me in the face. Ronan had asked me to come here months ago, after homecoming. Miller was watching. I cleared my throat. "What about Violet? Is this place for her?" He stiffened and looked about to protest. Then he nodded, his voice thick.
"Yeah, it is."
I'd hung out at the shack a few more times that week, telling myself it was to pave the way for Violet more than it was to be with Ronan as much as humanly possible. But mostly, it was just nice being there. I'd lived in Santa Cruz for 14 years and hadn't appreciated the ocean in this way before. Just sitting with it, listening to the waves crash while a bonfire warmed my face. I understood implicitly why the guys loved this place. Holden regaled us with crazy, hilarious stories from when he'd spent a year in a Swiss sanitarium. He wouldn't say for what, and I wasn't about to pry. Sometimes Miller played his guitar and sang for us. I'd catch him watching Ronan and me, a wistful look on his face. Finally, Violet agreed to come with me. Miller was still technically with Amber, but all three were miserable and something had to change. The friendship between Miller and Violet was worth salvaging, if nothing else. That night, after a rocky start, they took a walk and came back looking more at ease, and I felt hopeful that each found their way back to each other. The guys ragged on each other. Miller played for us, and the hour grew late, the fire burning low. From the other side of it, Violet and Miller were a bundle on the sand under blankets, sleeping. Holden, alone and drunk, staggered to his feet. With a finger to his lips, he warned us not to wake them, then stumbled away. "Will he be okay?" I whispered. Ronan shrugged, his mouth grim.
"I don't know. He's drunk a lot. I don't know what to do for him."
"You're here," I said. "He knows that. You have his back."
"Always,"
Ronan said, then nodded at Miller.
"Him too."
He looked down at me. "You too." He didn't need to say the words for me to hear them, and I immediately felt like crap for working so hard to prove that Ronan and I weren't an item. "I'm sorry about earlier," I said, "when I was short with you."
"Which time?"
Ronan asked and smiled into his beer.
"I started to lose count."
I nudged his arm. "Every time. When you offered to open my soda. Violet was watching us, and I hate that feeling."
"What feeling?"
Ronan asked with a dry smirk.
"Being helped?"
"Yes, smartass. It's like you said. I hate people being in my business, even if that person is my best friend."
"It's better if she doesn't know about us,"
Ronan said.
"She's friends with Evelyn Gonzalez, right?"
He drained his last beer of the night.
"If Evelyn finds out, the whole damn town will know."
"True." I studied Ronan's profile. In the firelight, his eyes looked silvery, his jaw cut to sharper angles by the shadows that danced over his face. "You're really serious about that, aren't you? Keeping me safe from doubt or—"
"Yes."
Ronan turned to look at me then, his voice low and intense.
"Yes, I'm really fucking serious about that."
I sat back, a flare of heat sweeping through me at the dangerous glint in his eyes. Not for me, for whoever he thought might want to hurt me. Heat pulled between my legs, wanting him, while my heart was craving something else entirely, something it shouldn't. We've already come so far beyond casual, it's not even funny. I jumped to my feet and brushed sand off my pants. I have to get back. BB's starting to wonder if I still live there. Ronan nodded and packed up his stuff. What about them? Think they'll be okay? I whispered with a nod at Miller and Violet, sleeping tangled up in each other. She was tucked under his chin. His arms held her close.
"Yes,"
Ronan said.
"They're finally okay, thanks to you."
I just gave them a push. I wish someone would do the same to me. Half of me wanted to throw my precautions and protections to the wind and let myself fall for Ronan. It would be so easy. The other, stronger half, wondered if I'd survive the crash if he decided I wasn't worth catching. The night was dark, and the moon hidden behind silvery clouds. Yet Ronan led me back along the coast safely, as if he could do it with his eyes closed. We arrived at the parking lot just as the sky was showing the first hints of dawn. Even before climbing in the Buick, Ronan reached for me, but I stiffened. He pulled back.
"You okay?"
"Fine, just tired." A weak excuse. I hadn't been tired all the other mornings we welcomed the dawn from the backseat of my car, practically attacking each other. Fogging the windows in heated, grasping embraces, clothing askew but never removed. Ronan was holding back, slowing things down for my sake. We were supposed to be keeping things on the surface, friends with benefits. No grand gestures or declarations of feelings required or wanted. But even without sex, Ronan was unraveling me, stripping me naked with each passing day until one day I'd be exposed. He'd see all of me. And then what? Then he'll leave. I fumbled in my bag for my keys and managed to get the car door open. Ronan held it open for me instead of going around to the passenger side. "You don't want to ride?"
"No,"
he said.
"I'll walk."
"You sure?"
"I'm sure."
I crossed my arms. Well, are you mad? I'm just tired. That's allowed, right? Dawn had only just begun to climb from behind the mountains in the east. Ronan's expression was unreadable.
I just feel like walking, Shiloh,
he said, his voice low, and I immediately felt like shit. Okay. Good night.
Yep.
I climbed behind the wheel. Ronan shut the door for me and then waited, watching to make sure I left safely. He grew small in my rear view, and then I turned a corner, and he was gone. Bibi was awake and bustling in the kitchen when I came in. Sorry, Bibi. I fell asleep at the beach. She smiled to herself as she reached into the fridge for a glass pitcher of orange juice.
You smell like campfire and Ronin.
Bibi!
I am merely stating the obvious.
Her grin turned sly.
I was 18 once too, you know.
Oh my God!
And anyway, I'm glad. I love him for you.
Don't say things like that. We're keeping it casual. She pursed her lips and poured me a glass of orange juice.
So you keep saying, and yet you've been out with him most nights this week. Late.
It's not just us. We're hanging out with friends, I said. Violet, too. I managed to get her to come tonight to reconnect with Miller.
Good for you. Little Cupid, aren't we? Now, if only you could aim that bow and arrow at yourself.
She swatted me on the butt and cackled a laugh. You are in too good a mood for this early in the morning. Any mail come for me yesterday? I asked, desperate for a change of subject.
Not yet, honey.
Damn. I had turned in my applications for business operation and seller's licenses and was now waiting to hear back from the city. If approved, I'd be one step closer to my own shop. It'd be nice to know if I got my permits before someone rents that old laundromat space.
It's been available this long, so it must be destined for you, Bibi said. But that old place is so run down. Wouldn't it be nice to have someone who could help you make it beautiful?
I tensed and then eased a breath. I don't need Ronan or anyone else to help me. I'm doing this on my own. I've come this far. I smiled to take the harshness out of my words. I'm going to take a shower.
Shiloh.
A knock came at the front door. Bibi squinted at the clock in the kitchen.
Who could that be at this hour?
She watched from the dining room table as I went to find out. I opened the door to my mother. My breath caught in my throat, my heart dropping as I clutched the jam, not believing my own eyes. What? What are you doing here?
I flew in late yesterday, Mama said,
her gaze darting everywhere and finally landing on me, taking me in. She took a fortifying breath and stood taller.
To talk to you, Shiloh.
You came all this way to talk to me? It's 7 a.m.
You're 18 now, and I think it's time, she said, her hands gripping and twisting the strap on her purse. I waited 18 years, and suddenly, I can't wait another minute.
I fell back from the door to let her in, staring. She wore blue jeans, a red sweater under her coat, a yellow headband kept her curls back. Blue, red, and yellow. The primary colors. I thought, and wondered if I were losing my mind.
Hello, Marie,
Bibi said warily.
Hello, Bibi. How are you feeling?
That depends, she replied pointedly. Bibi moved to the couch and sank down with a heavy sigh. I couldn't take my eyes off Mama, afraid she'd disappear if I blinked. What's happening? Is Bertie okay, Uncle Rudy?
They're fine. I told you, we need to talk.
Mama clutched her bag like a shield. She looked younger, somehow, than she had this summer. More fragile. She wasn't in her territory now, but mine.
Now that I'm here, I don't know if I made the right decision. Marie,
Bibi warned and shook her head. No, I cried. I'm glad you're here. I drew her inside and shut the door behind her. I want to talk to you, too. I always want to talk to you. Mama came in reluctantly, her gaze clashing with Bibi in a way I didn't understand. Do you want some juice or coffee? I heard the desperation in my own voice, but Mama was here. She wouldn't have bought a flight and flown 6 hours for a conversation that could happen over the phone. This was it. She was here to tell me who my father was and what happened between them. Everything.
No, thank you. Maybe we can speak privately?
Of course. The patio? Mama immediately headed for the back. Bibi took my hand.
Shiloh, wait.
It's fine. I want to hear this more than anything. Even if it scares me to death.
Her grip tightened. Listen to me, Shiloh. You know who you are. Whatever she says, whatever she tells you, can't change that.
That's just it, I whispered. I don't know who I am. She's going to tell me, finally. Bibi closed her eyes for a moment and let go of my hand.
I suppose this day had to come eventually.
Her resignation that something awful was about to happen squeezed the knot in my stomach, but I hurried to join my mother in the backyard. On the patio, sprinklers had left the wrought iron chairs and table wet with droplets like glass beads. We could go to my room, I suggested.
We don't have to sit,
Mama said. Indeed, she looked like she was ready to bolt.
How is Bibi? Any more dizzy spells?
None. She's doing great.
She's getting up there, and I know her vision is declining.
I squared my shoulders. Are you afraid you might have to take me back? Mama flinched and looked beyond me to the shed.
That's new.
Ronan built it, I blurted.
Who is Ronan?
I realized I didn't know how to answer that, and an ache panged in my heart, adding to the boulder that sat on my chest to see my mother, a stranger in my own backyard.
It's nice,
she said. It's for my work, I said. It's what I do, Mama. I make jewelry until my eyes water and my fingers burn. I work instead of doing almost anything else.
So you can open your own business.
Yes, for that. But also, I swallowed down a jagged lump of pride. To prove myself to you. Make you proud. But it doesn't feel like that's possible. Her dark eyes met mine and she was quiet for long moments.
Mama? Do you know the origin of your name, Shiloh?
My brows furrowed. Bibi said it means tranquil.
That's very Bibi of her to tell you that.
What's that supposed to mean? She ignored my sharp protective tone or didn't hear it. She wandered the patio, touching the delicate pink and purple fuchsias hanging in a pot from the corner of the pergola.
Our ancestors fought in the Civil War. The 1st Louisiana Native Guard. Did you know that?
Yes, I said slowly. Uncle Rudy has a framed sketch of General Andre Caillou on the wall of his study. Mama nodded.
My daddy, your grandpa, used to tell me the stories his grandpa told him. He said the Battle of Shiloh was one of the bloodiest of the war.
Was our family involved?
No. Black soldiers never fought in that battle, but the name stuck with me, because deciding to keep you or not, that was a battle.
The backyard was suddenly airless, still.
And?
I asked tightly. Did you win, Mama, or did you lose? She said nothing, but it was all there in that silence, in her eyes that couldn't look at me. The ground under my feet swayed as if I were on a sinking ship. I gripped the back of a chair to keep from falling.
Oh, Shiloh. I was 19, in love, she scoffed weakly, as if I knew what that was. I had a promising future ahead of me, and I gave it up for him. Biggest mistake of my life.
I thought I was the biggest mistake of your life. I nearly said the words, but she was so close to letting go of the truth at long last. I held my breath, my heart pounding in my chest. Mama's eyes shone, her lips parted. She inhaled. And then she stepped back from the edge, stuffing it all back down.
I shouldn't have come,
she said, her voice steady again, cold.
I'm not ready. Bibi knows that. It's why I'm not welcome here.
She smiled ruefully.
She knows me better than I know myself.
What? No! Please, Mama! I leaned over the chair, gripping it so hard the cold metal dug painfully into my fingers. Keep talking to me. Who is he? My father? Tell me. But it was too late. Only the patio table stood between us. But she may as well have been back on the other side of the country, on the other side of the world.
You don't have a father, Shiloh, she said stiffly. I lost the battle, but you're the casualty, and I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
She moved around the table and raised her hand to my cheek. Her fingers were cold on my skin.
Nothing is your fault. Remember that. Not one thing. I only wish I was stronger. For your sake. I tried, but... Her hand fell and she turned for the door.
You're leaving? I stared, my breath coming hard. You just got here. You haven't told me anything, only cryptic bullshit. She acted as if she hadn't heard me. At the patio door, she turned.
I'm not enough of a mother to give you advice. I haven't earned it, but I'll give it anyway. Be careful, Shiloh. Be very careful. Love will make you do stupid things.
Like me, I said, my voice wavering. I'm the stupid thing you did. She didn't answer me, but went into the house, leaving me alone on the patio, her silence the only reply. The backyard blurred as if it were underwater. Slowly, I made my way inside. Bibi was on the couch, stroking one of the cats. Mama was already gone. What just happened? I said.
Oh, honey. Come sit.
I sank down beside Bibi, staring at the door.
What did she say to you, Shiloh? Did she
tell me the truth? No. I turned my head on the stiff neck. You have to tell me, Bibi. Tell me everything you know.
I can't.
Do you know who my father is? Do you know what happened between him and Mama? I felt tears gather in the back of my throat. I'm the battle she lost, Bibi. That's what she came to tell me. Bibi's eyes fell shut.
Lord, baby, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
So is she. Everyone is sorry, but no one will tell me anything.
It's not my place, she said, It's up to your mother to unlock her heart for you or not. I'm angry with her for showing up out of the blue when I knew she wasn't ready, saying things that would only hurt and confuse you." She shook her head grimly. "Foolishness." "I hate feeling this way," I said quietly. "With her, but with you too." "I know, but it can't be helped. I made a promise, and keeping one's word means something." "Even if it hurts me?" She shook her head, her warm face that I'd turned to for comfort 1,000 times, now stiff and unmovable, her tone firm. "I'm sorry for that, Shiloh, but I also made a promise to myself, too, to only do whatever I think is best for you, to protect your happiness." I understood her meaning, and the dread sank heavier in my stomach. Telling me the truth is worse than keeping me in the dark. I pushed off the couch. "I didn't get much sleep last night. I'm going to lie down. Do you need anything?" "No, honey, but wait." I did something I'd never done before. I ignored her and went to my room. My heart, already cracked wide, cracked again for the rift between us. I curled up on my bed and didn't go to school that day, or the next, or the one after that. My phone chimed with texts until I put it on silent without looking at them. On the third afternoon I'd spent lying on the couch in sweatpants and an old t-shirt, watching her programs with her, Bibi stood over me, hands on her hips. "You just going to lie around for how long? You're missing a lot of school." "I'm taking a few personal days." "This isn't like you, Shiloh." "Isn't it? Who's to say? I don't know who I am." She sighed at my silence and sat down next to me, her hand gentle on my shoulder. I couldn't resent her for keeping whatever promise she'd made to Mama, but it had taken these 3 painful days to get us back to where we'd been. About the same amount of time for the shock of my mother's sudden visit to wear off. But the hangover wouldn't quit. A pain had lodged deep in my chest or heart, or maybe deeper than that. A knife stab in my damn soul. I thought about Ronan's mother. It was horrible he'd lost her, but maybe that was better than having her alive and walking the earth, thinking her own kid was a battle she fought and lost. The sun was turning a twilight gold when my phone vibrated with an incoming call. "You going to get that?" Bibi asked. "No." On TV, Judge Judy scolded a man for not remembering the basic facts of his own case. "It's Ronin, isn't it?" Bibi said. "He's probably worried sick about you." "He doesn't want anyone to know we're seeing each other." "That doesn't sound like him." "He has his reasons, and we're casual, because I have my reasons too." The phone buzzed again from the coffee table. "Shiloh." Bibi wasn't messing around. I heaved a sigh and reached over to pick it up. I had 2 missed calls and a half a dozen texts. "Are you okay?" "Shiloh?" "WTF?" "It is, Ronan." I closed my eyes for long moments, then set the phone back down. "Talk to me, baby," Bibi said, her tone gentle now. "Come on. I know your mama didn't do right, but I'm getting scared." "I'm sorry," I said, hauling myself to sitting. My braids were getting rough, my sweatshirt stained. I hate myself like this. Mama hates me, period. She doesn't, honey. But I hate that she makes you feel this way. So you think being alone is the only way to be strong.
Because it's true. I can't open my heart and be strong at the same time. I can't be in love and still be in control. I gestured at my nest on the couch. Look at me. Mama was here for 10 minutes and it wrecked me for 3 days. I shook my head. I have to be alone. I have work to do.
You choose to be alone because it's safe. Because your mother hurt you terribly. And I'm so sorry for that, Shiloh. I'm sorry you feel the need to protect yourself. But Ronan, he's a good man, yes?
I nodded, my hands twisting in my lap.
But how long before what, baby?
Before he sees what Mama sees. How long before he decides he doesn't want me either?
Oh, sweet girl.
Bibi gathered me to her, held me tight. God, I felt so pathetic, so weak. My chest torn open, exposed. My heart bleeding for my mother and beating for Ronan. The tears tried to come, but I willed them back and shook my head. Never mind, I said, gently extracting myself from Bibi's embrace. I'm going to school tomorrow. I'm going to get my shop. That's my only goal. It's where I should put my energy, not in silly boy drama that I promised I'd never get involved in. Because I was right. It's just a distraction. A beautiful, sexy, intense distraction that I can't stop wanting.
No, Shiloh.
Bibi's voice was back to firm.
Marie coming here is the distraction. Don't let her words poison you. Not against Ronan, and especially not against yourself.
I smiled for Bibi's sake. I'll try, I said, but it felt too late. Mama's rejection had burrowed down, planting roots that had gone so deep I didn't know how I'd ever tear them out. We ate a quiet dinner, and soon after, Bibi went to bed. I stayed on the couch in the dark. The only light was the glare of the TV. The Simpsons was a too bright blare of yellows, blues, and reds. I must have dozed off because I was jolted out of my skin when a hard rapping came at the door. The night was deep and dark when I peered through the peephole. Ronan was angrily pacing our front walk, rain drenching him. I threw open the door. A square of light from the house fell over him, illuminating his face that was hard and angry. His dark hair was plastered down over his forehead and cheeks. "What are you doing here?"
"Are you all right?"
he demanded. "Of course I am. What?"
"Good."
He practically spat the word, then turned to go. He took 2 steps and whirled around, whipping wet hair out of his eyes.
"I mean, what the fuck, Shiloh?"
I recoiled, crossed my arms over my chest. "I stayed home for a few days."
"You can't answer a damn text?"
"My phone was off. I was trying to rest. So you show up at my house and... What are you doing here?"
"Nothing. Making sure you're okay."
I hugged myself tighter, scared of how badly I wanted to throw myself into his arms. The fear put ugly things in my mouth to push him away. "Why? What is your crazy obsession with me? Being safe? From who? What the hell do you think is going to happen?"
"I don't know,"
he said, frustrated.
Fucking hell. Never mind. Forget it."
"We are not together. You don't want to be seen with me."
"I know what I said, but..."
"And I told you, I don't have anything to give. We set up rules. You can't just come here and break them."
"And you can't just fucking disappear,"
he shouted, making me flinch. His gray eyes shone silver in the rain and moonlight, like steel.
"You can tell me to fuck off, but you can't just vanish."
The hurt behind the anger was palpable. slamming into my chest and sinking into my heart that was already bruised and bleeding from my mother's visit. We stood in silence, the rain smattering the pavement the only sound. He carved a hand through his drenched hair. His stormy expression softened, his eyes trailing over my face.
Shiloh.
I shook my head, unwilling to break. I didn't know how to break down in front of him. I had no idea what would happen if I did. He nodded, resigned, and turned and walked away. The words to call him back stuck in my mouth, Mama's warning whispering in my ear. I watched him go until the dark swallowed him up. And then I went back inside and shut the door.
Chapter 18. Ronin. Fuck. I slammed the door shut to my apartment and tore off my jacket that was drenched from the sudden cold rain. Fuck. The look on Shiloh's face when she answered her door was going to stick with me for a long time. Part shock, part anger, part fucking fear. She thinks you're a psycho. I went to the bathroom to shower and warm up, and the reflection in the mirror agreed. Hair sodden, eyes hooded and ringed with dark circles from so many sleepless nights, so many tired hours spent walking away from nightmares that came anyway when I finally collapsed into bed. She's better off, I told the reflection, but I'd known that all along. Shiloh was too good, too beautiful, too whole for someone like me. Shattered into pieces until there was hardly anything left but this shit apartment, school when I wasn't suspended, and odd jobs that didn't make a future. I hung out at the beach at night drinking beer, and I walked around town until my old boots were full of holes. For what? To make up for a day 10 years ago that could not be given back? Shiloh had plans and dreams. She had a future. What did she need with pieces of me? The next morning, after waking with screams in my throat and the futon sheets soaked with sweat, I dragged myself into the shower again. To get ready for school. Because I'm trying, Mom. It's pointless and stupid, but I'm still trying. I threw on my jacket and was nearly at the door when a knock came. Marianne was there looking unsure and nervous. Not herself. She was dressed for work in a plain brown shirt with a blazer that more or less matched.
Hi, Ronan. Glad I caught you. Oh, but you're heading to school, right? I don't want you to be late.
It's fine, I snapped. Last night's anger and failure still bitter in my mouth. I exhaled. Everything okay?
We can talk about it later, this afternoon.
I could see whatever she had to say would kill her to keep inside until this afternoon. I opened the door wider and stepped back to let her in.
Okay, yeah, I should stop acting like a chicken shit and just come out with it.
She huffed a breath and thrust a small envelope at me.
This month's rent.
Oh, right. I'd forgotten it was the first already, which meant a trip to Nelson's after school.
It's short a couple $100, Marianne said in a rush. I'll have it later, but I don't have it now.
Her eyes fell shut.
I'm sorry. I don't know. Hi, Ronan.
Cammy and Lily rushed in and both wrapped their arms around me. They were dressed in matching denim skirt overalls, Lily with a yellow shirt, Cammy in blue.
Today is picture day at school, Lily said. Mommy says we're not allowed to touch anything, Cammy said, so we don't mess up our clothes, but that's the whole reason for overalls.
Their mom looked sheepish.
I didn't plan this. A cute offensive.
It's okay, I said, feeling a little lighter with the girls running around my nearly empty living area.
It's not okay.
Marianne blinked past frustrated tears.
God, I hate this. Hate what, Mommy? Cammy said. Being in traffic?
Lily turned to me confidently.
Mom says a lot of bad words when we're in traffic. That's a pretty necklace, Ronan, Cammy exclaimed. Let me see.
She tugged her hand until I squatted down, and then she and Lily took turns examining the pendant Shiloh had given me. Had made for me.
It's so pretty and pointy. Where'd you get it?
A friend made it for me.
Really? That makes me love it more, Lily said. Do you love it?
Fuck. I like it a lot.
Okay, girls, we're going to make Ronan late, Marianne said, the worry lines rushing back in to crease her face. Your uncle? I'll handle him. How? He never lets this stuff slide. Last time, the late fee nearly killed me, and he told me I might not get a second chance if it happened again.
Marianne, I'll handle him. Her eyes filled with tears.
Why are you crying, Mommy?
Cammy asked.
Because it's not often we get to see true kindness, she said, not bothering to hide it. You're a good man, Ronan, and that pendant is beautiful. Whoever made it for you obviously cares about you. A lot.
A flare of hope went up in my chest, warm and bright, then flamed out just as fast. Wanting what I couldn't have never got me anywhere.
Thank you, Ronan,
Marianne said, herding the girls to the door.
Thank you so much.
Don't mention it. They left, the girls waving enthusiastically, and I went to my bedroom. I lifted a loose board in the floor and reached for the small metal lockbox hidden under it. I didn't have a bank account. I rarely had money long enough to keep one. The box held little more than $700, saved up from odd jobs on Craigslist. More than I'd had in a while. I counted out 10 20s, tore open Marianne's envelope and put the cash in with her check. The day dragged until history. Shiloh had finally shown up after 3 days of absence, but didn't look my way once. From my vantage, 4 rows behind her, I did enough looking for both of us. Her eyes had dark circles, and her foot tapped in her sandal nervously, all during Baskin's lecture on the Cold War. A war without weapons, all tension and silence. When class got out, I headed straight back to my place, walking over rain-slicked pavement, thinking, hoping every car on the road was the creaky, chugging Buick slowing behind me. None were. I went to my place, grabbed the rest of the rent checks left in my manager's box, stuffed them in a manila envelope, and headed back out again. Somehow the Bluffs complex looked even more shitty since last I'd seen it. The roof was in worse shape after a rainy winter, and the cheap, dark green paint was already chipping off in huge chunks. I knocked on my uncle's door.
It's open.
I stepped inside, mentally preparing myself for the claustrophobia of his crammed apartment. It was worse. There was a second small coffee table in his living room with a foldable bed frame stacked on top of it. A brand new mattress, still in its plastic, leaned against one wall. The TV was on. I wondered if it ever got a break, with Nelson parked in front of it. The scent of microwaved ravioli hung in the air. I nodded at the furniture. What's all this? Tenant eviction, Nelson said. He was wearing a stained undershirt, boxers that brushed his knees, and black socks pulled up his pale legs that were crisscrossed with bulging veins.
But the mattress is new. Figured you could use it.
This is for me?
You had a birthday, right?
My birthday was weeks ago. Usually it came and went, uneventful. Except this year I'd had Shiloh's pendant, Holden's boots, and Miller's song. And now a real bed instead of that shitty futon. Maybe I'll sleep. How did you know? I asked.
Social worker Alicia called me. Made me promise not to forget. But I did. Hey, better late than never, right? She sends her regards.
Alicia Marquez was one of the few people who'd ever shown me kindness over the years, going above and beyond the duties of her job to make sure I was okay. Hell, even after I turned 18, she found Nelson. Except that didn't make sense. I hadn't thought about it at the time. I was just happy to get the fuck out of Wisconsin and be with family. But Alicia had been searching for a blood relative since I was 8 years old, and Nelson shows up after I age out of the system? I turned the thought over and over in my mind like the envelope in my hands.
That's the rent?
Nelson held out his hand. I gave it to him.
Any issues?
No. What's our late fee policy again? He frowned, peering into the envelope.
$75 for the first week, $150 for the next. If they're late more than once, they're out.
Seems kind of rough.
Rough? That's the rules.
Do you ever let it slide?
Why the hell would I do that?
I shrugged. Shit happens, circumstances.
Not my problem. I got my own circumstances. Don't need to deal with someone else's.
He narrowed his eyes.
Why?
I shrugged again, not looking at him. Nelson snorted and hauled himself out of his recliner to hobble to the kitchen. He didn't look well. His skin had a yellowish tinge to it, his hair thin and brittle. The strength under his bulk that had reminded me of my father was just bulk now.
You're doing a good job, he said, poking his head inside the fridge so I barely heard him. Better than I expected. Thanks. Keep it up. Don't get soft just because you know the tenants now, and their circumstances. Too late. What about you? I asked. Huh? I raised my voice. How are you? His head popped out of the fridge. What's it to you? Nelson emerged from the kitchen with 2 beers. Here. He thrust one at me and clinked his to mine. Happy birthday. We both drank, and then Nelson sank down heavily in his chair. I sat in the other, toying with the bottle. The TV blared a commercial for a local used car dealership. Maybe it was last night's fuck-up with Shiloh, another good thing in my life that had slipped through my fingers. Or maybe it was that I knew, even with a decent bed and a real mattress, the nightmares would still find me because they were in my blood. My blood that was his blood, while hers had been splattered all over the kitchen floor, so I was alone for 10 fucking years. I couldn't let it go. Alicia called you? My voice sounded tight. That's what I said. And she found you last summer when I was at the farm in Manitowoc? He grunted what might have been a yes, not looking at me. Nelson. What? Christ, I'm trying to watch my show. I concentrated on peeling the label off my beer bottle. Alicia's job ended when I turned 18, but she worked her ass off for 10 years before that, looking for you. Yeah? So? She found you, didn't she? I said, peeling. But you waited until I was 18 to come forward. He shifted in his recliner. You're asking this now? I'm asking. His eyes went back on the TV, not answering. The label came off. I crumpled it up in my hand. My voice was low, stony. I did 10 years in foster care, Nelson. So? So? That's what I said. We all got tough luck stories. You think you're special? No, but good. 'Cause you aren't. Remember that. The old anger boiled up in me and spilled over. I chucked the balled-up label on the floor where it joined the rest of the trash. I remember being a scared little kid, shuffled around from house to house. No family, no nothing, I said, my voice rising. Just where the fuck were you? Nelson's head jerked back and swiveled to me, his eyes wide. Beg your pardon? You talk to me like that when I'm trying to do something nice for you? Well, shit, I learned my lesson, didn't I? Never again. You get nothing else from me if that's how you're going to act, spoiled brat. I barely heard him, the bloody memories washing over me. I was 8 years old when he killed her. Here you go again. You knew. You fucking knew what happened and you stayed away. I was in the system for 10 fucking years. 10 years of foster life, a soul-crushing weight I carried every day on top of losing my mother. Abusive guardians or negligent ones that used me for a paycheck. Beatings, locked closets, hunger and cold, harsh words and violence. It all pressed down on me until I couldn't breathe, until I wanted to hit something, until my bones broke, to feel anything that wasn't that. You knew I was out there, and you let me fucking rot until I could be useful to you. Free labor, not family. Boo fucking who? Nelson snapped back. You look all right. You survived. I put the naked beer bottle down before it shattered in my grip. Look, he said into my silence. I wasn't ever going to be any kind of a parent. Can you see me with a kid? Doing what? Cooking you breakfast, sack lunches, making sure you did your homework. You could have tried, I wanted to say. But I was done asking for anything from anyone, even if that ask was 10 years too late. Besides, Nelson said, turning back to the TV, we're here now, aren't we? The anger gusted out of me. That was as good as it was going to get. My hand went to Shiloh's compass pendant. For when you feel adrift. I closed my eyes for a moment, held it tight, inhaled, then I let go, exhaling, calmer now. Yeah, I said dully. I'm still fucking here. Nelson let me borrow his ancient pickup truck to take the furniture back to my complex. Marianne poked her head out of her unit when I pulled into the parking lot as if she'd been watching for me. Hey, she said, walking to meet me, her hands twisting. How did it go? I unlocked the truck bed. Fine. Nelson said you're good. He'll waive the late fee. Really? Her brow wrinkled. That doesn't sound like him. I shrugged. I must have caught him in a good mood. Her eyes narrowed and I busied myself, hefting the mattress onto my shoulders. I could go back and ask him to reconsider if you want. She waved her hands. Ha! No, thanks. Thank you, Ronan. It won't happen again. Yep. She said something else, but I pretended not to hear it. Her gratitude made me sick. Where the fuck were the people who were supposed to take care of her? They left her so alone, so adrift, that she needed my help. Was that the point of life? A lucky few would make it unscarred while everyone else was on their fucking own? Bullshit. The new coffee table was just as old and plain as the first one, chipped wood and stains on the surface, but my living room looked more like a living room. The bed was a real bed, the futon went straight to the dumpster, and I lay down that night on an actual mattress. The nightmares came anyway.
Chapter 19. Shiloh. Did you hear? Violet's in the hospital. I froze, and the phone nearly fell out of my hand. It was a little after 10 p.m. Bibi and I had been watching a movie when my phone chimed a text from Anika Shaw, a girl on the soccer team who I'd been closer to in middle school. My fingers trembled as I jammed out a reply. What happened? Head injury at practice. She's at UC Med, blacked out. Holy shit! Bibi's head turned to me. Shiloh? It's Violet. She's in the hospital. Oh, dear. Is she all right? Don't know. My fingers flew. How bad is it? I waited for a reply, while tears burned the corners of my eyes at the sudden rush of fear I felt for my best friend. I blinked them away angrily. It shouldn't have to take losing someone to realize how much you loved them. Oh, God. Miller. There was still no reply from Anika, and I remembered why we weren't close friends anymore. Flake. Panicked, I called the hospital. Dispatch put me through to the nurses' station on Violet's floor, only to be told they couldn't tell me anything. I'm going up there, I said to Bibi, as I ran to the kitchen for my car keys and sweater that hung on the hook on the door. I threw on my cardigan, then typed a text to Miller. I just heard. Violet's at UCSC Medical. Head injury. They won't tell me more. His reply was almost instant. On my way. Send Violet my love, Bibi called. But drive carefully, Shiloh. I will. Promise. I'll call you when I know something. On the way to the hospital, it took everything I had not to push the Buick as hard as it could go and reminded myself of my promise to Bibi. Reception at UC Medical Center told me Violet was on the 5th floor, neurology, room number 504. Miller was already there, sitting against the wall outside her closed door in his usual uniform, worn-out jeans, T-shirt under a plaid flannel, beanie. His guitar case lay across his lap, because he ran to her. Hey, I said, hurrying to him. He looked up, his face a mask of tense, tight worry. Shut. I sank down on the floor beside him, hugged him. What's happening? She's okay, I guess. Her parents don't like me much. They won't let me in to see her. Screw them. Violet likes you a lot. That's all that matters. I guess, but fuck, Shy. They say she lost consciousness. They're keeping her here overnight. Probably just to be on the safe side. A nurse strode by, giving us a perplexed look. I talked to Amber this morning, I said. She told me you broke up with her. He nodded miserably. Last week, the morning after Violet came to the shack, Amber wanted me to give her time before I told Violet. So I did. I waited too damn long. A few days and 4 years too long. You're here now,
What if I'm too late, Shy? Miller said, his voice gruff. What if she gets worse? What if—
You can't think that way, I said, even though my own imagination was running away on the same terrifying tangent. What ifs will drive you crazy? He nodded grudgingly, and I rested my chin on my drawn-up knees. A short silence passed, and then Miller shook his head, speaking almost to himself.
Never again. If she's okay, I'll never let it get to be too late ever again. Ronan was right.
I tensed, every part of me at attention. What was he right about?
He said too late is death. I think he was talking about his mom.
Yeah? I know that she died when he was little. Both his parents died, but he only ever talks about her. Miller nodded grimly.
That's because his dad killed her.
I stared, the blood draining from my face. What? He killed? Oh my God! I clapped a hand to my mouth, my heart beating hard and breaking for Ronan. How?
Don't know, but I think he saw it happen.
He did, I said, remembering. He told me he was there. He said he couldn't save her. Oh my God! Miller's head snapped up, eyes wide at my horrified expression.
Shit. Maybe I shouldn't have told you. He's a good guy.
Of course he is. Why would you say that?
Because he's my friend, and I don't want you to think badly about him. He's been a lot happier since you've been around.
He has?
Ronan's version of happy. But, yeah.
My head fell back against the wall. He never told me.
He's self-conscious about what happened,
Miller said, running his fingers along the edge of his guitar case.
I think he thinks he's damaged or something, like what his dad did poisoned him too.
I nodded. He told me what happened in Wisconsin messed him up, and he didn't want me to deal with the repercussions. My heart cracked again, thinking of Ronan going through all that alone, and thinking it might hurt me somehow. Because he wants to protect me, always, even from himself. God! I ran my hands over my braids, giving them a tug to keep myself from crying.
You haven't been to the shack lately,
Miller said in a low voice. I know, I wasn't feeling well.
But you're better now?
He was looking at me like someone who could see into people's hearts and then write songs about what they saw. Not really, I admitted, thinking of my mom's visit. But I'm working on it. He smiled faintly.
That's all we can do, right?
I nodded and rested my head against his shoulder. Time dragged, but my butt was getting numb from sitting on the cold linoleum floor. Finally, the door beside us opened, and Vince and Lynn McNamara emerged. I'd known them since I was a kid, in better times when they'd been happy and in love. Now they looked tired in rumpled business clothes, like lawyers fighting on opposite sides of a case. Vince smiled wanly as we got to our feet.
Hey, Miller, Shiloh, it's great of you to come.
But it's late, Lynn said. Violet needs to rest. Is she okay? I asked. What happened?
She crashed into another soccer player at practice and suffered a concussion, Vince said. But they say she's going to be fine. Keeping her overnight is just a precaution.
I sagged as relief gusted out of me. Miller stood ramrod straight.
I'm not leaving,
he stated, his voice hard. I want to see her. Lynn sighed.
It's late. It can't hurt, Vince put in. A few minutes. They came all this way.
His wife glared daggers at him. It's not even visiting hours. They can come back.
I'm not